What's up, everybody? We're live. You know what it is. Another day, another NACT. We're gonna be getting it today. We got a great regular season day 4 underneath us here. You can see Fiends, Nigh Horde, Devious Activity versus Area 77, BTK, BloodHounds, and GG LEGACi. So some anticipated matches coming up today. I would say probably Fiends and Nigh Horde's a good series. Same thing with Devious Activity and Area 77. I personally think BTK is probably gonna run through BloodHounds, and then GG is gonna run through LEGACi. So we'll see. We'll see how things go. We still got a little bit of time before the show starts here. The players are not in the lobbies just yet, so you definitely got quite a bit of time before they actually start. Yo, what up, Rec? What up, everybody filing in? What up, what up, what up? Day 25 for asking for Did you ask for it yesterday? I don't know if I've seen it. Drinking a lot of hydrating water today, that's for sure. That was a damn... I think I was live for too long last night. I didn't read your chat? Oh. It's kind of hard to read all the chats. 14 hours? That's fucking long. Long. Let me get my YouTube studio over here. $14 hours. Look at that Angela. Oh, it was too long. I about died. What are the standings now? The current standings are at this point this right here. That is the current standings of the NACT. You can see that the comment was in Arabic. I could read it though. It was in English on my side. I think his name was in Arabic. Fiends in second place. Area 77. Really? That's wild. Fiends is tied for first place. That is definitely how I read it too. Water's so delicious. Time to get healthy, chat. Time to get healthy. Healthy kicks. Play it. That is true. If it ended today, it'd be GG versus Fiends. They're the only team that didn't get 2-0'd. Area 77 got 2-0'd already. LG and BloodHounds tied for last place. Yo, chat, they're trying. They're definitely trying. It's definitely crazy though. It's definitely crazy. Where we at? Oh, I think we already start. I don't know what's going on here. The live stream's like replaying team stats back and forth. Is that how it's supposed to be?
Let me look at that.
It's like flashing them back and forth. Oh, there we go. It went back to The timer. Who's gonna finish top as the regular season? I don't know. Probably. I don't know. I mean, BTK just came out swinging yesterday, dude. Like, Jesus. I ain't seen a better match in forever. And that was only a BO3. Could you imagine if that was a BO7? Like, that would have been literally reliving the last Las Vegas. Last Las Vegas. But yeah, these are the team standings. Just in case you guys are filling in and you kind of want to know how the teams are doing throughout the NACT. Kind of gives you a little bit of behind the scenes. There's 7 days in our They need a 2-0 the rest of the season to have 17 points. They could though. They could, because they've already faced Area 77. What they're going up against a lot of the lower.
All right, let's do this.
I wouldn't say like lower tier teams, but like the teams on the lower tier of the totem pole.
They're not in the tournament observer lobby. Gene Cherry.
Yeah, I'm getting them.
It's Sherry's games.
Let me go into their PC 1 sec.
I turned it off. I didn't notice it was turned on. It should be fixed now though. All right. Oh, goddamn! Editing my switching to like from like production mode, like into watch party mode, and into actually like streaming on my tablet and everything. It's a damn craziness. It's crazy. Will there be a second leg? There's gonna be the playoffs, which would be like a tournament format. Is it like the frozen one from yesterday? Yeah, our feed's definitely not working. I'm down. I'm down, Eunice. All right, chats. What up, Miguel?
Another year of MLBB Esports.
They're swapping up the intros this time around.
Crystal clear. We've expanded this year's playoff structure to 3-stage qualifiers to ensure the most deserving teams move on to the next round.
You seen the playoff bracket?
Brings the most captivating matches, so the action never stops. Each team in the North America Challenger Tournament.
This is epic, bro. I don't even know where to move my face.
Like the mid-season cup. So they better come ready to dominate because it has more teams and the biggest prize pool in MLBB history. But for now, they better keep their eye on the prize. Over $25,000 and tons of diamonds. The competition is stacked and the teams are ready to prove themselves. It's time to dig deep, focus up, and see what team will stand out.
When's the finals? It'll be May 11th.
Are you ready to meet the teams? BloodHounds. Their roster
Yo, this is
is
epic.
and full of charisma. But does Boca have what it takes to lead his team to Vegas? Area 77. They have proven that they have what it takes to succeed, but will they put it all together this season? Devious Activity. They've assembled a team of powerhouse players from former NACT Titans. But will their skill and determination allow them to dominate the bracket? BloodThirstyKings. It's Mobazane's third refreshed roster.
Hold on, let me turn this up a bit.
Will this be the one, or will it be his last dance?
It's kind of low.
They have emerging synergy and skill, but will they be able to
There we
compete
go.
with the best of the best? LEGACi.
That should be a little bit better
With
for
a
you guys.
last-minute surge, LEGACi narrowly secured their NACT spot. Will they ride this momentum to the top of the bracket? The Nigh Horde. They've already defied expectations, but can they continue this push for greatness? Gaimin Gladiators.
You're
With a
always at
squad
work,
full of
Miguel? Hey,
NACT
it's
champions,
alright.
Will anyone step up to snatch the crown?
Summer?
Or will the
Summer's gonna be
Gladiators
lit.
dominate once again? The teams are locked and loaded, and the world is watching. This is the NACT spring season 2024.
What is that bird noise in the
Who will
background?
have their name etched into glory?
What is that bird sound? Oh god.
Hey guys, what's up?
What is
Welcome
going
back to
on
the
here?
2024
What is
North
this?
American Challenges Tournament. I'm your host,
Zeke.
Zeke, and although my outfit screams spring break in Hawaii, my skin looks like
Oh.
it's never seen the sun before.
What?
So, today on the caster's desk with me, I've got the
Fucking
Prince of
dead.
Party, Private Dancer, and Tropical
Oh.
Treks themselves. Boys,
What
how we
is
feeling?
going on here?
Hawaii? I thought we said Vegas. I thought we were meeting in I'm literally in Vegas right now.
You're in Vegas right now.
Yeah, I thought you said
Oh.
Vegas.
I thought
No,
we were
that-
supposed to do a Miami Vice theme here, so I'm very confused.
Oh,
Oh my god.
man.
And get to the next card. Get to the next card, Zeke. What are we doing?
Oh man. So this tournament shows off 8 teams
What is going
battling
on
off
here?
in a single round
Fucking
robin
dead.
best of 3 format. Trex, can you tell us about the new point system?
Well, best of 3, as they've been hearing for the last few days, and you get points depending on how you do on those games. 2-0, 3 points, 2-1, 2 points, 1-2,
They
1
love the
point,
vibes. This is
etc.,
wild.
etc. But this is why, as we're seeing on the standing boards, things have been so close
You
neck and
needed
neck
an
lately.
excuse to wear the banana shirt.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do believe that
It's
the
so
new
yellow.
point system is actually going to directly impact how the
I don't think I
playoff
got a
standings are
Hawaiian
formed.
outfit.
Private, could you tell us about that?
Well,
I got like
that's the
a-
thing is all the points depending. Everybody in the top 8 is going to make it to the
I don't
playoffs,
got
which is
that
different
either.
from last season. But what's different now
Oh.
is that the top points
There's the-
will
that-
get those
oh.
priority
don't
positions
keep it on that-
and
that
face
bracket
the
too
bottom
long.
points. So it means that you probably have
Okay.
a better
That
chance
is
of
real loud.
lasting through the top brackets and not getting knocked to those lower brackets early on in the playoffs.
Well, as well as a cool new point system,
Okay.
this tournament also shows off a grand prize
fixed
of
the volume.
over $25,000.
Why, it's so damn loud.
Prize pool of over $25,000, with a top prize of being
Nah.
$10,000.
There's still a playoffs. This is just decided on
Private, what would you
where
buy
you're
with that
placed in the
money?
playoffs.
Well, man, there'd probably be some vacations. Maybe even go to the land that loves Mobile Legends. Take a little vacation over there to PA.
These glasses, bro. The
that's not for me,
banana
that's
shirt is
for
so
the
damn
players, and that's
wild.
what they are all competing here in NACT for.
The damn banana shirt.
Yeah, and you know, with all the new points coming out, with all these teams having to compete head to head, trying to get this
A Hawaii
$10,000
team.
grand prize, you know, it's only goes without saying that the standings are going to be consistently changing, and we saw some huge upsets in last night's matches. So, Trex, can you take us through those?
Well, I mean, like you said, huge upsets all around.
They need me on the
Gaimin Gladiators
Hawaiian
still in
team.
First place, but did take
I
their
ended up
first
wearing
loss of
the
season. I think that
the
was one of the big
sleeveless
things to point
today.
out. And secondly, Fiends, this new face, this new team, these new members jumping into the NACT, and on week 2, holding down second place. Not only second place, but honestly tied for first place against GG themselves. Now, today, we're going to see a lot of things even out. We're going to see some teams fall. We're going to see some teams rise, because a lot of those teams in the middle are facing off today.
I got the
Absolutely,
sleeveless
some really
vibe.
strong teams going head to head, and even for some of us casters, I feel like there's a little bit of disagreements about.
I
who
feel
can
like
do
I need-
what.
I need
Private, what can you tell
glasses.
us about today's schedule?
Well, the second place, well, actually almost tied for first place, Fiends is going to be going up against Nigh Horde to start things off. And then it's going to be Devious Activity taking on Area 77, pretty much the fan favorites there. And then at the second half of the night, it's going to be BTK taking
LEGACi
on
here.
BloodHounds. And then to cap off the night, it's going to be Gaimin Gladiators taking on LEGACi.
Gotta throw my Ray-Bans on. No biggie.
Fiends versus Nigh Horde. I feel like that's a huge opening game. You guys got any thoughts about
No
that?
Dez today. He took the day off.
Me has just been looking. They've been looking strong coming into it. I don't want to say who I think is quite going to win, but I think both of these teams have got an arm wrestling match going on.
Definitely an arm wrestling match. Definitely, I think, one of the matches of the night. For me, the first two matches tonight are the ones we really have to keep our eyes on. Hopefully, they can meet the expectancy of what we saw yesterday. Because
I pinged the wrong team earlier.
Games. We got to see 2 best of 3s. And I got a feeling today we're going to see the same exact thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I think we got the Nigh Horde's roster coming up. Private, could you take us through that?
Yeah, the victors from yesterday, it's going to be R, Mamoy,
Oh, snap.
Oh My Foe, and
Think LEGACi's going to show something?
Yesterday, they took
Maybe.
a victory over Devious Activity, almost a little bit of an upset. So that's why this match today here, the starting one's going to be so important for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if we have any
I think Nigh
subs.
Horde's been looking really strong again. Oh My Foe has really been doing a great job of taking these guys to some successful wins. And you know, as the season goes on, they're looking, you know, better and better week by week. So I think the question is, Trex, you think they're going to be enough? You think Oh My Foe is really going to be able to take it to these guys?
I mean, I think Nigh Horde, even though Fiends are sitting at number 2, I think Nigh Horde has a couple more notches in their belt. Main reason being they took down DA, which right now DA definitely isn't looking like the hottest team on the block, but Fiends still needs to earn a couple more stripes for me. I think Fiends winning this cements them even more in that possible top 3, possible contenders for grand finalist spot. I think this win, they still need to maybe take down Area 77, you know, take down some bigger dogs. I feel like maybe BTK, maybe GG, but this is, I like that they're kind of taking a slow route. They didn't get thrown in against GG. They didn't get thrown in against BTK or Area 77.
I felt left out, man. I had to wear some sunglasses too.
They have a good road ahead of them. So this is just the next notch in the belt for them. Can they pull it off? I'm still on the fence about it.
Trex, could you take us through the Fiends roster?
I mean, Fiends looking great. We have my personal favorite all the way to the left here, Kohari the Brave in the gold lane. After that, Magic in the roam, Churobani in the mid, Pro Destroy as our jungler, and Uneven as the EXP laner. Definitely excited to see this team play and see what they can bring to the Land of Dawn today.
Absolutely. Strong lineups coming from both teams. And again, week by week, we've seen them get better and better day by day. And with both of these teams
Zeke
scaling,
looks like he'd
I think it's
actually wear
anybody's matchup.
circled glasses like that. He looks like a cop, bro.
Yeah, very much so, especially with where these two are on kind of the level when it comes to places right now. Like we said, right now Fiends tied for first place, but have they been challenged just yet? I think we're gonna find out here with this next match.
I mean, it's really possible that, like, I mean, don't get
What's
me wrong,
failing?
it is possible that Fiends could come
Oh
in
yeah,
here and just
given
sweep.
flex
I think it's
points might be
possible that Nigh
broken.
Horde could come
It
in here and
occasionally
just
breaks
sweep.
itself.
I think it's possible to get a best of 3. Right now, NACT is the most unpredictable I think it has ever been in the history of NACT. Literally, we're all getting guesses wrong left and right. None of us can keep up. There's no, like, sure go. I'm sure a bunch of you lost your guess coins last night on whatever games you betted on. So, I mean, it's just like, who knows? Who knows, man? Well, I'm sure we'll see our predictions here in a second, but either way, who knows?
So I guess enough about who we think is going to win, and let's talk about how we actually think is going to win. Let's see what you guys voted. Oh my.
Right. Yeah. I went for Fiends, baby. I went for Fiends. Wait. I did not go for Fiends. I went for Nigh Horde. I went for Nigh Horde. Me and Privates are actually swapped. It's okay, though. We told production we wanted to quit choice. I am Nigh Horde. Private, tell us why you voted for Fiends.
Well, with Fiends right now, they have been just a roller coaster right now of momentum behind them. They've been strong, but it's kind of crazy too, because before I've already said this was going to be one of the closest matches for me, especially with the performance from Nigh Horde yesterday over DA, which I don't think I actually think I got that prediction wrong, and it just kind of shows how strong the Nigh Horde is right now. But my heart is telling me Fiends, just because of the.
We definitely win Fiends.
The all-star highlighter players out that we have.
Talking about Trex
and their jungler as well.
So for me, although the Fiends have been looking absolutely vicious, the Nigh Hordes, man, that's a horde in the night. They've been coming in strong.
A horde
and
in the
looking
night.
Good, man. Taking a win over DA yesterday was absolutely enormous for me. And I think with that being said, I think they might have what it takes.
So wait, what is everyone's final prediction here? Because I think we did have a slight mess up. For me, it is Nigh Horde, Zeke Nigh Horde, and Private Fiends, correct?
Fiends. Yeah, so I'm
out to be the weird one.
Yeah, you didn't go full Hawaiian. You didn't vote for the same team as us. We're very upset with Private today. I just want to let all the viewers know, you know, he looks way too good right now.
Why is he in Miami?
I don't know why he's in Miami. It's freaking nuts, man.
I'll tell you what, though. I'll tell you what. You know, I think regardless of who really comes out on the top, there's definitely going to be some pretty big shifts happening in the
Miami,
current standings
bro.
from this. Because I feel like the Nigh Hordes, they've been slowly making their way up the roster, and I think that the Fiends are actually holding the second place from what we saw. So with that being said, I think if Nigh Hordes do happen to take it over the Fiends today, I think it'll be huge in how it impacts the later on standings.
I think if Nigh Horde gets I think the big thing for Nigh Horde is like try to get the sweep here, right? If they can get the sweep here, it catapults them to 8 points. It denies Fiends anything, and that's where we're gonna see like a big change up. If Fiends lose and they get a point here, it kind of messes it up. But if Fiends like completely dominate Nigh Horde here, Nigh Horde is sitting at a very bad position, and there's not much more opportunity to climb up and possibly secure like a top 3 at that point.
I think the big story here is especially when it comes to predictions, even Yui who's usually at the bottom of the prediction pool is at the top, because anything has been going when it comes to these teams who have come in that we just don't know their kind of power level. Just yesterday, so many upsets, so many picks that nobody could have gone for, whether it's the BTK going over Gaimin Gladiators, whether it's the Nigh Horde over Devious Activity, and then even in week 1 with Area 77 getting a win over BTK. There is so much going on week after week with these teams. It's almost kind of impossible to guess some of their power levels.
So I think that you hit the nail on the head there. I do think that we're finally in a NACT where the teams are shifting. We're not seeing one team absolutely dominating every other team. I think we're in a position right now where it really could be any 2 teams going to the top. I mean, we can make our guesses.
I had to update
the Area 77 upset on BTK so early on, and then Nigh Horde being able to beat out DA. Again, we're seeing all of these shifts, and
that boy got
could go anywhere. But without further ado, let's get into the first game. Nigh Horde versus the Fiends.
Hype for it. Draft number 1, Private. It's definitely going to be a good one. We're already getting started. We're jumping quickly into it. Bands are on the field. We got the Claude. We have the Matilda. We
Where's
have
my
the
Hawaii shirt?
Nigh Horde.
I gotta go put on a Hawaii shirt, chat.
From the side of Fiends, and first pick gonna
be. Let me see if I got
Rats.
one.
Oh man, we got that juicy intro music when it comes to these drafts, keeping the suspense up there. I mean, Barat's being that tanky, he's got probably the highest win rate and pick rate here in North America, especially around the world. So you need to have a plan that will deal with him, that will cut down into that tankiness. But you have to, as you see here, pick up that Vexana, who is, even after the nerfs right now, still a force to be reckoned with.
I think it's just the CC. I think another good pick from here would be for Nigh Horde, maybe the Ruby. It combos so well with the Vexana. Kind of works wonder. They go for the CC though instead, which CC has also just kind of been a nominator. A great shredder for the Barats. Now Fiends getting 2 picks in response. And I still think taking the Ruby here, because we've seen it, man. You able to lock people up long enough, the Eternal Guardian comes down, it gets the big stomp. can definitely be a problem for teams.
I would say here probably picking up the carry just so that you don't have that counter out there. Oh, of course they're going to take out the export, which is it's in itself a decent counter for Barat.
Yeah.
So you're taking that off the table for Nigh Horde, and you're giving them very limited possibilities to be able to kind of counter this Barat.
And Fiends going for something we've seen them do before, actually picking up the Rafaela. I think week 1, day 2, or week 1, day 1, we saw them pick up the Raf.
What's
I
up,
feel
chat?
like we've seen it from them before.
Welcome to the beach.
We saw them pick it up against LEGACi, actually, with the Barats. Actually, they picked up the Ruby and the Gourd that time, but still,
I'm not a
like
bright
this is
color
something
type of guy.
uncommon for them.
I'm an all blacked out type of guy.
Kind of run into a couple different strategies, which we don't see that from that many teams. A lot of teams, it's like we hunker down on the one main plan, but we've seen Fiends really kind of change it up.
You did
multiple times.
not.
You pair up that Raf with the Exborg with the Barats. It is definitely already a vicious combo.
Let's
All they
cook.
need now is some big damage.
Yeah, and interesting fact about
Only one
Rafaela
chain
here
today,
in
though,
the
Chad. Only one
NACT,
chain
3
today.
picks and 100% win rate for her right now. So this could be
Can't flex
the
on them in
number, or it
Hawaii
could be
too
the
hard.
Continuation of that 100% win rate when it
I
comes
had
up
to
to
join.
it.
I had
We're
to
at the
join
second
the. I had to
Danny
join the
phase.
crew.
We
You
do
know.
see that we're starting to focus down on that mid position. We're going to take out the
Know what I
Navalia
mean?
for the side of Night Hordes, and I'm wondering what we're looking for on the side of Fiends to take off the board.
I feel like they want to kind of, I mean, they could go in a jungle. They could go full in a jungle here, maybe take out some utility options.
Now I need
Take out
like
something
a
the Fred, or
fucking
go into
like something
Roam,
with an
maybe take
umbrella
out
on it.
Minotaur, some of those options since they already have their Rafaela. Basha's solid. And on the side of Nigh Horde, do they go full? And we've seen Kohari pick up things like the Bruno before, so I don't think it's super viable trying to ban into gold lane here. Mid though, what could they ban out on mid? Harith Gold.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say Harith has been a big
Bro?
counter that we saw yesterday. Picked, I mean,
A
I don't
pina
think I've seen
colada?
Harith,
A
the
pina
week before,
colada?
but, yesterday,
A
Harith
Jack
had
on
been picked
ice?
up at least 4 times as a counter to the carry. So, I mean, that's a good
Sheesh.
ban there by the Night Horde, something that can kind of withstand the early game and kind of press.
That's what I'm
on
saying.
carry
A
in the
pina
early game,
colada.
which
Give
you
me
really
give
need
me a
to be
little
able to do.
umbrella.
Once you reach that late game, she's going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, there definitely needs to be an answer, but carry with
I like the Vegas vibe.
Kind of lacking front line.
Get a
They
coconut?
need something
Oh,
for
shit.
that. I think they need a utility
coconut?
jungler
Hell yeah.
here, because even Sleepy doesn't have. There's no real CC there, right? Yes, you have Shred. You have some zoning capabilities.
Pina colada.
But they need something to peel for R right now. They need something to kind of peel for that carry. Ruby still on the board could be a really viable option for the side of Night Horde here. I think that might be the pickup because you don't want Fiends to steal that away from you. They go for the Martis.
Yeah, a decent amount of early game, and then you've
Mimosa?
got the Mortal Coil that can dodge a lot of the CC. But I mean, we don't really have a ton of CC on the side of Fiends. You've
Get a
just got that
mimosa on the
big
table, eh?
tankiness, that shredding ability from Uneven on the Exborg. It's gonna be very interesting. And Kohari,
Martis?
goes for what you were
I
talking
haven't
about
seen
earlier,
Martis
goes for
actually
that
be
Bruno,
utilized a
that
lot in the
big
tournament.
burst, attack that he can do and dish out.
Yeah, still need a mage. Could pick up the Lilia here, maybe something like that. A good way to black shoes away from the Martis. A good way to black shoes out of danger.
The CC is gonna be
For the
mad
Valentina.
annoying.
And on the side of Night
I need to
Horde,
unlock
gotta close
CC
out
so
with
I can
a,
actually play her.
jungler still.
Or Rome, I believe, is
Rome,
what they're
yeah.
going to be looking for. Here, I mean, you still have the Tigreal out on the board. You still got the Minotaur out on the board. I want to say Minotaur might help a little bit because it can kind of clash with the healing that you're going to get from the Raphael out there as well.
Oh,
I mean, it's
I was like,
two
Terex's
viable
camera's like
options
bleeding
unless you're
over
gonna just be
into
going with a pure support. And that's really kind of on the Night Horde. The composition really kind of lends itself to either facet there.
I think something like the Minotaur works good. Something that can get group CC down when they want to try to group up around this Rafaela. Something to slow down the composition a little bit. But also, they still have to worry about.
I don't know if you caught it, but Trex's like camera is like bleeding over into privates.
Oh. Nigh Horde got crazy. So a lot of damage. Like, I just feel like Nigh Horde, like the composition is kind of Very risky. Very
It's blending.
all
It
in
does.
here.
It
Yes,
does
they
look like it's
do
blending.
have
I had to like
late
check it out.
game,
I was
they
like,
do
yo.
have early game.
I was like, how in the world?
But I
I'm like
think
right in the center.
them
I'm
not
like,
having,
why is
any big CC
this like
here
side
could
over
be a
here?
risk.
I was super
There's no way to
confused. I was
really
like,
slow
should
down
I be like
Fiends
right here? Like, is this the center
and
or
that's
is
kind of
this the
interesting thing. It
center?
almost kind of accomplishes the same but opposite thing that Rafaela accomplishes. Rafaela kind of wants the team to be close, to be able to kind of benefit from a lot of those heals, whereas on the side here,
Trek said, I can't wear
Malloy's
no
not
glasses
really
no more.
gonna need any of that. With the bloom, it's basically a global heal, so the team can be more spread
I don't know
out.
how
They're
me
free
and
to
Ritz
kind
are
of,
awake.
get away from the group. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how, I want to say, these kind of clashing compositions go into each other here.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping into game number 1. Take us in, Private.
Boy, it's going to be game 1, the Nigh Horde taking on the Fiends. I want to say this is kind of the battle for second place here in North America, and both teams looking for something to prove.
Both teams definitely looking for something to prove here.
Yeah.
Let's go a little bit into win cons up front.
Well, I'm a little
I think on
tired,
the
too.
Nigh Horde, they do have some early game possibilities here with
Just
the
a tad.
Marbles. And then we take a look at Fiends. We take a look at their mid side. Yes, they will have
It
some
is
quick
kinda hard to see
rotations,
the
but
game.
They are a bit on the squishier side. It's the same thing to the side of Nigh Horde with the Florin and with the Sayori, but with both junglers, I do feel like Nigh Horde has some more opportunity to maybe catch someone off in this laning phase. If Nigh Horde can land something, maybe at first turtle, maybe get a big decimation play, it could kind of tip the scales into their favor. Whereas when I look at Fiends, they're going to have a great mid-game power spike. Once Bruno gets online, gets a couple items in, the crit damage is going to start locking on, and it's going to be very troublesome for Florin and for Sayori.
Yeah, for me it's really interesting too, because Nigh Horde have Magic in a little bit of trouble here between 3 members. He's gonna have to expend.
Yeah,
that
I'm an
flicker
accountant.
very early here.
My day job is I'm an
Little bit of
accountant.
something, but both teams still not forcing anything at all. Taking out the flicker though from Magic, sending
I
them
work
back to
I
base
work for like
is
a
gonna be
major
big, though. This
corporation
is
and
what I'm
like
saying,
handle
Nigh Horde,
millions of dollars.
This is their time to shine in this laning phase. This is their time to try to make some plays happen.
I'm
Get a
working
little
on my
bit of an
master's
advantage,
degree
get
right
a
now in
little bit of a gold
accountancy.
lead, set themselves up for this first hurdle, and if they can do that, it puts them in a
State
wonderful
Farm.
position now. In the matchup, we are going to see Kohari have a little bit of range on the carry, have a little bit of an advantage kind of in the laning phase, but as that tips
Not the State
forward,
Farm.
it's going to be a bit more down to mechanics and who can kind of use their skills at the right time.
Yeah, and especially as we start moving into the mid game. Actually, now that
I feel
we're
like the
at
Bratz is
turtle
gonna
fight, I want to say Fiends doing a very good
be
job.
better
zoning
here.
out.
Oh, yeah, they got
just
him.
Really kind of good with taking his purple buff. Didn't really want that fight. His team wasn't in a great position.
Drop my
Made the smart
rate.
choice not to contest.
What time
Yes,
is
they
my
went up
casting
top, so they
schedule?
were
Martis,
down
I
a
don't
member,
cast,
Nigh Horde
brother.
down a member.
I do management and stuff for the NACT.
honestly, first, this
I
is
work
kinda felt like
behind the
this. We saw
scenes.
BTK, what, give up like 3
A lot of people
turtles
I
the
know
other
you
day,
guys have
receiving
wanted me to
that
cast.
bio
I know,
first
I'm
turtle,
sorry.
And I think it's starting to trend a little bit because even looking at the gold, there was not a huge difference.
I do
with
a lot of
them
international
losing that turtle.
casting.
They were still able to make it up elsewhere. They're able to be a little bit ahead in jungle farm, and now a little bit ahead into getting to this top side.
Yeah, and
I like
actually,
casting
my phone here
international
from the
teams, to be
Flay coming in
honest.
with a mortal coil,
Uh-oh.
trying to bring down Magic and catches him
Magic
with a
is
decimation. That's
caught.
gonna be a first blood going over to
Yo.
the Nigh Horde. Pro Destroy finds
Uh-oh.
Sayori on the
Little bit
side.
of a
He's gonna go ahead and
follow-up.
Get that stun. Is that gonna be
Sayori
enough? Sayori
got
with
out,
the
what?
flicker and
Yo,
here's the front
and then he
over
comes
through
back
the
and
best he
dies.
can,
What are
but
you
it is not
doing?
gonna be enough as Sayori still goes
Yo,
down
he
the
got a
line. And
double
Trouble
kill.
Gets taken down by Pro Destroy.
What?
Finds a kill onto him. Oh, my
Yo.
foe might be in a little
Someone
trouble
stop
against
this
Turubani.
man.
Oh, I guess not. Is going to be able to find himself an escape. 2-2.
Yeah, I don't
for both
cast
teams.
in A right
Wait a
now.
second. My foe, why did
I
I cast a lot of the amateur tournaments, but not the NACT.
Oh,
shit.
Is it going to be enough? I'm not even sure. Sayori finds the kill. onto
Yo, what
Kalahari.
is going
Magic, a
on
kill
here?
onto Oh my foe. They are just trading back and forth.
They were just
here.
fighting.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit real quick because Sayori did not have to die on the
What up,
first
Cold?
death. Literally walks back
What's
into
up?
the range of the blast
Welcome,
range of
welcome to the
stomps from
Hawaii
Bratz.
party.
Was able to flicker away and could have probably gotten away safely. Walks back in
Casters
range, taken
didn't
out
let
by
me know
Pro
that they were,
Destroy.
you know, doing
My
a
Foe gets
theme.
great play going the 2-1-2. And then even at the end, they're able to hit the decimation just in time and gets the kill for kill there. Luckily, Sayori does end up picking up a kill at the end there, which is huge because after taking the death, you get a little bit set behind. So still kind of a standstill. Nigh Horde, though, is ahead a few hundred gold. Nothing too major, but this is going to be the big game changer, I think, this turtle.
Yeah, we're actually down to about 10%. Out comes the Holy Baptism to stun him down. Pro Destroy picks it up, and the Night Horde gonna go ahead and disengage.
Jesus Christ, they are just fighting.
Taken on by Kohari, who is gonna back off. Actually, uncharacteristic of Kohari there.
Yeah,
Uncharacteristic.
He dashed in. He was like, "Oh, let's do this. Come on, 1v1 me, bro. 1v1 me, bro." Always ready to go for it. That's why I've been calling him Kohari the Brave. The man is not scared at all. Now R.
Uh-oh.
Wow, they're going to go ahead and dive in there. Momoy able to fend it off with 2 other members of the Night Horde. Just about half of the gold taken off there.
Yeah,
before
Cold,
the
if you would have seen,
from the top
you should
tower.
rewind and see what the
When you put
casters
magic
look
on
like.
Something, a little bit of action.
Rewind and
Nothing
look
too
what the
major. Top
casters
left
look like.
people on
I had to show up to the party a little
Yeah, Holy
late.
Baptism is out. You see the terrified on Sayori. Who's gonna try to
Yo,
flicker out.
Sayori's
Taking a
always
heap of
1
damage
HP.
from Kohari. That is 3 members, Magic and Chirobami in.
They stole one more.
Damage on, but they are not going to be able to catch up. And this might be a tower for the Fiends.
Listen, first of all, Magic has been landing those Holy Baptisms back to back to back. At the last turtle fight, it was huge. Pretty much one of the things that got them that first turtle. Now you put him up on the top side, it's landing them again. And Kohari, anytime he has this supportive roam with him, we saw it game 1 or 2 against on week 1 when they had the Angela on the Claude. And Kohari was a menace.
Let me make
exactly the same thing, but still.
let me make an
once he goes, he's got a
Instagram
little bit of
post real
heal,
fast.
a little bit of a speed boost, a little bit. He can push just a little bit farther than what he normally does. He feels comfortable diving under those towers. He feels comfortable making those crazy engages, and he's really able to push his limits.
Yeah, you can see here right now, Momoy in a little bit of trouble here. That bloom has been processed out. R gets chunked down by Kohari. Oh, my foe tries to sneak in through
What's
the
up, everybody? We're here with the live NACT watch party. Come check it out.
Kohari finds a tower at the bottom.
Let's
now
go.
A 6-4 lead for
What's the
the
stuff
Fiends.
going on here?
Yeah, Fiends are
Killing
putting
it here.
chokehold right
They
now.
got the
They've cut off
doggo.
2 towers.
Gonna be sleeping.
Did it very cleanly, pushing everyone back. Night Horde unable to make a way in. The heal from Magic and just the sustainability plus damage from Protosaur. And hold on, Kohari.
Kohari dives deep in there with another tower and still finds the kill onto Sleepy.
Kohari is not scared of enemy territory. Kohari is not worried about anybody. He is him right now. Teams are going to be looking to pick this guy up next season. This guy is just a menace right now. I mean, and he's able to do it all. He's able to do it without falling down.
Yeah, I mean, and just look at how much forward he's kind of
Fiends is so
here.
aggressive.
He had
The
a
Fiends,
tank
bro.
with him right now, but we can take a look at this equipment before this fight starts.
Already got a 2,000 gold lead. He's got
All
the
right, we back
Hot
in
Claws,
the
he's got
game.
Berserker's Fury. He's making
the
his way into the next
sunglasses
one. I
meta,
mean,
yeah.
The man is just so far ahead. Luckily, jungles.
Are you
aren't too
preferred
far
work in the
apart.
behind the scenes and the
Taking a
casting?
look at the mid lane, the 2 major damage dealers on Fiends are the ones who have.
I like
this
working
huge
behind the
4K
scenes
gold
because
lead.
it guarantees me invitation out to Vegas.
As in the background, Pro Destroyer doing a great job of zoning
Uh-oh.
out the entirety of
Jesus.
the Night Horde, trying to bring down this tower.
Yo, they're
but
just gonna
not
let
be
him
able to
go?
do it just
Oh,
yet.
my
Pro
foe.
Destroyer, oh, my foe on the side here, looking to put some damage on, looking for an opportunity for that decimation. but
Yo,
is not
what a
gonna be able
long
to
fight
find
for
it.
not too much out of it yet.
And Fiends are just their front line.
Fiends
look at
is
Pro
just
Destroyer and you look at now the
aggressive.
X-Borg as well, uneven on this X-Borg. Night Horde is just having so much trouble dealing with that front wall. And anytime they do any damage, it's just too much. And taking a look at this replay, Pro Destroy makes the initial engage. They cut off the tower once again. We do see Night Horde try to come in and help out, but the burst damage is just way too much.
Oh, that was a good replay.
Kohari chunking down
Took out
Sayori.
2 of them right there.
Nobody can withstand that. And we take a look at Night Horde. They have no way to get into that back line. They have no big diver. They have nobody that can make it to the backside. Even Oh My Foe, maybe he can find an angle, but they gave up going for like a big divey EXP laner and picked up the CC, and now there's just no option.
I want to say too, the first few items from Pro Destroyer, he didn't
Said
even
someone's
pick up
gonna
magic
definitely go
defense.
to
That's because
Saudi.
he's
We'll
out-leveling
find out.
Sayori on this mage so much that the magic damage that's actually being put out by him isn't even enough. You can see there's like no magic defense except
He's on
for
his
the
third
boots
one.
onto him.
He's now he's got Dreadnought. Like goes into Blade Armor, goes into Brute Force, picks up the Dreadnought. I mean, he literally has 0 magic defense right now. He does get a lot.
Absolutely
from his passive,
crazy.
yes, I mean your point is
Everybody
very,
liked the
very clear
vibe
there.
though.
You can see here on the side, Sayori does get terrified.
I had to go change my shirt and throw on some sunglasses.
It is not. Oh, my foe answers back.
I did.
Does look for a mortal coil. This might be it for Pro Destroy as R picks up the kill there as well. Off screen, though, Kahari finds himself a tower.
All right, so Nigh Horde finds a little bit of something there. Able to kind of, I mean, they're still at a big deficit, but they're showing that they still can fight. And that's going to be important here because Fiends is being super aggressive. And Nigh Horde needs to be like, just to let you guys know, you don't have the game just yet.
Yeah, you can see here the uneven trying to back off here from Oh My Foes. You're gonna have to try to mortal coil himself away, looking for the decimation, getting slowed down. He is not able to find it. Oh My Foe gets taken down while up at the top. Kohari doing Kohari.
Yo, this is just
checking bushes. He doesn't care.
a Kohari thing.
There, pushing at the top.
ETK's not until the second to last match
right now. I think Nigh Horde really needed something to kind of cause some disruption, kind of stop Fiends, like I said, from moving around. Fiends are just
it's in the description of my stream if you want to see the schedule.
Some of the small mistakes that Nigh Horde's making, foe going a little too deep. He just misclicked that last decimation. We're starting to see some of the problems bubble up.
Yeah, and you can see here the damage dealt Kohari.
The casters were wearing sunglasses, bro. So I had to rock a vibe today, Chad. I had to rock, yeah. I had to throw on my Ray-Bans, you know.
Can do. Sayori trying to do the best they can, zoning them out with a little bit of that magic damage, but it's still not enough to save that tower.
I will say this with CC and
I look cool. Thank you.
Fiends do have some, I mean, Nigh Horde do have some possibilities to kind of
wait till you see the casters again. You'll understand why.
Out of the base for the time being. Unless
you'll understand why.
way too deep and gets taken out. Kohari just unloading right now.
Yeah, even with the mortal coil, Oh My Foe charges in with the mortal coil, gets himself back out of harm's way, still almost knocked down to 10%.
Oh my,
that's just the
dude,
damage.
the damage.
Here. You can see it every single
time. Those soccer balls are no joke.
Night Horde has to back up.
No, and it feels like Churobami is landing the better Eternal Guardians.
Everybody throw your Ray-Bans on. You're the Ray-Ban crew.
Has the Vexana right now.
He's a great man. Why didn't he join earlier?
Wait a second, a little bit
I actually don't know why. I don't know. This year was the only time I've heard.
Seeing an escape from Oh My.
This is the first time I've heard of Zeke this year.
Still had that flicker up.
I've only known him for a couple months.
Really kind of pushing out. I'm wondering, like they're playing. For how passive they're playing, I still feel like it's a little too aggressive. At any point, I feel like Fiends just needs like one big play, and a lot of them are going to get shredded down. If Kohari gets more than 3 hits off consecutively, anyone's dead. Maybe 2 people are dead off just 3 hits. I mean, he's definitely just so much damage. Nigh Horde have to play this game slow. They need to kind of look for end game right now. Taking a look at some of the items, we're waiting to see when R is going to get online. He does have the
I have a pre
items in. He went a little defensive with the Thunder Belt. I think at this point, does he just go for the Trinity, right? Does he go for a bit more speed here?
I have a pre-regular season interview with
Fiends.
Fiends.
He's in this weird spot because the damage from Kohari is out of this world. So it's like, do we
maybe
put another defensive
They said I haven't like posted or anything. I still have it recorded. I just haven't had time to edit it.
A hard choice to make, especially because
but they said they're just like a group of friends that got together and they just synergize really well together, and they just
right now.
This is what's happened.
When you do pick a carry,
I was like, okay,
you don't really have a front line to be able to defend.
Oh,
carry.
all
He
right.
does have a shorter range than most marksmen. Now we're charging here into mid. Oh My Foe taking a heap of damage down. You do have the last insanity chasing them down is gonna back up.
It's definitely a crazy match, bro. Fiends is dominating this season.
More high ground up at the top left for the side of Night Horde.
Dominating. They're just gonna end here? Are they're gonna end?
Sniping them right now. Flickers back.
Yo, the execution by Fiends. GG's.
One game away from another notch on the belt for Fiends right now. They're taking down the NACT one team at a time, taking us by storm. Nigh Horde gotta find an answer, Private.
Yeah, I mean, what a game by them too. You can see here, KDA here, 11-6.
Fiends are just so they're so well executed.
If Kohari would be able to dial it back if his team got behind, but Fiends never got behind, so he was allowed to let loose with the courageous play style he has right in front, putting on the damage, and there was nothing the Nigh Horde could do.
And Kohari once again just kind of stealing the show there, but I don't think Kohari would have been able to do what he did without Magic there, without that support roam. Even in the early game, he was able to just really keep R at bay, pushing him under the tower, getting that early game under the tower dive kill. Those are the type of things that were huge in the early phases. We take a look at some of these stats, even towards, I mean, from beginning to end, Fiends just controlled the game. Nigh Horde was never able to take a single turtle. Yes, the first one is like, okay, maybe, but you get into second and third, there starts to be a problem, especially when the gold starts escaping you. Taking a look at some of the items, Kohari just gets the Berserkers in, gets the Malefic Roar in, Endless Battle, Hawes Claws, never even, maybe sold boots at the end there, or never even.
So I was organizing my clips.
To sell them, I couldn't remember. I think he had them in the beginning.
Still pick Nigh Horde for the win.
Them just to get more damage because
11-6, man.
From Magic, right? You have
my foe's been having a little bit of a tough time, but maybe reverse sweep.
Kohari, rich guy, Kohari, carry, and this is why I've been hyping this man up.
Reverse sweep.
Yeah, and then you see even Oh My Foe with the Mortal Coil that usually
Sayori is a girl.
Why
biting her nails?
CC'd, tries to go in to get out, and Kohari punished him every single time there. Team fight participation.
Kohari is just crazy in the gold lane.
The highest on his team, which meant he didn't
Yo, Ico just joined. How's the first match going? Hey, it's already in a great domination by Fiends. Nigh Horde down one again
on Nigh Hordes. Oh My Foe 100%. He had a point in every single kill.
You just dude, I've read all of solo leveling.
The rest of the team, because it did feel like Oh My Foe was kind of reaching out a little
solo
bit
leveling
times alone.
Insanely good anime. Insanely good.
It was for the reason of clearing out those waves when they were coming into the towers, but even we saw the big death on him in the early game, kind of going a little bit too far, going for uneven, getting kind of outplayed there, slowed down, and then taken out. There was too many times he was just trying to solo queue the game.
Yeah, and the big thing here is the Barats with a healer. I mean, there is
Fiend my team? Nah, Nigh Horde and Fiends are Sherry's.
Can basically just enforce
Sherry's
what we were talking
team.
about him. He didn't even buy Magic defense, which is usually one of the bigger, I want to say, counters for the Barats, is he doesn't really come stock with that Magic defense on his kit. But when you're so ahead and you have the counterpart with the Raphael always topping you up as you're charging in, I mean, there was very little that the Nigh Horde could do throughout the process of these games.
The top up is definitely vicious. So we're going to be taking a look at some of the replays coming in, checking them out, because I think there's a lot of things to point out here. And this is about 6 minutes into the game. This is one of the big moments that Fiends really
drop of the $2 dono. All some brownies. I like brownies.
Sayori's health bar just instantly get melted
I like
down.
brownies.
Was able to get down the Eternal Guardian.
Get some W's in the chat for the dono.
And that's one of the problems that we see sometimes with the Vexana. You do have to get close, and if
you said Private should take a vacation away from ML and come back.
Problem. This is very soon after that. Pro Destroy.
BTK plays round 3.
This is where we start to see the damage lacking on the side of Nigh Horde.
Got Kizzy and Stella in the house.
To kind of be in their face, any single one of their members, and as you mentioned, the top off from Magic just lets them push their limits even
that boy
more. And
Private put his glasses on his forehead. I don't think my forehead can support that.
Hit the gas.
Wow, that hurts.
You add that
like
up with
pulled my hair.
let them do it even more. It's a problem.
Yeah,
nah,
you saw Pro Destroy there,
I don't. My forehead's not built like that.
Still able to get away with Magic closing the distance, topping him off. Then he ushers himself away. Just it was a great balance from.
I was massively surprised that BTK won, but it's awesome to see BTK win.
Didn't really have a front line, the Nigh Horde, which meant that a few of the heroes.
I thought statistically wise, GG was gonna beat him, but then BTK, I don't know what the hell they did. They just flipped a switch. God damn.
To be able to actually really unload a lot of that
My
damage.
forehead is
And,
definitely
I mean,
not built like that.
The Fiends, I mean, showing why they are tied for first place right now.
I mean, they're just.
Here we go with the
continuously-
glazing.
again, I don't think it's only just the fact that they're playing well. It's
My
when it
soul-
comes
my
down to
forehead does
drafts, they have a
support
plan
that.
in mind. They're willing to really pull out that plan. And speaking of drafts, we're going to be jumping in to the second draft of this series. Fiends.
His
on the
camera's
red
still
side this
bleeding.
time. Nigh Horde will have first pick. They're going to take out the Vexana first. Already kind of switching things up a little bit. And they had the Vexana last time, but I think they want to try to prio something else.
Yeah,
You can't-
very
oh,
interesting,
there- his glasses
I'm wondering
disappeared.
If we're gonna kind of keep out that Barat. We've already seen
The
how strong
time
it is.
travel
it's not like
turbulence?
this
What the
match, just
fuck?
all
What are you
around,
smoking?
Around the world right now, Barat's so strong. And that's even without a support hero to
I
kind
think what BTK really did last game was like they focused on killing chicken, and once chicken fell, it was like GG's.
Matilda, and he is just going to be a truck that needs to have an answer.
I don't know. I don't even know what my thoughts would be. I haven't even heard of it.
Now all the picks that they picked last game. It's like, listen, this didn't work. We're gonna get rid of it. This one didn't work for us. We're gonna get rid of that. Which I get it because they still are strong picks. Like Vexana has been probably one of the most picked mages we've seen. One of the most at least upfront picked mages. CC also has been a monster. And for the first time, I feel like both of these bans seem pretty meta. The Fermis has been kind of hit or miss on the first ban list. Just kind of depends on the teams. But when it comes down to Matilda, CC, Vex, Nolan,
You said
all these
Kookmon was
things are
salty?
pretty usual.
Why,
Ruby
'cause
was
GG
not picked
lost?
last game, which I was a little surprised about, but is still open.
How much do the
Still
thug
opportunity
shaker?
there. Barat's still open.
It
which has
is
been very
250.
trial for a lot of
250,
teams.
chat.
So it comes down to Fiends. Do they want to ban one of those two things? Do they want to leave
You're
those things
so
open?
cooked.
Arlot also still open.
She was shit talking basic and Zane.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really interesting too, but you only have one pick, so you kind of open it up to be counter on the side. And Arla can be banned now, so which means you have Prime picking for that Barat, possibly for the Ruby if you want to pick it up. I have a feeling we're going to be answering with a Barat.
I had to speed up the stream.
Possibly answered with a Ruby.
Why does no one
on the
use
side of
LEGACi in the
things.
tournament?
I don't
know.
I
That's a
guess
good
Ruby the
question.
whole time last game, and neither team's picked them, so it's like I'm not even putting that one on the list right now. And I think that's why the favor for Nigh Horde is most likely the Barats. But Nigh Horde, last game they did draft a little. Like just out of the ordinary. The Florin pick was kind of like the last cherry on top of like, let's get different here. So I don't want to count them out for this game exactly. I feel like if they just kind of get back to the usual, there's a lot of possibilities. Fiends now, first pick. Now, even though they may not pick the Ruby, I do think it could be solid here. It can help zone
The
away.
Angela, okay.
They'll probably pick up the Claude here.
The Angela's
Just
been
secure
like
Claude,
coming
just
up
make sure
real
Kohar's
quick.
good like maybe not Claude, maybe they go for the carry.
Can I bug
just
you?
get in Churro and get in Kohari very cleanly right up front. It seems to be their magic combo right there. I mean, get in magic and get in
Crying
Kohari
because
right
of
up front.
Hoon?
Yeah, that's
Damn.
going to be very interesting for me too. You've also got the X-Borg that can kind of come in there, help
Yeah,
shred
it was
down
like-
Oh My Foe on that Barats. I do agree.
You don't want to
I mean,
let them get
especially
the
when it
Angela
comes
and
to
the
strengths
Bratz
for
combo.
Fiends, Marksman Kohari has been up there, so I would want to secure something for him first. We're going to see, they go ahead, pick up that Claude. A good call there, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, well, they did the same thing on week 1, and it's just been, that's like a like we saw that combo, that was the combo that beat DA. That was the combo that beat DA in the one game. So we've seen the possibilities from it. Nigh Horde going to pick up the export for themselves. Do they go maybe Mage here?
There's something about
Maybe
private.
Valentina here.
It's like a teddy bear, right?
There we go. Now we're getting down to the basics. But they
Raph
are
or
a
Estes,
quality
yeah. Anything
lineup.
that gives you the
And
movement speed.
That Claude Angelo combo looks scary against those bulky buds right there.
I'm more of a black and white type of guy, you know.
They learned
I'm not
maybe a little too well. We're
not-
overcompensated. Like, okay, we didn't have any tankiness.
Not a
Now we're
type
gonna
of,
go all tankiness into this lineup, at least until the first half of this draft. And I want to say we got a decent amount of mobility and early.
I don't have too many like flashy bright clothes.
Lasts, for them, as they're going to be very mobile around the
That
map.
boy said,
at
"Good
least for
answer,
these first 3 games.
GW."
Carry ban here for the end just to kind of stop Nana. Nana's been like this weird pick, right? Like we saw.
What's
Super
today's
Proud at the
theme? The
beginning, and now
beach
it's
set?
kinda
Yeah,
not as
we're on the
proud.
beach,
I haven't
chat.
seen it as proud overseas.
We're on the
as it has been
beach.
here. There's
Trax
always,
and
like, the
Private had to
fear
take
of
their
it there.
glasses off though, so they're
Yeah, on
not
the side
they're
of
not
Nana, still need
real
a
committed.
mid-lane. I still think Lilia could be a possibility. The Novaria
How do you feel
is
that
still
the top
open
4
as
teams
well
have
for
BTK
Nigh Horde.
members carrying?
Kind of got forgotten about.
That's-
so I
that's
think that
a-
could be a possible pick though. There
that's
is the dive
fucking
that they
pretty
have to worry about
funny.
from Kohari. Fiend's gonna need an EXP laner though here.
I feel like a lot of teams are just switching players back and forth, you know, to see who has the best energy.
She's trash.
Really like her,
Apparently
so
she's garbage.
It looks cool.
Garbage,
that's
bro.
last week's pick there. For
Am
the
I
XP
blind?
lane. Ooh,
No.
Fredrin pick up. That's probably going to be slotted in the jungle.
Saw
lane
it.
there. That's going to be helping
Come here
Fiends to be able to kind of withstand that dance for the turtle, for the objectives and the lords.
And now we need Nigh Horde. They still need Mage. There's an Novaria pick, and they need a gold laner. Probably the carry, right? I mean, it might. I feel like that's your late game scale. You have a front line this time. I know there's probably some like
The glasses emoji
that
in the
carry did not
chat.
feel good last game, but it is like one of the most meta gold laners right now. I mean, they could go a little.
You wanted
crazier,
someone to
but I
use
think
Zoss,
that's
dude.
probably
I was getting blasted by
and
Zoss
plus the
last
lineup
night,
is
man.
completely
Maybe I
different.
should
You have
bring
the
back my
composition
Zoss
of sports
days.
carry that can be in front of
Zoss
carry
was so
while
damn
and
annoying.
CC while she's in the back doing the damage. But we're gonna go for the Ixia.
Hey,
pickup.
Ico, when is our
Interesting.
next
And
sleep
I do wanna
call?
say Ixia does fit in here, especially
Sleep
with the front
call.
line. She can sit in the
Blasted
back,
by Zass,
take,
dude. I was getting
put out a
blasted.
heck of a lot of damage with that.
I was
full
getting
barrage.
blasted,
You have range.
bro.
You have this nice front to back composition from Nigh Horde right now. And I was just about to say, what Fiends need now is a diver other than just Kohari, and that is the answer, right? And I was thinking maybe
Big ups,
like
Ico. Hey,
Raw
appreciate
Brew,
it,
'cause
man.
we've seen stuff like
Vibe
that.
in my chat's
We've
always
seen the
always
Yazan
lit.
a few times. The only one who's like really done it amazingly. We
Sometimes
saw
it gets a little
Yellow do it
hostile, but
last
it's
night
okay.
very
We calm
well.
him down.
But this time I do feel like it fits good here because you have a lot of peel. You have the Daytona's Welcome. You have the Minoan's Fury. You have the
BTK fans
knockup
have
from
never
Minotaur.
disappeared, but BTK
and
has
uneven
4 to
is
5
not-
times
he's
more fans than
completely
GG.
unstressed by
That's
that. It's just
true.
Black Dragon. We just fly right over you, man. We fly right over you. And
I
get
do
to the
feel
back
like
line.
we
And you
looked at
pair
a lot
that
of
up with
the
Kohari
views
as
and
well,
stuff.
And Magic has plenty of choices.
And
for the hard
it's
guard.
definitely just BTK and GG
It's definitely
games
clean
that
from
get the
Fiends.
most
Both
views.
compositions look good.
Unorthodox.
I think a lot of it's just going to come down to who can kind of.
I'm gonna use the
outplay
word
other this time. I
blasted
don't
on my
feel like
vocabulary
I'm
more.
questioning either team's composition this game.
He came out
Yeah, I
blasting,
would say
bro.
Maybe the front line is lacking
Like,
just a
dude.
bit for the
Dude
Fiends,
was
but make up
blasting
for that
me.
with a decent amount of backline dive. And I do want to say, I think it's gonna
Unorthodox
come down to the
blasting.
initiations by Momoy on this,
Flabbergasted.
this Minotaur, or is it going to be Churubami with the IMU? I'm assuming we're going
Damn.
to probably be going for the Minoan Fury
The
to
chat.
get this set on
Alright.
the entire team. We're going to see. I mean, it's going to depend on how these engagements kind of start for both of them.
I think one.
I
thing
don't
that
know. I
Nightmare
like
has to
both
worry
drafts
about
here.
Before I get to that, we'll let you bring us into the game, though, Private.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Blabber
this is going to
blasted.
be game 2. Fiends fighting to
That's hella
secure
funny.
their first place against the Nigh Horde, and Nigh Horde looking to take this
Thoughts
to
on
a
the
game
N-word?
3.
I
Yeah,
grew
I
up in the
mean,
hood, so
It's match point for Fiends right now. They got the knife and the belt out.
I've heard it a
ready to
lot.
lock in the notch, ready to put another NAC team in the grave.
Flabbergasted.
So grab your hammers, grab your nails, because we're trying to put the last one in the coffin right now. Nigh Horde, though, heavily invested in
Not the N. What is that? What is that letter?
Late mid at least. It's going to be at least 2 or 3 items, like really honestly 3 items till all.
why are you guys crying in the chat?
And what I want to see from Nigh Horde, they have to know what's coming, right? They have to know that Kohari is going to be a problem.
Whole
and
world.
hopefully, if they want to try to meet their win cons here, they're going to try to gank that gold lane. They're going to try to put pressure on Kohari, which is going to be tough because you have that heart guard. But still,
Crying's
I think that is gonna be
crazy.
big for
Hey,
them.
so is
On the
blasting.
side of Fiends, they just need to play this normally. They're going to hit
Milo
a
in
nice,
the
a nice
chat.
level 6 level. I mean, they're going to hit a nice 6 minute, 7 minute spike.
What are you thinking,
They
Sherry?
can kind of play this game however they want to. and feel pretty good about it. There's nothing they're very locked into. They have some nice mid-game engages. They have nice turtle pick control. They have some of those options, and if Kohari just is able to free farm, it's going to be a problem.
Ooh, Black Dragon is out uneven, trying
Let's
to
see how they do this game.
Of Nigh Horde. Pro Destroy is going to find himself a turtle, and now they have set their sights on to Sleepy, who's going to be able to find himself. Ooh, Magic finds a kill onto
my
R.
God. That's
Oh,
it.
look, Magic got a
over.
kill already.
All win cons for Nigh Horde are done. There's the beginning of the problem. Level 4 locks
No
in.
Dez, no
And
Dez.
here's the thing,
He
Nigh Horde doesn't
I
even
think he took
make
the
up
day
for it.
off.
They lose the turtle and they lose a gold lane pick. It feels like Omifo is just a little late to the game repetitively. The team is just a little too split up. All of Nigh Horde just kind of feels on. They're all kind of doing different things right now. I don't know if it's comms, I don't know what it is, but they don't really feel like a unit. To whereas Fiends, every time they make a play happen, everyone's
you
on
guys got
point.
for
It's like, all right,
MVP,
you guys are the
chat?
Turtle. I'm gonna Hardcard Kohari.
Who you guys
We're gonna
got?
double. We're gonna attack from two
You guys think
sides
it's
here.
Magic, or you guys think
They
it's
just seem
Kohari?
Very locked in right now.
Well, it's where they're kind of setting their eggs and their basket is they're losing those fights
Kohari?
and then losing another fight. It's just I want to say Fiends is just doing a better job of being able to kind of hit 2 points at once and still be successful, where most teams would kind of find themselves kind of watered
Boy,
down
super
because they're
aggressive.
split off too much.
All right. I take back
We
what I
make
said a little bit.
me and
They
Sherry
do
make the
still have
decision on
Sayori. They do still have
MVP.
late game
So
possibilities.
you guys
But
want a
R
chance to
definitely can't take another death, which is very close to
give your
happening on the
give your
bot side right
thoughts.
now.
You know, I can you can
Fiends
sway
have
me a
also
little
been
bit.
so well at doing this split engage onto these off lanes. Whenever they have a target and the target's like, all right, we're gonna try to take tier 3. Whoa!
Sure. Ooh.
Bomby finds
Magic somehow
the
got out.
IMU last insanity to pick up the kill onto Sayori. Nowhere is safe on this bottom lane for Nigh Horde.
Nigh Horde's not ready, man. They're not ready. They did not eat their
Sayori?
Cheerios today. I mean, they're just Fiends are just all.
I think it's gonna
over
be
them
between
right now.
Magic
They
or
continue to-
Kohari.
Like I was saying, they continue the same thing. When they want to go for bot, they attack at a full, like, one of them takes that mid route, one of them takes the other route right below the tower, and the other ones come from the actual lane. And they just attack.
Fiends are just so
all
aggressive.
lanes. Yes, the entire lane, exactly.
Which is absolutely insane because, like, there's nowhere for you to be able to run.
Chicken
R up
versus
here
the
in front.
goat.
There are two hiding in the bush. Oh, you see Kohari does spray a little bit down. He's not afraid. He knows he still has that heart guard. Actually, he's going to be able to use that BMI to get himself back. Oh, my fro from the side. Churubami comes in with a little bit of a
Oh,
frightened Sayori comes in, puts the
Kohari!
vision
He
on
plays
Kohari.
into it, and
Oh,
but he
gets
died!
taken down there. R finds a kill on them, so maybe
Yo, look at Kohari. He's like shaking now.
Nigh Horde needed that. They needed that kill bad. And especially it's good that it went into the hands of R because he needed it bad as well. Now Nigh Horde hitting the engage.
Ooh.
Yeah, Churubami a little bit of problems
holding
here
out.
as we have 4 members actually able to defend
I feel like the
this
towers
tower
are too tiny.
against 4 members of Nigh Horde. Maybe a little bit of a misplay.
Ooh.
They didn't have
Watch
the
for the
minions
sandwich.
there just yet to be able to. We have a little bit of a play here. Oh, my foe.
The
in
jump.
trouble. Down low. A big
Get
combo
ganked
onto
in the
Fiends. Is it gonna
jungle,
be enough
baby.
to save them? Pro Destroy finds a kill onto Oh My Foe. Sleepy finds
Oh, they're
one
gonna get
onto
more?
Magic. We are exchanging, but still
Nope.
2-5 in favor of the Fiends.
That was a good
Uneven
engage.
Played that so perfectly too. Immediately locks onto R, pushes R away. Because for a second I was like, all right, Fiends just made a big play, but then the Minoan's Fury comes from Amoy, and you think there's some possibilities from maybe a full barrage to happen, but R is forced to flicker back, forced to get under the tower to safety because Uneven just locks on, man, and bites down, does not let go, and that's what really puts the fight into the hands of into the hands of Fiends there. So now it's 5-2, 3,000 gold lead for Fiends. They're feeling good. They're still keeping up the aggressive, and they don't only win that fight, but they take a tower up top.
Yeah, and Kohari very quickly changes himself to the top lane, finding himself success. Didn't even take the bottom tower, but decided to quickly go into top, finds himself a
Damn,
tower
tower
there,
already
and
down,
now
yeah.
we are looking at about a 2.5k gold lead for the sides of Fiends.
And Nigh
Oh
Horde
snap!
gonna try to
Look
look
at
for
the
an answer
assault.
here.
Blazing duet.
Kahari with the blazing duet
get him on
does get
belly.
chopped up by the Detona's welcome. Is it going to be enough? He getting bursted down. Kohari
Yo,
gets taken down by
Kohari, no.
Finds a kill onto Momoy. Pro destroy.
A 1-for-1.
Doing a great job zoning out the rest of.
Will they take the turtle?
And you can see
They're still going full.
Oh, my foe in trouble. Gets taken down by.
Oh, the Black Dragon.
Black Dragon is out looking for R. Is he going to be able to put him down? Oh my
Uneven,
God.
no.
Uneven. And he
Yo, this is a battle.
Next, all the while the turtle being taken down by Pro Destroy.
My man, Oh My Foe, got the 2-for-1 special right there.
The 2-for-1 special.
2 members able to get the kill, but had to pay for it with his life. Now, we are starting to see R do a bit more damage. Like, we're seeing the possibilities, and Nigh Hordes are getting a kill back here and there, which, when you're behind, a trade is not exactly bad. The big problem is, though, is Fiends aren't only taking fights, they're playing the macro game as well. Kohari is going back and forth, lane to lane.
Kohari's not doing too well this game, chat.
Pressure everywhere, and it just feels like Nigh Horde are the responders. They're the
He's gonna watch Doom,
they're
too?
showing up when there's trouble.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem here. And I want to say, too, on the other side of Fiends, I mean, Kohari is being a bit aggressive. He's 0-2 right now. You'd never think he was with the way he's playing.
Sure, Bobby's actually doing really good this time around. Oh, Pro Destroy getting
sprayed right
pulled.
now. You see the Heart Guard ready to launch on, and there it is for the secure and the save on to that Barat.
Yeah, so Oh My Foe able to protect the orange buff. Fiends, you know, Pro Destroy wanted to maybe push a little bit, see what kind of information he could get. They're gonna try to make a play onto this mid tower now.
Ooh, and deep into the back lines, Kohari with the
Damn.
blazing duet chunking.
Yo, the drag to
down.
uneven was deep in there.
Back, and it wasn't enough. They weren't able to get
What?
the
They lost
mid-tower. A little
2
bit of a
Fiends.
misplay by
Nigh Horde kind of
Fiends.
clapping back right now.
So this is the point that Fiends maybe needs to hit the brakes a little bit. We talked about it when the game
Oh,
first
God.
started. Nigh Horde, they're not going to hit that power spike until kind of late mid-game, you know, 9, 10, 11 minutes, and they're getting to that point now. R's got 3 kills. Oh, another one possibly.
No,
That might be it for
Churubombe!
Oh, even with the Hearts Guard, not enough to save him.
Yo,
Ari finds
Nigh
the
Horde is
kill,
clapping
and that's
back.
gonna be a mid-tower down. Oh, My Foe gonna put the last and
Yo.
finishing touches on there, and now setting their sights solely onto this Lord Kohari. Fearless, kind of gonna show his face there. Wants to make sure that they know he's there. Is he? Oh, he actually goes back a little bit early. Half health onto this Lord. The rest of the team coming in. Are they gonna be able to
Destroy?
put any damage?
Oh,
onto
got
it.
it.
Oh, My Foe finds
Pro
the
Destroy's
Lord,
dead?
and Pro Destroy in trouble, getting
Nigh
taken down.
Horde?
Barrage helping
Yo.
to put down the suppressive fire as the rest of Fiends back up.
Yo, Nigh
What
Horde's
did
clapping
Fiends
back
think
this
was
time
gonna
around,
happen
chat.
there? They just walked in, man. They didn't even we're not looking for angles. Pro Destroy's like, I'm just gonna walk right into this Lord pit and hit the retry button.
Why are we talking about Zane? This chicken versus the goat.
This is where the fearless part of Kohari and the rest of the team, the brave, kind
I
of
love how the chat's like all
because even
BTK.
when they're behind,
While
they still make some of
Nigh
those
Horde
crazy
versus
plays, which it
Fiends
works
going on.
well when they're in the lead. But now we need to see them really develop as a team. We need to see them really kind of pull it together, because this is when we see, you know, boys turn to men. Do you know how to play from behind?
Yeah, and that's the kind of the problem.
Oh, snap. Are we going to game 3, chat?
Speaking of aggression, Churubombe gets taken out.
That assault is just too much for Elixia.
With the flicker
Oh,
onto him, and the Hearts Guard now
Kohari!
into the blazing duet. Oh, My Foe in a little bit of
Can
trouble
he
there,
do
so already
it?
trying
They
to
still
put
want it?
on
They
the
still
damage
want
to
it?
back him
Oh, My
up.
Foe?
Flicker
He gets out, he gets out! Yo, he took him out!
Kohari finds the kill as Sleepy finds the kill.
2 for
onto
2
Uneven.
trade.
Ooh, Kohari's not done yet. Looking for an opening or an opportunity to sides
Oh,
instead.
yo, he's kind of coming online now.
The clutch purify from Kohari there. He was just holding on to that thing, waiting. He's like, come on.
Yeah, he definitely clutch purified out of that Daytona's welcome.
Jukes out, and now Oh My Foe's right in range. Kohari is able to shred him down. So Kohari, yes, able to do well still when he has the Heart Guard on him, right? When Magic and him can pull off that combo, it does amazing. But now Kohari still right back to his usual tactics, his usual antics. I'm going to jump into the off lanes. I'm going to attack your towers. I'm going to split push. I'm going to macro. And this is kind of where he shines. Bold out of stalemate, private. 500 lead for Nigh Horde. That's nothing. We got us a game 2.
Yeah, a very close game 2. We can take a look here at the items so far.
About a 600 gold lead for Kohari, but taking a look at R, we've got that third item been locked in. Now we're going to be working on the Malefic Roar, and that's why we're starting to see R really start to chunk away. Taking a look at the mages, the two other major damage dealers. Churobami does have a little bit of lead here. Did lock in the Necklace of Durance, kind of help with some of the heal, help with some of the sustainability against Sleepy, against Oh My Foe, and kind of help shred that down a bit. Is it going to be enough, though? On to the EXP laners. 2 War Axes for both of them.
Trying to get my like setup set up.
That I feel like Uneven was doing a great job in the early game, but we haven't been able to see that dive from him in the past few team fights.
Yeah, it's just that I want to say the last few team fights have felt a little, I want to say, complicated for Fiends, where the dive is too deep for Uneven. He goes way too far into
this NACT, like all the teams are actually good.
Too close. Ooh, Kohari in a little bit of trouble there. Gets a little too close to that bush. Is able to zone them out with that battle mirror image. Still zoning them out. Ooh, Oh My Foe in chase here. Kohari
he gets out.
Purify onto it, but that's going to be a Purify. They're not going to have for this fight. You see up at the top, Sleepy and Pro Destroy going at it. Pro Destroy goes for
That's
the
insanity.
A big
ultimate
coming up there with the heart guard. Full barrage is out. That's gonna be
Black Dragon to clap back.
Even with that Black Dragon, Churobami coming in with the last insanity of his own.
Ooh, Kohari too aggressive.
And R
gets shut down. The aggression by Fiends is just nuts. It's too much.
Into 4 members. Here comes another.
They're too aggressive. They're getting mopped up. They're definitely getting mopped up. The aggression. Too much.
And Pro Destroy gets picked
oh man, GG's.
Only 2 members left for the side of Fiends.
Churobami not wanting to give up though.
Marksman, Kohari makes a dive, gets the shutdown, but gets taken out as well. But in the end of that fight, Nigh Horde comes out on top. And
yeah, they don't want that.
Is working in their advantage. 1+ we do have to keep from Kohari though. He did play the macro.
They just keep diving under the tower too deep, yo. Churobami coming in. No, he didn't get the Lord. He tried.
But they able to secure it.
He tried to steal the Lord.
Like, whoa, is Churobami about to do this right now? No, backs off, but it was a valiant effort. Does pay with his life there.
I'm talking about the current game.
Death counter should be up just in time for the Lord.
Everybody wants to know what happened last night, though. You know.
Horde kind of grouped up in the mid, not going to be able to really sync these waves to their maximum ability, but still able to at least take an advantage.
Yeah, and right now, Lord coming in, and this is the problem you've been talking about, I've been talking about, is when you're behind. This aggression that they still have. Pro Destroy, comes in, puts some damage on here, comes the last insanity. That's going to put down
Sleepy.
And from
Kohari coming into the back line. Not even going to worry about that. Blazing Duet into the back line. The damage. No! Nigh Horde falling apart! Sayori! Hunt! Kohari! He's taking them all down one by one!
The tide has turned for the Fiends.
Kohari the Brave, the namesake, is not in vain right now. When in doubt, put your guess coins on him. He's carrying the game. That man's moving fast.
They're kind of throwing right now.
He's at a fast pace. He's in all the lanes at once. He's in your face. He doesn't care. And as long as the heart guard's on his head, he is safe.
Man, and a great play.
Game's lagging a bit.
I want to say maybe he's having a little bit of trouble when we see these team fights in there. Kohari kind of dives in the middle, even with the Hearts Guard. That's a lot of CC and damage to just dive in the middle of during these team fights. Maybe he needs to be a little bit more patient. Let them get ticked down a little bit more before he dives in full gusto.
What's really been so clutch for him, as long as he has, it's 2 things. He needs the hard card.
Telegram from GTA Vice City.
So I think Nigh Horde needs to try to time something right. They either need to make sure they catch him off guard. More damage on a Momoy.
Yeah, he's chasing him down, but he's getting lit up by that full
Oh
barrage.
my god, that full barrage is too much. The minnow flicker misses. Oh, the stop by Sayori!
Enough to save Magic, and Uneven gonna go ahead
Oh
and fly
no!
himself to safety. Pro destroy.
Fiends are getting run down.
Almost got caught up there by Adetna's welcome. Momoy chasing down.
Fiends getting run down. Can they do it?
Oh man, he's in between
Oh,
three
Uneven.
members looking for the kill onto R, who is so tanky right now.
Uneven
At the
falls.
base now, you can see R
One
with
by
the pickup.
one.
Here comes the appraiser's
Can
wrap.
they
That's
stop
not
it?
enough just yet. Last Insanity is out, doesn't chunk anybody down.
Oh,
Uneven gets taken
GG's,
out by
game
Sleepy. This
3.
might be all for the Fiends. Half health. So
Game
finds kill
3.
on the Pro destroy, and
Wow.
we're going to a game 3.
Okay. Game series number 1, day 2,
Wow.
week 2. Nigh Horde bringing us to the rubber band match, the back and forth. Better put those belt backs in. Better put that belt back on, because Nigh Horde not letting you put the notch in just yet.
What? Put the belt back on.
I want to talk about
What
the
the fuck
unsung
did
hero
Trexter
here,
say?
Man. Sayori was just sniping, man. Even in the last
Oh.
fight, I kind of lost it for a second because she just landed a long-range meteor and was just taking people out. Only had 1 death that game. Had what, like 13 assists?
There's way
or
too many
something like that,
tower
14,
dives
15
by
assists.
Fiends
Was just
on that
a
game.
Monster on the field. We went a total of almost 17 minutes there, and it felt like a
Look how many
lifetime,
kills, bro.
And it was a bloodbath.
35?
I mean,
Like,
both
holy
teams just
shit.
back and forth, neck and neck the whole game.
Yeah, but what we've identified, we can take a look here at some of the stats here. Sayori,
Excuse me.
14 assists there, 5 and 2, a great ratio for him.
Yeah, I felt like it was kinda-
moving on into that late game. She just has such an effect
Oh,
on there.
I think my
That's
foot's
what
gonna
I
fall
wanna say.
asleep.
Sleepy did a great job withstanding.
Oh,
getting
Ari needs to
involved in
learn
all
when to
those
chill.
fights. 5, 1, and 7.
Yeah,
for
I mean, he
him.
was just
And,
diving
it just came
so
down to what
deep
we
with
were
that
talking
blazing
about. When
duet.
you're behind, there is kind of a limit to what you can be doing. It doesn't
matter.
Despite how the match ended, still Rich
Still the
Guy
carry.
and the Kairi Kohari leading the charts.
He's got, look at his eyes. Even his eyes are fearless, man. He's got the 1,000-yard stare going on, staring into my soul right now.
Yo, the casters love Kohari.
Dealt. Sleepy, I mean, even, and there's, like you said, kind of the unsung hero as well, man. Sleepy did 74k damage, more than Sayori right after R. And that's the thing about the X-Ward. You really don't, you can't really tell how much the X-Ward is actually doing.
I don't know if we can.
Especially when the fights
Sayori
are
doesn't
just
have a
so
camera.
back and forth, and I think that really started to
If
scale
Nigh
as
Horde
the game
won,
went
we would
forward.
only be able to interview.
Yeah, and that's kind of the crazy thing for me is that even though team fight participation is 90% for Sayori, when Sleepy did get involved, which was only actually half of the fights, he just had a huge impact on the damage that was going out there. I mean, it was just a great game put together.
I think
by
we
the
have
Night
Foe
Horde.
on
It
there.
could have gone back and forth, but I want to say Night Horde kept up the tempo, kept up the aggression. and
3
made
people
sure that
from
they
Night Horde
punished the side of
on
Fiends,
camera.
especially with
We would only be able to interview the
diving in
people on
every single
camera.
time there was a dive, they made sure to back up and punish the members of Fiends for it.
So now
Not
it's
sure what a
1-1.
1,000-yard stare is,
I
but
honestly feel like it could go either way. Fiends got a beautiful win in game 1.
I don't know what a
Now-
1,000-yard stare is.
Now
Chris.
we see the Night Horde can kind of deal with that,
Yo,
with that kind of like sustainability,
the
with that
Hawaiian
support
vibes getting to
role
'em.
strategy that
You like
Fiends
eating
likes
Ritz?
to bring
Same.
in. So do we see
They taste
Fiends
really good.
switch it up? Do we see them maybe go for more of a tanky front line this time and sacrifice the support, which also means putting Kohari in a little bit of risk here. Him not really able to shine if they go for that. I think
like pairing
they
Ritz
could
with
just,
meat,
like,
though.
Download. They could just kind of run the same strat again because that game definitely could. I don't feel like Night Horde just had that game in the bag. They ended up winning out, but Fiends could have pulled that one off. So I definitely think draft is important, but neither
Private
teams
staring
have
too
to
deep
truly,
into your
like,
soul.
change everything or scrap
With what?
everything. Kind of like the first game, Night Horde definitely had to scrap everything and switch some things up. But now both teams
Oh
kinda
yeah,
have some
you know,
rhythm
some like,
going,
you know,
and it's gonna be interesting how
you guys
they
haven't
approach
had
this.
Like summer
Well, I was about to
sausage
say, I'm
and Ritz
wondering if we have
crackers?
an answer for Barats, because he does feel
I was just
like
being
he
sus with
has-
it.
While he doesn't get the kills, while he doesn't get a
Or
lot of damage
Lunchables,
there,
yeah,
he does
Lunchables.
have a huge ability
Yeah, have you
to
guys
kind of
never
force
had
these fights
Lunchables?
to get that tankiness in there and withstand a lot of it.
Dude,
And that's gonna be taken
Lunchables
off
were
board
the
by
shit back in the
Nigh Horde. He
day.
also has, I wanna say,
I haven't had a good
an
Lunchable in a
88%
minute.
win rate right now in North
I
America.
think I might have to
So,
go pick some of
now
those
we're
up.
gonna see how well either of these teams can do without
You
that
just
big
eat Ritz
tankiness,
plain? That's
from
wild.
either side composition.
And it opens the field to a lot of different things, right? Especially now we're also seeing the Angela ban. There's going to be a few
Lunchable
things
slap,
open that have not been
100%.
open in the past. Arlot,
Especially
possibly
when
gonna
they
be
have
on
like the
field here.
juice in it,
But with the Barats gone, if we're still going the
Capri
utility
Sun.
route- If we're still going the utility
Oh,
route, it's like
God.
Basha, Fredrin.
Those
We saw
Capri
the
Suns
Akai
are
picked up a
like,
few times
there's just
from,
not enough.
Mobazane, which I think is a possible answer. We know that Oh My Foe is willing to pick up the Martis like we saw in game 1. With something bulkier around it,
They're
I
called-
think it could be a bit more viable, but I really think.
Well, I don't even know how to say that word. Charcuterie boards?
Gold scaling.
The
Fiends
fuck?
gonna have first pick here.
That's so
Arlot is
fancy.
open. They go for the CC instead. Night
No
Horde, I feel
breaks,
like you
no
gotta
breaks, chat.
Arlot here, man. You
NACT
gotta- I mean, it's
don't
such a great
take
flex
breaks.
pick. If you want to go roam, if you want to go EXP, I think it's something you have to lock up front, and maybe even take something away from the side of
Charcuterie.
Fiends. Vexana's open, so maybe Arlot
Nah.
Vexana here.
Yeah, Arlette Vexana, but then you kind of leave it open.
It's too
for
fancy
Box to
for me.
Get picked up as well on the side of Fiends. They didn't really have a big success on Nigh Horde with.
I gotta, like, actually hear the
game
word.
1 Vexana, so it'd be interesting to see if they've adjusted, if they have a little bit of a finely tune here for the game.
Hold on here, I got us.
3. It's very interesting to be picking
English
up the
is hard.
CC, where I feel like her priority, especially when it's single target, she does dominate her lane, is able to get those pickoffs, but I feel
Charcuterie?
outside
The charcuterie board?
I'm through trying to guess this stuff, man.
I get it, though.
Raphael
I get it,
and
though.
the Nana picked up
A
from Nigh Horde.
charcuterie board, huh?
At least I get the Raph pick. I think it's like we ban your Angela, we're gonna take your Raph away, right? And now it really forces Fiends. But the thing is like, can Nigh Horde really play this
Charcuterie.
well? I almost want to go through their games real fast and see if they've picked any Raph at all so far. All right, so yeah, they played Raph against.
That's a really fancy-ass word.
Day 2, week
Not gonna
1.
cap.
So this isn't something they're completely uncomfortable
The
with.
charcuterie board,
it's
huh?
definitely a possibility. They also have some CC on the field with the Nana. Still no Arlot picked up from the side of
Sayori's
Fiends. They
a
go for
global
Minotaur,
Nana?
They go for Basha. They kind of have their front line down now.
A cheese board?
Does Nigh Horde maybe go gold lane here? They still could pick up the Arlot, but they never want to listen to anything I'm saying.
Unorthodox
So maybe they
wording.
go gold lane here and then try to ban.
They're just
into
blasting me
Kohari.
with crazy words, man.
That was exactly what I was gonna say. Is maybe you you secure something
charcuterie
for R,
board,
and then
huh?
you kind of ban out Kahari, try to leave him on the back foot here. Would be the game plan.
What
But,
language
as
is
we've
that
seen, they don't really
from?
kind of they have their own plans in mind.
Yeah.
I want to say too. If you're trying to kind of set up the Nana, you're looking for a lot of CC.
There's so
possibly a
many
Tiglio
videos
or
on how to
something
pronounce
that
it
front
right.
line that holds the enemy in place.
That's
For
crazy.
the Molina blitz, for those Molinas to come out there and actually do the damage. But it does look like, in answer to our question, they are going to pick up the marksman for R and possibly looking
carry
at
ban.
banning out something from
What's up,
Kahari.
buddy?
I think you take out the Claude like for
One
sure.
day,
of them's
one new
probably the Claude, 'cause
word.
That's just been Kohari's
Hey.
saving grace. And then
I'll take
maybe
it, I'll
you take
take
out
it.
The, carry,
Ritz always
take out
dropping
the
that unorthodoxness in the
Bruno,
chat.
I mean, we saw Bruno in game 1.
Bringing that
was
fanciness.
Disgusting. So maybe Claude Bruno here. Definitely
What
good
are you doing,
possibilities for
dude?
Night Horde.
What?
I don't think there's like anything else super scary
dog wants
on the
attention,
field,
chat.
especially they're gonna get first pick at the end of
You
this
want
ban
attention,
phase.
Atlas?
So there's just
What's up, buddy?
even if they are still worried
What's
about
up,
maybe,
my big dude?
something weird coming out, they can just take it from them.
Good
Fiends, on the
morning
other
from
hand, they
PH,
gotta
what
ban
up?
out,
Welcome to the
they
chat.
still need a mid, and they still need a Fiends still need a mid, or no, Night Horde still needs a EXP and a jungle.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, they take out the Vexana, which still leaves open the Lilia, the Valentina for the side of Fiend. So apparently not really ironed
Hey.
in on taking
Get
down
up.
the marksman
Get
for
away.
Kahari, but definitely wanted
Get
to try
out.
to take out those mid players
And then
that
dog.
have the big heavy CC and
Get
damage
out.
like Sayori on the Nana.
He's over here
Which
like
is
scratching
smart,
his
right?
face
Like,
on my
'cause
chair.
With you
He
mentioned
likes his
earlier,
like
since they
chin
just have the Wrath
scratched.
and the Nana, they are a bit squishier on the mid side, especially in laning phase.
He's like a chin
They
scratch
need to kind of be
addict.
careful about someone that can hurt them too hard, and if they can control
You scratch his
rotations
chin
in
and
the laning
you'll be his
phase,
best
It
friend.
doesn't really matter what Kohari picks. We saw it in the last game. Eventually, they can get kills onto Kohari as long as they're able to kind of move around the map freely. So they still end up banning out the Claude on the side of Fiends. Still maybe going to focus on EXP. Maybe they take out the R-Lot here. Maybe they take out something. Ruby's
You only
still on
care
the board,
about
but,
Zane's games? You don't like hanging out with me?
Yeah, I know what it's not going to be. It's not going to be a Ruby.
Dang.
Because
Yeah, I'll tell you
both these
that,
teams,
They banned Ruby.
Oh, damn, we got Johnny Sins back. What up,
We're
man?
banned it all day. They've been first banning R-Lot in game 1 and 2, and now it's just no one bans it, no one picks it. Man, they got their own rhythm, Private. We need to stop trying to constrain
Wish that I'm
them.
vibing this
We need to stop
chat.
trying to hold them down.
shackle them down
Let
to
them,
the
let them
current
fly.
meta.
They're peacocks, man.
And there goes the R-Lot ban. It's going to mean the first pick is going to be picked up by the Night Horde here. Going to see what we're going to focus on. Looking for a jungle or an XP on the side of the Night Horde.
Where are you Kane at, G?
Yeah, I mean, jungle.
Where's my
Still
Kane? I don't got a Kane. I'm not a
That was an
pimp
easy one.
Just
daddy.
like that? Yeah, that was an easy
I got one right.
And that's, I
One.
mean, that,
I just like having a good
we were just
time,
about
you
talking
know?
about what they need, especially for the Molina Blitz.
He
or
said,
Nana
look,
to
I
be
got
able to
a
shine.
rank.
You need to
I've
be
been
upfront to
sleeping
be
all
tanky
day.
with the
Gotta make
CC,
some
and especially
progress.
with that, the energy eruption that he can do to kind of taunt the enemies all together, which is good pickings for that ultimate from
Bro
Nana.
got a Dane.
So now for EXP, do they go for something like Divey on Night Horde? Because they
Love the
still need something
outfits.
bulky there as well, right? Because they're still like, we saw last time when Oh My Foe was the only front liner, it did not play out too hot.
Play
right?
all
That was the
night
big
and
issue in
morning and
game
then
one.
sleep so you
He
wake
gets a
up on
little
time
too
for the
much.
ACT.
And now there goes the Bruno
Yeah.
for Kohari again. So we
That's
have
all
to
I
go. So
did.
think we
I
definitely
woke up at like
need
1 o'clock,
some
like
sort
1
of
p.m.
more front
I
line in
woke
the
up like,
CXP.
what, like
Maybe a
3
Lapu,
hours,
maybe
4
we get
hours ago?
crazy with like a Grok or something to kind of really get in their face. But now we have the Lao Yi from the side of Fiends Private.
Yeah, Lao Yi, and especially because of the Rafaela, because of the healing. Lao Yi isn't picked up too often. It's one of my favorite heroes, but I mean, there are constraints on it. There is a very niche part where she fits in, and that is for anti-heal, to be able to kind of spread out a lot of her abilities with the yin yang and connect them there, and especially with the front line. We don't have a dive yet, and there she is. Praise be.
Praise be. Yo, a low Yi though.
It works here. I guess they finally decided, oh, she works here in this composition. Not all the time, but in this one. They do need a front line. You know, you were talking about the Louis though. We've been seeing this pick slowly like skyrocket, like slowly get picked and sprinkled in our own NACT, but also last night, Rebellion picked apart Onic with it in game number 1. I think we saw it in NPLPH once or twice. And if the diversion, we used to see it in NACT a lot from Nicolette. It was like one of her kind of pocket picks. So if Cherubani can use this well, especially on an aggressive team like Fiends, if you can use it to hit
I think
those
Fiends
positions
is
and
like
hit those random
one of
attacks
their
and
like
catch them off
crazy
guard,
comps is pulling
it
out this
could
low
be,
E.
you know, the ceiling factor here.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 3. Fiends taking on the Night Horde. This one is close.
Back to the draft.
Right now, and this one's
All
for
right,
all
we're here.
the Gusto.
Good thing I didn't stand up yet. All right, coming in to the last match of this series. Fiends up against Night Horde. All right, so we see this Nana pick. We know there's some possibilities with it. It does apply something a little bit different than what the this Lu Yi's gonna supply with Fiends. Definitely two slightly different compositions here. Night Horde, when it comes,
You knew
into
the
these team
casters
fights,
didn't wear
they're gonna
pants.
take the more grouped up strategy, right? The more Ube-esque, the more we get together. We make sure that Momoy can move us around quickly.
Yeah,
with the
we just
wrap,
like
and
to
we
wear
just
our
try to
birthday
kinda
suits
pile
under
drive you, right? On the side of
while we
Fiends,
cast,
maybe
you know.
they can take the advantage on that using this diversion. Maybe they can
The
take
breeze,
the
the
advantage on that
breeze keeps
using
us
Churro
casting and
to
keeping
kind of,
us going.
Right, you're going to try to come at us here. We're going to move to here. We're going to try to get some split pushes on. We're going to try to make some movement happen on the map to keep you constantly chasing us around.
I've
'Cause
been
we've seen
using
Night Horde do
the
that
one in
before.
VMix
We've
or
seen them just kind of
VOD Ninja.
respond to wherever Fiends are. So Fiends can use that to their advantage, use Kohari to
Wowzers.
use that macro like we've seen him do in the past, kind of hit those angles, attack those off lanes. That could be huge.
How did you
for
know
Fiends.
you're spying with Cam?
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say too. Especially in this early game, I'm looking for Churubami to
I know.
diversions, close the distance on those top and bottom lanes.
Trex
maybe
always
get those
stands up when he
surprise
casts.
ganks to surprise.
He's like, good thing
the
I didn't
side of the
stand
Nigh Horde,
up.
but it's all gonna come down to being
Boy
able
don't got
to
no pants
use
on.
this to the extent of I want
Oh,
to say the
God.
character, a little bit of engagement.
Oh, Shin's
there between All My Foe and
crazy.
Pro Destroy, both decide.
All right, let's
not
watch this
to go
game.
in for the fight.
Man,
All My Foe
no.
gonna go ahead start on.
When we get in
this
a brawl
tournament. Doesn't look like
tournament?
Fiends is in a position to really contest it.
Yeah.
Pretty
I don't know.
spread out right now, and Pro Destroy actually.
A brawl
go
tournament would
ahead.
be
Ooh,
wild.
Going on to the backside there, gets picked up with an I'm offended from a sleepy. Pro Destroy
Okay.
goes and catches a Molina Blitz.
Oh,
All
my foe?
picks up the turtle.
Yo,
This might be
Fiends.
it
Oh,
for
Pro Destroy.
Momoy finds
Yo,
a kill
the
there.
clap.
Oh, Appraiser's wrath.
They still got him.
Gets taken down by
Yo,
Momoy. 0-2.
Nigh
A
Horde
great
is just
start
so
for the Nigh Horde.
aggressive.
2-0 plus a turtle. Not just a great
Oh,
start.
yo,
Whoa,
what is this?
Fiends.
What is that?
Aggression
Yo, sneaky,
is the name of the
sneaky.
game as Churubami with the diversion, with a magic, finds a kill onto Oh My Foe.
Sneaky, sneaky,
Listen, when I saw
sneaky
the diversion, that was
snakes.
the last place I would have guessed it was going. I'm like, all right, maybe they're repositioning to bot or something, whatever. They jumped it. Like, listen, where are you running? Where are you running? Like, we're just gonna come into your jungle, make sure we get that kill, so they at least salvage something in
wild.
the chaos. Nigh Horde, though, still with a 1,000 gold lead. Luckily, getting that kill onto Oh My Foe makes sure he does not get too far ahead. Pro Destroy, though.
Yeah, and that's going to be the name of the game here. We are still about 1K, which is very.
Yo, Oh My Foe is chilling.
Early in the game
That
right
boy
now.
got
Both
a-
teams doing a good job.
That boy got a colorful pillow, man.
Sleepy picks up that war axe right now. I want to say pretty even on the XP.
He's got those nice Sony headphones on.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I feel like when it comes
The
down
new
to
hero won't be able to be
gold
used
lane,
until
EXP lane, it feels even on all
I think
sides for the, ooh, a lot
like
of damage
close
on
to day like 6 or
Kohari
7.
Just narrowly misses a holy baptism from Momoy. Is going to have to go and recall back home.
Yeah, he's not up against a carry this time, right? Like, he doesn't have the lane advantage, the range advantage that he had in game 1. This time, if anything, R has a little bit of a better poke, even has a much stronger laning phase in early game, so he needs to pace himself a bit in this game. He can't be the Kohari, the Brave that we all know from past.
Ooh, now Pro Destroy in a little bit of trouble there. Here comes
Mommy!
the magic.
Or what is that? How do you say their name?
Is that gonna
Mommy?
Get that Minoan Fury off. R finds a kill.
Yo,
onto
magic.
Pro Destroy is going to have to find himself on a
Ooh.
spin. Churubami with a yin-yang mashes the Nigh Horde together. But this turtle, Churubami.
Kohari kind of showing some passiveness this time around.
Looking for another yin-yang. Is he going to be able to find it?
Oh my
Foe picks up that
foe.
next turtle.
He didn't have a retry. I don't even know why he
Unfortunately
walked
for
in
the
there.
side Of Fiends.
One thing I think I have to point out is that last
Magic
big
couldn't
fight before
move. The
turtle
stun
was
lock meta.
Very clean by both teams. It's not very often in an NACT that you see a clash like that happen and nobody go down. Everyone just kind of escaped with a sliver of help. Make the big
I'm pretty sure that's like mommy, bro.
Played that
Just
last
spelled
fight
with
very
a
well. Taking a look
literally
at some of the
just
items.
spelled
R
with
has
an
left in the
I
Blade of Hepatis,
and
has a little
like
bit of a
it's missing an M.
500 gold over Kohari, and Sleepy.
Oh, Kohari. And I'm offended, pulls him out, and he's still taking damage from the tower. This is, man, uneven up at the top now, in trouble. 3
Zane,
members
I
now
can't
charging into it,
fucking
dodging,
move.
narrowly escaping a Molina Blitz, but that's going to be the end of the top tower. Good macro coming from the side of Nigh Horde.
Listen, do not take Kohari to Vegas, man. It's just like one more hit, man. Just one more shot.
Oh, God.
Another tower shot. I'm okay,
Oh,
man. He's
God.
just always looking for that final shot.
Rex
Here we go.
is
If you can't go
savage.
Oh, yeah,
He said,
big
"Don't
pop
take
up, lands on
Kohari
the
to
sleepy,
Vegas, just
and
one more
gets taken
hit."
down, and that's going to be the end of this tower. Good answer
Sheesh.
back from the Fiends, able to answer with a tower of their own. As you can see, the big push here
Oh,
from the top.
little bit of a clap
Churubami
happening
a
up
little
here in
bit
the
of
top lane,
trouble
too.
here, is going to back off of this tower. The damage has
nothing
been
out of
done
it.
already, though, is able to get away some of those minions.
Yeah, that tower could be going down soon, and ours not
I
going
would
to
say,
go
yeah.
far from it. Grab that gold crab, move right back to it, and then Nigh Horde also bringing presence into the mid to make sure they pull people away from it to guarantee that tier 2 on the top side.
Yeah, and I want to say right now, as we were saying from the first game, it looked like Nigh Horde was doing nothing.
Is
but
R on
answering
cam?
What
You can
Fiends
do
I wanna say
R.
It's kind of the flip sided here, as Fiends look to.
He was doing really well in the LEGACi that last game, and doing really well on the Brody this game.
Gets caught with an entire Molina blitz, eats that one on the face, and gets chunked down. Holy Baptism comes out just narrowly misses Pro Destroy, but he is able to clean up those minions.
Nigh Horde's a different team right now, man, and this time they have the lead, and this is Fiends now once again on the backside. Don't have the power spike. It's going to be a little bit of time. Luckily, Kohari hasn't died yet, and we got to keep our eyes on Kohari because, as
only
always,
one shot. Did I miss something?
Egg in the basket, right? He could be the golden goose right here.
I was too busy talking to Dave.
He needs a little more time, maybe another item, maybe a little bit more to really start bursting down. And then if we see magic, if we see churro, if we see someone able to really just
My chest hairs? I don't got no chest hairs.
Oh, you can see Holy Baptism.
I'm as smooth as a baby booty.
Pro Destroy has a locked on, and the torn apart memories comes out.
Churro!
Onto Momoy. That passive comes out, beaten up by Pro Destroy, who protects Churabami.
Sorry, I'm still stuck on magic, just using the Minoan's Fury on the ground randomly. That threw me off a little bit.
Natalia can be dangerous out there.
Man, they're everywhere.
Oh God!
Here battling against two Fiends members. Ooh, Pro Destroy.
They're holding their own.
To create some of that distance with the help of Churabami and those yin yang.
I should get some
fake
chest hair. Nah.
Little
How old is Sayori? I don't know.
I didn't have any vision.
Above the age of 14 because they're playing in the NACT.
We're 8 minutes in right now. Night Horde. 1,200.
You like it when you like us with this outfit, the Hawaii vibes?
Some possible prospects. We're starting to see some small moments, and with Lord coming
I can
up
green
soon,
screen a
both
beach
teams
behind me
forced
if you
to kinda
want.
Group up. I do feel like this is a chance.
We could go to Florida.
Composition here. They have the Minoan's Fury, which is going to work great in the Lord pit. They also have the diversion to find angles, and here comes a possible one right now.
Oh!
On the back of R, who might be in a little bit of trouble. First and popped up. Churabami finds the kill as well. Oh my foe in a little bit of trouble.
Magic.
The rest of the team, Churabami comes around the
Nigh
side.
Horde fighting it out.
Able to find
they want to go up.
But
they're stopping them from being able to protect that turret.
4-4.
Yeah, that is.
Yo, that was a good fight.
That's literally as I'm saying. I'm like, they have this diversion. It's
a swimsuit. Just come naked.
There it is. And R is going to be the target, man. R is going to be such a target. He's going to have to start playing a little bit more kind of.
Men don't have swimsuits.
Oh, good pick on a magic.
Yeah, full Molina's blitz. That's the problem with the map. Oh, big diversion there. On the side, find the little damage onto Sayori. Might have overstepped their welcome very fast there. Momoy in trouble. Sleepy taking some damage. Ooh. Here comes the I'm offended into the tower. Oh my foe from the flank finds himself an ultimate slamming down. And that's going to be it for Kahari.
Lord now into Fiend's hands.
The day with that I'm offended there.
I know that's my bad. That's Nigh Horde.
There, but all it took was that tower, buy enough time for Momoy to get away, and the whole play goes down, and they put themselves deep in enemy territory, and then it was just too little, too late. Now they've lost some of their ultimates, they've lost some of their time. Nigh Horde secures first Lord of the game.
Yeah, and it's kind of unfortunate too, as they had a pick off. Fiends got picked off one, go with the diversion, and I want to say maybe not as patient as they should have been. Oh, we do have a Holy Baptism, lands on the magic. Minoan Fury pops them up. Sayori finds a kill.
There we go.
Churabami. That's looking bad.
Magic doesn't want to fight this right now, though. Fiends.
For him, that is 2 down.
Yo, Nigh Horde taking Fiends down.
Here comes the torn apart.
What is going on here?
Walks into a bush
Fiends,
of 3
supposed to keep that first place spot.
Nope, decides against it, backs himself off.
All right, Nigh Horde now trying to close things out. The goalie is starting to tip more and more and more. But still Kohari not far behind R. Still only 1 death down. Same thing with mid laners. The big difference here, the EXP lanes.
What's Low Yi?
Over
she's got that penetration. She's got burn. And she's got the cooldown book.
On a Sleepy here with the Hunter Strike, War Axe, and then
she's just not built yet.
So We're
It's the
seeing
gold
why
difference, man. It's the
that's becoming a bit of a
5,000
problem.
gold
When he gets those
difference.
bigs, I'm offended. He's actually able to do decent damage on a Kohari. He's actually able to do decent damage on a
What's the
Churro
difference
and
between
some of the
this
lighter
game and
some of the
yesterday?
lighter heroes on the side of Fiends.
I mean, it's about the same.
and
Night
I
Horde
wanna say
always
some of these
loses the first
diversions
game, but then
not
somehow
landing
reverse sweeps
perfectly.
it.
They're usually just a
Like, I don't
little bit
understand how they
late
keep
or
reverse
one-
sweeping.
Sleepy does catch this diversion. Definitely not wanting to
Sleepy
go into
was,
that
like,
bush
scared
there.
in their boots right
Kohari
there.
up in
Is
front
Aiko single?
again.
Yeah, I'm single.
He's completely fearless. Oh my foe chasing them down. Oh, Sleepy does miss, and I'm offended, so they're not going to have that for a little bit.
I'm all
into
about that
this
money,
next
chat.
Engagement. Now going for the purple buff. Oh my foe doing a great job, wanting to get the zone out there. Goes the Molina blitz. Kohari on the side, putting on the damage, and unfortunate for the side of Fiends, not able to answer back.
That boy said I'm
You know,
single
like when you're
too.
playing a new hero and you're doing like limit testing, like you're seeing like how much,
I don't know why I just
how
yawned.
aggressive can I get until I die, right? Like how far can I push up until I die?
I
with
don't
this
have all of
hero,
that
right? Like, what can I
unnecessary
really do?
stress.
That's how Kohari plays all the time. Like he's just consistently limit testing.
I'll get a girlfriend at some
Why have
point.
a front line when Kohari like
I got a lot of
you look at
life
his
left.
positioning, but he makes it work, right? Like he's just always
Okay.
sitting up front. But this time
Where
it's
we
not gonna work.
going?
Gonna get caught off in a lot of
Where's our
danger.
first date?
Oh, two fights
Uh-oh.
happening. One at the bottom, then at mid. You can see Churro trying
Minnow's
to make
rage.
his way close.
Magic just
Kohari
keeps
can
getting
jump
taken
this might be
down.
actually Momoy, and oh my foe, find the kill.
Miracle
onto
at Midnight
Kohari.
was
That's gonna be
glazing.
a marksman down. The Fiends are now trying to back up.
Right. There's another kill for Nigh Horde. 5,200 now. Lord in 3 seconds. I think the only way Fiends get this, they need a great play, man. They need to use the diversion. They need to, and I don't mean like all 5 members. They need to find some sort of split. They need to maybe go for a steal. You know, they have to catch Nigh Horde off
I had to
guard
show
because
out for the
they're
games
not
of the
gonna be able to
future,
take it
bro.
just head
Biggest
on.
tournament I've ever casted
Yeah, and that
for.
Molina blitz right now is just doing so much work. And already chunked down
NACT
uneven to about
girlfriend.
1/3.
NACT.
And that's the problem now with
You
this.
can go
Nana.
go to
It's
the
kind of
beach and
actually
watch
crazy
sunsets?
to me that we don't see her
Oh, damn.
too much more on the international scene.
Will there be
because
wine?
As soon as she lands that Molina, you're basically taking guaranteed the entire combination from Nana.
I stood out of hey.
I mean, and that's not Sayori 2-0.
I tried to come to the GOF
That's-
looking
that
good,
hurts,
man.
Like,
It was the first time I ever got to
whether you're
cast a
on
grand
the Nana
finals.
train or not, at 13,
Definitely an
14
ACT.
minutes, 2-0 and 6. That Nana is probably one shot.
glaze,
Just about
let's go.
anybody on Feed's
I like
team.
it.
Lord now.
We've been showing out recently, that's for sure.
Onto this base.
Yeah, it's going to go ahead and charge to the high ground, chunking it down to half health. You see the Molina blitz.
Liz,
out,
Nicolette.
catches uneven and Churabami on the backside.
I mean,
R
I
finds
haven't
a
ever
tower
seen
down
Nicolette
at
in
the
person,
bottom.
but I mean,
Now
she's
they are
beautiful.
Transitioning to
They're both
the
beautiful,
mid.
though.
Fiends doing everything they can to try to defend. You can see
Liz has a
the mid-mates
boyfriend,
coming
so,
out from Churabami doing
Nicolette.
the best they can. Kohari diving up in front, missed from the I'm offended. Sleepy gets taken down, uneven finds the kill there. Oh my phone finds a kill onto Magic, and down goes Kohari R with the snipe, able to take him
Yo.
down. Oh my gosh, you can see the
Night
damage.
Horde?
Is that going to be enough?
Look at the play.
Churabami looking
Look at the play.
for the diversion. Are they going to be able
Oh,
to
oh.
Here comes the yin yang
Here it
down,
is.
looking for
Yo,
a kill
what
onto
HP?
Momoy.
What
R
HP?
Dodging.
Yo,
Oh, they're just going for it.
Churabami.
Churabami finds the kill onto Momoy. R
Get him.
in trouble.
Get him.
Here comes the
Get
total
him.
memory.
Oh, my
and
phone
on the
clapping
side,
back,
my
though.
phone able to take down Churabami.
Uneven,
is
yo,
next.
what is going
This is guerrilla
on?
warfare at its finest.
What? Dude, there's fights happening here.
Fiends is giving
What
it
is
their
going
all right
on?
now with the diversions, the plays all over the map, but Nigh Horde has their card. They're pulling it. Kohari.
Oh, Minnow's rage.
Kahari
Oh,
putting
my
on the damage.
foe.
Oh, my
Immortality
foe with the
popped.
Immortality procced. Is it going to be enough
And
to save the
do
mid
it.
tower? Doesn't look like his R puts the finishing touches on it. There are no more towers.
Mirko
for
was
the
super
side
fun
of
to hang
Fiends
out with
as
when
the
I went to
rest of the Nigh
Indonesia,
Horde
bro.
backs up
It was
to
a
reset
hell of a vibe in Indo, man. I loved
So
it.
now Nigh Horde slows it down. I think it's the right play from them. They still have a huge gold lead, 9,000 now. We
I'm so
doubled up
jealous
the past
Ritz
few
got to go to
minutes
the
almost.
Philippines.
At this point, they don't
I'm
have
so
to try
jealous.
to force it. I still
I
think
really
they
wish
have
I
an
went
advantage in
to
these team
M
fights.
to
They have it's
M5.
not like Fiends just completely outscale them or anything. Nigh Horde have scale along with them with Sayori, with Momoy, and even with R, even though he's gonna kinda like his damage kinda caps out at a point, but it's still enough.
Ooh, Nigh Horde is going to go ahead, start this engagement. Kohari in a little bit of trouble, still putting on the damage. He is standing right up in front.
Rage.
When Fury catches them, Kohari finds a kill on to Momoy from the backside. Oh my foe, so low, but Pro Destroy not going to be able to find a kill from the left side. Kohari finds a kill of his own.
Fiends kind of clapping back.
Unanswered. Oh,
Kohari
comes out there as Kohari answers
the triple
back to
kill.
Are they going to go ahead and start this Lord in a great position? Kohari,
Oh, we got shut down! The wind of nature!
Was that a wind chant that just put out there, blocking the damage and turned it around on Kohari?
Oh man, look at Magic right now on the camera. He's
we can go to Malaysia.
We had it. We had it. And that's what this game has been for the past few minutes. Just
Malaysia.
Back and forth, but each team getting an outplay after an outplay.
Gosu General. Gosu General.
Saves the day there, though. I thought he was signing himself up for
Ritz is on Team Gosu.
But pulls it off, buys time. Oh my foe back on the map, but here comes a diversion play. Nothing major just yet, though.
Yeah, decides against it. I'm not sure if there's really much, unless there was a good fancy diversion to come in right now. Pro Destroy actually looking for a good opportunity. Cannot get it. And this actually might be bad because now they're too close and the rest of the Nigh Horde is closing in around Pro Destroy.
Holy glazing.
The rest of the Fiends
we glaze everybody up in here.
That might be that.
I'll search General Vlog.
Lord, actually no, he'll have enough time to get back up. We're still waiting on another wave. It's going to be 3 seconds to the
when
next
did
wave
Zane
comes.
ask that? Yeah, there's like a Clipper clip.
He's going to be marching down in just a second, but here's a quick replay at that last big fight. And I knew it was a bad play for Nigh Horde right here because Momoy goes down. They get the yin yang. Plus, they get with the Owens Fury. Sleepy gets kind of pinned away from the team. Pro Destroy gets away from this safely. And this is where they start to crumble. But a big fight at the base now.
Yeah, you can see the Lord starting to chunk down on the core. Oh, my phone finds a kill onto Kohari. This might be all she wrote. Big pop-up onto the Nigh Horde, but it's not going to save the core. This is going to be another victory for the Nigh Horde.
I think my dog has to use a restroom or something.
Clear. Who's been here?
What am I reading?
Been grand finalist first. Listen, Fiends.
He's never finding it.
Because we've been fighting for this longer. Nigh Horde showing why they're in the NACT.
All you got to do is Google search Gosu General M5
right
vlog.
Fiends give a valiant effort, 2-1. And here's the thing about them. Even when they've lost so far in the season, they have never been swept. They're still a team we got to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, crazy here. I think this is going to go ahead and lift the Nigh Horde to about 3rd place. They were actually pretty low when it comes to the rankings, but this should lift them up along with their spirit. You can see here, taking a look at the stats here. I mean, a great game for the Nigh Horde. And 9-18. Not very close when it comes to the kills. Unfortunate for the side of Fiends. It just felt like
Can I show you the points table?
And not able to really.
I don't know if it's updated just yet.
I mean, in Fiends,
you're talking like the standings.
Tried, and they even, I would even say, like, it's not like the Lu Yi was a bad pick there or anything. The damage was getting out of control towards the end. The plays were right. But really, man, his positioning in that game, and you combo that up with some of the sustainability from Moy, our Sleepy Momoy just played amazingly. Sayori as well, able to get some great random pickoffs here and there, literally just like by herself, running up, catching the Molina Blitz, and the Boomerang all at once, able to get those combos. But Sleepy had probably some of the greatest plays, and R as well had some of the greatest plays in those games. Taking a look,
so we get 2 points on to
towards the end.
Nigh Horde.
Items towards the end, that was the clutch, right? And look who didn't have a Wind of Nature.
1-2 loss.
And that's where the big outplay happened. That's where the big moment happened. That R was kind
of. Is the standings updated, Dave?
Yeah, and how the turntables here are taking the place of the rich guy and the Kairi from Kohari. And that kind of told the story. And I want to say, for me, the biggest things were that Ruby and the Nana.
Yeah.
You can see here, Nana, not the Jesus, R.
Kohari's right behind him. It's crazy.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, Sayori had a great effect, but man, look at R. The amount of damage he was able to output, and only in 50% of the fights.
Yeah, that's actually, that is crazy. Literally half of the kill, half of the fights ours involved, but he's doing 100. He's doing so much damage, but it just shows how aggressive.
This is the current standings right now.
Damage than R. Like he was still just outputting damage taken. Oh my foe, continuously just the front line of the team.
Current standings right now.
Absorbing it, and honestly, didn't take like too many deaths that game. Didn't fall.
Nigh Horde shot up all the way to the top, but you can kind of see like the total.
Getting 9 kills, so it just goes to show how well Nigh Horde were able.
You can see the overall are the points, how many like win losses they currently have.
Last when they needed to.
Well, and then it also kind of shows that Nigh Horde knew who the priority target was.
So it just goes to show right now, only because GG hasn't played.
So
Fiends is in first place. They got 1 point.
Shut him down, make him pay for. I want to say that early, that first game that he pretty much trounced.
Nigh Horde got 2 points.
Oh my.
So crazy.
Foe. Are you guys sleepy yet? Not me. That is Zeke, the geek, getting one right.
God.
It's about time, folks.
Who is this guy? Why is he here, Private?
Who is he?
Is he?
Oh,
Private, how do you like the game, Private? You want to just ignore him and no, I'm just kidding. Zeke, you enjoyed the game, I'm guessing, right? That's what you're telling me? Is that what all that meant? All right.
Is that all? Zeke the geek.
I'll tell you what, man. Fiends came out super strong within the first game, but Nigh Horde, they made some adjustments that second game, and then even the third game, both the second and the third game, really it felt like could have gone either way, but Nigh Horde just, you know, the prowess really showing up as the Horde, bringing the fight.
If someone asked my sister if she was a virgin, I mean, my sister's like 30, 35, so.
And just met him halfway.
I guess I feel like she can take care of herself now.
You can't see me, you get it, you know? Yeah.
How tall is Private? He's a pretty tall guy. I'm like the shortest out of the crew, man. God damn it. Fucking my jeans.
Anyways,
my mom's short, so my dad's tall, but I didn't get my dad. I got like in between my mom and my dad.
What is going on here? It really just felt like Fiends, like honestly after game 1, it almost felt like Fiends just were gonna sweep.
I'm just a shorty.
In the bag, but Nigh Horde quickly changed things up. We're able
it's
to
all right.
I'm very fast.
I'm a fit. We can get me some heals. Why do I want some heals?
Yeah, and the big thing too. I mean, I don't want to say.
How tall am I? I'm like, I think I'm like 5'8", 5'7".
Had a huge effect.
Maybe I'm like 5'7.5". I don't know. We round up if I'm 5'7.5", right?
CC, but Ruby on the other end, when it came
to
some
heals,
fights,
wear some platforms.
Like no other.
Especially come to the next NACT 6 foot.
To the tower to kind of disengage a lot of those traps or those engagements that were coming.
Can you imagine?
From the side of Fiends, and then of course, and then R and the Nana. It was just it was a well put together composition.
What a copycat!
And the target focus was unmatched for the night.
I had to wear some vibes honestly, with the casters, you know.
You guys a little too much. I'm really wanting to get
6 foot gets all the ladies looking. I know, man. All the women like tall guys.
Let's do it.
Oh,
R.
R.
Feeling, man?
Great, especially after that win.
Oh man, you gotta tell me, man. Kahari the Brave, he was super aggressive, super good marksman. How did it feel going head to head with him?
How I say? No, he was good. He's a good opponent. His playstyle is a bit int, if you understand. Like.
Oh God.
It's just nice. He's overly aggressive. He allows for a mistake, allows for us to make plays. We can contribute a bit of our victory because of how he plays. But good player.
Now,
He's a good player. Nothing to hold against him.
Well said. Well said. I'll tell you what.
The boy R's blasting.
On a little bit on the
you got confidence. That's all you need. I know.
Awesome adjustments to see some success in the second match.
I got to become a really sexy, short, buff guy.
We can get this together and then
as long as I bring muscles to the playing field, I feel like that's a dub.
That's a good question.
I'll be on my tippy toes.
We, as a team, we have this issue of choking our first game. Like, if you were to play a best of 1, we probably would be like 1-7 right now. We would lose all our games. So we suck. We suck on our first game. It's fundamental.
You'll be fine in the
mental
Asian
after that
countries.
is good because we know
This is
we suck our first
laughing.
game, but we can bring it back on the second and the third.
So I think what you're trying to say is you guys typically use your first games to really feel out the enemy and then try to make adjustments accordingly.
Yes, something like that. Yes.
So that third game, the pressure was on. How were you guys feeling about it? There were a lot of really close fights that you specifically had such good positioning. I think you brought up a Wind of Nature at that one point to really take the edge over that Kahari and really help seal the deal for your team.
All right, let me go check on Area 77 real fast, chat.
Process those emotions. I know for me, I probably would have got overwhelmed and just like throw the phone out the window, you know?
It's more of keeping calm. I'm playing with things on the line. Like I know I can't make mistakes. I can't really be pressured to do anything. Like I need to keep calm. Even in that situation where it looks like we're losing, like I keep track of what Kokari has. I noticed he doesn't have wind, so I took on the 1v1. Like it's all these thought process that's going in my mind because I kept calm. Because I'm not panicking, because I'm not overly worried about what can happen next.
So the last question I got for you, again, you know, you guys came out victorious in the end, but leading up to that point, was there any actual moment that you guys were like, oh no, like we really need to be careful of this? You know, like what in specific were you guys, if anything, really worried about?
Third game, the Loi pick. No one, I'm pretty sure no one here really understand how threatening it is. Like how scary it is to have a whole team just appear in a random bush. So it's like doing the Lord push when it was a 4v4. Like we were all constantly worried that Loi might just pop out of a random bush out of nowhere. So that's why you see our team not really grouping up, not really sending one person alone. So if I was to say a moment, that's probably the most dangerous and the biggest trouble is probably the Loi.
Absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. That's not something I really I don't think I put as much emphasis mentally on it as you guys did, but you guys are obviously the ones who win and not me. So with that being said, I am gonna let you go. You know, thank you so much for that beautiful win. You guys really put on a show for us.
Thank you too.
All right, let's find our way back to the caster's desk. Thank you guys so much for the fantastic interview. You guys just absolutely killed it. We were loving that. Trex, how you feeling about it?
I felt good. I felt like I like the honesty from R. I like R just kind of knowing that game one, they were just kind of off. I think he felt confident against Kohari. I would have liked it a little bit spicier, but I like the humbleness from them, you know? So it's fair. It's a fair interview.
Yeah, I like that he identified some of the things that we saw here, especially up at the caster's desk. He saw that he didn't have Wind of Nature, and that was really kind of the turning point. That it turned what could have been a huge upset into just another part of the plan. What's worse though right now is that Trex is ahead in the predictions. And that's
very
that's
ahead.
The real punishment right now.
Not just ahead, very ahead. Like
All right, we're back, chat.
So, without further ado, I think it's about time we announce MVP. Trex, let's see who got it.
I'm not gonna take any guesses because everyone played great, but Sayori. So I'll give it to her. I'll give it to her. Game 2 on this on the Novaria. I said it, she was kind of the on the Novaria. She was kind of the unsung hero there. Was able to pull off a lot of snipe shots. One even at the very late game, which I think we might see at some point here. One of the final pushes there was just able to, I mean, kind of put the nail in the coffin there. Played overall a great game. We're seeing her once again be heavily involved, this time on the Nana. And
activate the Sims.
Really took off on this Nana. Was just so clean. Was able to kind of be the aggressive player that she wanted to be. because having that passive, right? Because even if I do get picked off, I'm able to still get away.
She
So
was
I think it
insane
her
as
on
the
stick. There
Nana,
it goes.
too.
That play right there was just, that's when we really knew, oh, this Nana is online right now. And did that same thing later on in the game over by the orange buff, was able to get another one of those right before a big Lord fight. So just continuously kind of in their face, played that Nana like an EXP laner with the way she was zoning.
Yeah, a big amount of suppressive fire. The second game, basically the artillery from way back, able to land those spheres, and then in the last game with that Nana, it was like I was talking about it during the game. It's basically as soon as a Molina lands, it's over for whoever catches that. They're gonna be taking the full brunt of the Nana combo, whether it's the Molina blitz into the Molina into the boomerang that she can throw out there. It's just a huge amount of damage, and she was able to maximize it and was a huge factor in a lot of those team fights.
Hold on a second. What is that? Hold on.
What'd you say?
There's a giveaway. Oh, what do we got? So for this
Report
golden
it.
chest, please keep in mind there is a limited quantity of 31, and it is going to be a first come, first serve, but we do have the code listed here. We've got the QR code that you guys can scan for quick, easy access. Trex?
I don't got nothing for that, bro. I'm just kidding. It's a great tournament test. They got the QR code now.
I'll check
so
on them
if
here
you're
in a
like me
second.
and you're looking at this on a computer screen, you can just pull out the phone, hit the QR code, all that good stuff. Bunch of cool skins to get. Like you said, only 31. Only 31 of those. They're probably already gone, so I'm sorry if you showed up too late.
Yeah, or if you have slow fingers.
Yeah, like Zeke.
That's pretty much how I be playing Lancelot, and that's why I lose all of my games. That's I can't do it. It's not bad for me, man. It's not meal for me. No fanny. Some really good skins. You know, I was peeping that they got the Yin Yang Mage up there, man. After seeing some of that Lu Yi performance, man, I might have to try to get it. You know, I was pulling out like my 16 different phones, and but again, slow fingers. I don't think I got any of them.
You didn't get a single one, man.
Nope.
15 phones. Why aren't I looking on that one?
I'll tell you guys.
How you feeling about the next games?
I'm excited. These first two, we already talked about it. These first two matches going to be super hype because there's a lot of teams here fighting for that second place, fighting for that third place. We just saw this first game.
You said
It was
Zeke is like,
already a
man.
war between Fiends
What,
and
body?
the Nigh Horde. The next
My
one
dog doesn't like
gonna
when I
be just as
stream.
exciting.
Look at him.
I know we're
You
making our
guys see
way
him,
through
chat?
this racetrack of a
Yeah.
tournament, but let's hit the brakes and time to go to one. We will see you guys when we come back.
All right, mute. All right, gonna be a short break here while we're getting the players ready for the next series. Zeke could be a cop. He's in the military. Zeke's in the military, so. On cam? Oh God. Are they actually able to talk to each other? All right, we're back, chat. All right. I feel like my nipple is gonna pop out. When will I cast? I don't cast in the NACT. I handle all of the management. I manage 4 of the pro teams for the NACT. Nip slip is crazy. Next Sunday they do an Easter theme. I just feel like it's gonna happen, bro. Like just like a gust comes by. An Easter theme? Fucking they all come dressed as rabbits. Andrew Tate in the NACT casting? Sheesh. Superhero theme? Bunny ears? I like the bunny ears. Bunny ears and pink nose. A naked thing? You guys are you guys are wild. If I'm ever muted, it's because I'm talking to the pro players and making sure they're getting ready and making sure that we can get this started on time for you guys. Just FYI, if you guys are new to the chat, new to the channel, thanks for the subscribe. Make sure to like the stream as well, chat. That helps with the algorithm. It helps me get shown to the world. So if you guys can like the stream, it takes 2 seconds, hit that thumbs up button. Appreciate it. Dez is a sub for GG. He's a sub for GG. What up, anime? It's good to see you, bud. Welcome to the channel. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm gonna go let my dog out real fast. I'll be right back. Oh, I didn't know they came back so fast.
Which really kind of went far past my expectations, but today is so far not disappointing. We've got a great Series 1, and I don't think Series 2 is going to be much different.
Yeah, we already, I mean, I talked about it before.
My dog's currently outside.
Even off cam, when we were talking about it, we knew that these first 2 games were going to be very closely contested, especially with where kind of the power struggles are for these teams, kind of all of them trying to make their way up.
I think everybody is ready.
Position here and having actually very good success. So this
everybody's in the lobby, right? I can't see Area 77 side.
The fork in the road.
That friends list is in the way.
Successful, getting up to that top 4, and those who might have some issues and some things that they need to work on for the rest of the season.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Well, speaking of success, let's take a look at Area 77.
Bring my doggo to the stream.
Now, Area 77, some players are the same, some players have changed, and some have changed roles. But either way, Area 77 has been dominating. We got ISO in the gold lane, JQT. Mark Cutie taking the change gold lane last season, mid this time. Tarzan, aka Guapo, sitting in the jungle, and your Reshi Cutie finally finding a spot.
Make sure to watch the player cameras.
Lane.
You're gonna see something good.
That a lot of us
just FYI.
could be hype, and they are definitely definitely living up to that expectation this season.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, when I look at the Area 77 team, especially, you know, who they were coming into the regular season,
It's
they've
gonna be
absolutely
wild.
stepped up. They've
Sneak
come in
peek
hot
is
again, you know,
crazy.
and I'm just so excited to see them perform.
More Area 77 fans here?
I want to say they've changed my mind when it comes to how much of an effect that some of those sub.
My phone says I need to go work out, chat. BRB.
The drafting is now done by Sir Rose. They've really kind of turned me around on how much of a huge effect that has had for a team like Area 70. They're like a brand new team. This is the team we wanted to see, I want to say 2 years ago at the top of NA, and they are really pushing forward and have a chance here to really separate themselves from the pack here tonight.
So I know we've seen Area 77, we've seen them do well, and we've also seen them have a couple hiccups. Do you guys have anything that you're really looking at in regards to them coming into this upcoming match?
I think one of the big things for them is Yureshi and how he can affect for the game. If he can get the picks that he wants, if they can make sure Yureshi is comfortable, it definitely helps the team a lot. Whenever he is able to kind of move around the map and be proactive,
And dog won't let me get by.
He just holds such an influence over team fights. So that is huge for him, and I think the same goes for
What are you
DA.
doing?
If they can kind of suppress Yureshi, it can help them control team fights.
Good dog, bro.
Fascinating.
He's like pushing me
There seems to have
around.
been a roster swap in
your
regards
big ass
to DA.
outta here.
Private?
I know Trex is really excited about this. It's going to be Toro being swapped out for Melon in here. I say that in excitement because casters, it usually kind of flips us upside down when it comes to these changes. It's hard to tell what the effect of this will be, if they will still have that synergy that made them so strong. As we can see here, Melon, T, Yato, Kush, Mikasa, members of just, I want to say, of other Titan teams here in North America, came together here and have been having some great success. And you know, Devious Activity has something to prove here, especially since yesterday they just took a loss to the Nigh Horde. So they're definitely looking to prove something here tonight.
I'll tell you what, man, consider my timbers shivered, because Toru being swapped out is horrifying to me, because I've seen Toru, you know, kind of representing that, you know, that Kohari effect. You know, earlier games we saw him on that Aerith just yah, and now he's not going to be there, and I don't feel like I've seen enough from Melon to know, am I safe right now?
I mean, we'll definitely see. Either way, Area 77, I mean, DA are a team that we kind of got to keep our eyes on, and I don't think that Melon would just be on the bench for no reason. I do think that he's got to have some game, or else why would he even be there, right? Unless he's literally just a
His jokes are so wild.
You know,
Private was like, no,
his phone or whatever. So the possibilities are there, but I still think this is going to be a match that we need to watch, and I still think DA, you know, are going to put up a great fight.
Everybody likes his vibe though.
Private?
Oh, I just wanted to say, like, we were talking about this before. Area 77 right now has garnered a lot of fandom in the last few weeks.
Yeah.
A lot of people are vying for them.
Everybody says Zeke is the North American Naisu.
Still have a huge hurdle here tonight with a Devious.
That's what's everybody calling him.
Pretty much favored.
Naisu even he came into my chat yesterday and he was like, yo, you should see it overseas, man. Like even in the Philippines, the memes going around that like that this is the North American Naisu.
I expected them to be like a top 3, top 4 team, and although they very well still might be, at this point we're seeing same thing with Area 77. We are seeing some success, but we're seeing some hiccups, and I'm really just not sure what to expect out of either of these teams coming into it.
I mean, there's a lot to expect, I think, from both teams. I think one thing we have to watch for from the side of DA is like the Yato T combo.
He's been memeing around over in the Philippines, apparently.
For me, I've noticed they either play amazingly or they make some big glaring mistakes here and there. And if they can play amazingly, I do feel like this game can be in the bag for them. But if they make some of those big whiffs that we've seen even back when they were on BTK.
It's the Hawaiian. It's the Hawaiian vibe, bro. Well, apparently, I think it's the Vegas vibe. I think they were trying to go for like, we're all going to Vegas, baby.
Memory mistakes that haunt our dreams at night. But when they are on point, they can be champions. Both of these players have gold medals for NACT at least under their belt. They are not players to be counted out.
Private?
Maybe.
Well, I mean, I echo that same thing. I mean, they have the live stage experience. They have the gold medal experience. They've all been successful in NACT.
Vegas is May 11th. May 11th is the finals.
Out there. And that's what kind of separates the top of the mountain in NA.
Batty with a fatty.
Kind of make some of those mistakes and bounce back, which where we've been seeing some teams here have issues with. You get knocked out.
License and registration.
Gather themselves.
The game's starting here soon, chat. So
draft or
we'll be getting into it.
Where they just cannot find their footing again, and we're gonna see if either of these teams can kind of push through that type of hurdle.
You know, it's kind of actually, it's really interesting to me that you're bringing up some of the mistakes, but didn't you end up in Miami? That's crazy. You know, at least Trax got a little bit closer to Hawaii, but you know, without further ado, let's actually get straight into it. Let's see, who do we think is actually going to win?
The casters.
Well, as you can see, it's pretty
casters
one-sided here.
don't want it.
One-sided here. You know, I thought about changing my vote at the last second, but I decided we're sticking with DA here, even after the roster change. I think they're going to be able to pull through. Area 77 has showed some signs of greatness, but I still put DA as the better team here. We'll see if Area 77 can pull it off, though.
When it comes to the signs of life on other planets and the extraterrestrial rumors here, hashtag
we're restarting
in Area 77. They have come with a vengeance, and I'm looking for them to plow through DA here to kind of really cement themselves at the top.
I let Area 77 know.
Sure. I hear you. You know, and although area, you know, although it be getting a little extra
just let the casters.
DA's been really getting into some devious activities, and with that being said, I think they've got what it takes to really take it home.
Definitely have what it takes. I want to point out one more big thing about this match, right? This is the, you know, this is like the brothers in arms match right here. We got Yato and T up against Mark, Cutie, and ISO, which all four of these players, though under different names, all have played together before. It was ISO, T, and Yato on BTK in previous seasons. And then even before that, Yato and T used to be part of Area 77. They were part of Area 77 when they won a NACT back in the day. Mark Cutie was their gold laner back in the day. These guys all know each other. These guys are friends. These guys gotta go at each other's throats though today. Right. Someone has to lose, and that's the real highlight of this match here, right? It's like they're taking down their own family right now.
Well, you know, I think whether they're
friends they're moving through it fast.
I think they have to go into this match a little bit neutral, you know, call them frenemies, and I think they're really going to have to size themselves out and say, you know, you guys are good, we're good, but the question is who's better?
Oh, that's nice. I like that.
You know, private.
Yeah, it's for me. I'm really excited. Who can forget last week? And it was a match that completely surprised me. Area 77 taking on BloodThirstyKings, and Area 77 with a new strain. I want to say a new.
Sorry, chat. We had to initiate a redraft,
which I feel is like a huge plus for them right
now. We were
now.
supposed to start, but we had a little bit of a technical problem there.
Up a bit, but it's not so much of outside the box. There is a method to the madness, and it always, when you see the draft, it might not be what you expected, but when you see it, you're like, oh.
Do you guys like it that the casters are now switching this time around instead of like having defined caster groups?
We were talking about Yato and T. Is they do
welcome to the channel.
Sometimes there's those Do we need to rush?
I'm
into
Godfather
the core?
G.
Should we do the safe thing?
What
and
would
take
you
the
like?
board? And sometimes it ends up costing them against more more experienced teams.
Come on, chat. We're almost at 100
Let's be real
likes.
here, though.
We're at
NACT is a
89.
pretty weird spider web.
Need
of
11
tier lists right now,
more.
'cause we got Area 77 over BTK.
This is the best time
who is
in the
over
downtime to like that
GG,
stream. Let's
who is
go.
over Area 77, who is over DA. Like it's
The
pretty
Florida
weird right now.
boys.
It's a very awkward tier list when you're.
I
want to
move to. I want to move
because,
somewhere
and
else,
that's
to be
what's made this
honest.
whole season so interesting, and that's what makes these.
I'm so
guesses
tired of the
so
weather in
hard,
Missouri.
right? Because yes, you beat them, but you lost to them, who got beat by them, and it's just kind of all over the place.
Oh,
and
I
it really just feels like day by day, you just don't know who's gonna.
It says 69 likes. Hey, we made it to 100 likes. Let's go.
Because for the first time, it feels like someone's can lose, but
Winnable. We won,
to
chat.
Area 77
We're
and
winning.
DA, I do think that Area 77.
Look at my dog,
has
bro.
the better
You can't even
notches in
see
their
him. The
belt today.
camera's like
That
right
kinda
here.
Seems to be my keep going back to right now. They have taken the bigger wins. DA took a loss to Nigh Horde yesterday, which was pretty rough, right? And I'm not saying Nigh Hordes are kind of slumps on the block or anything, but still. DA hasn't really gone up against any of the big fish yet. At least when we came into season, who we thought the big fish were going to be. We considered them to be one of the big fish. So they kind of need this win. Area 77 has at least gotten a win on somebody that a lot of us put in possible S or A tier. DA
I'm
has
located
not
in
yet.
Missouri.
So if DA wants
Dog
to kind of hold
reveal?
their ground
Want to
as a
see this big
contender,
old boy?
they have to get
Come here, buddy.
this. If they lose to Area
Ouch.
77
Ouch.
today,
Thank
they're
you.
kind
Ouch.
of
Nope,
they're
nope.
B tier. They're
Come
C
here.
tier at this point, you know?
Come here. Up.
Bold. That is
All the
bold.
way.
Honestly,
There you go.
again, I think it comes back to what I was saying earlier. I think we are in,
Want the
in
ball?
a version of
You want the ball?
NACT unlike any that we've really
You
seen
want
in the
the ball?
past. We're seeing really
You
good
blow.
teams going head to head, and again, we can't accurately guess out who's
Oh, God.
going to actually come out.
I think I hit
on
my
the top.
PC.
Like, when the finals get there, who's it going to be? We genuinely don't know, because again, we came into this, we said, hey, we think DA could be like a top 3, top 4 team, and I've also,
And my
during
dog, my
NACT, I've
dog's
heard different people saying,
my
they
dog's like
actually
bigger
think
than me,
Area
dude.
77 might take the whole thing. So I think at this point, again, it is anybody's guess.
God, that boy is.
Yeah, it's really kind of come
shit.
down to me for,
He is
like I said,
hurt.
this is a
He is
new
fucking hurt.
and improved Area 77. I mean, like I said before, I kind of am nostalgic. I was really attached to that old logo, but if this new logo that they have means that they're going to continue to play the way they have for this season, I'm all for it. And especially all of the changes that they've made, whether this new manager has them focused and prepped right. I hear they have a new person drafting for them. Sir Rose has got them eating their Wheaties and making sure that they're focused on the fights that they need. It's and even now, the only loss that they've taken is to a Gaimin Gladiators, which is, I mean,
That was a workout.
I don't even know if they are. I think they're tied for #1 right now in North America.
What ball is that made?
That's no.
What is that
laughing
ball
matter
made
for
of?
them. But the
My
big thing
family
is
dog
if they can
destroys
kind of come
everything.
back
Here.
now,
Man,
especially over
ouch.
a team like Devious
It's like
Activity,
a-
who's going to be
don't
looking
know.
to kind of pay back for the loss that they took yesterday. It's
That has the initials
I'm actually really
JW
excited
are-
about this match because, like I said, I'm a big fan
IW?
of Area
I don't know.
77. They've got. I mean, I don't know too many other teams that have the same amount of tenure here in North America, but they've got a long-standing history here, and it's nice to be able to see if they can make up with that with some type of success.
Well, I think I'm going to stop us there, because at this point, I think it's pretty safe to say that just like Trex, the audience is going absolutely bananas, ready to get into the draft. So without further ado,
It's because there's bananas
Jesus.
on my shirt. That's what that joke was,
Get
right,
it?
Private?
Get it?
Zeke, you're so funny. Thank you for the toss. Thank you for bringing us back into the draft now. We've laid down the stakes. We've laid down the law, and it's game #1. And I think the final thing to point out, just to kind of set up the story one last time, is both these teams tied.
Is that
at
like a
6
a
points.
dining room?
And
Like,
this is
where
what
are you
we've been
at?
talking about all day, is so many teams are so dead even right now.
That
So
room's
this is the deciding
huge.
factor. who's going to seal that third place, who's going to lock themselves into a possible third or
It's a
second place
big
finish
room.
as we move towards into the season. Drafts coming in. The Novaria continues to be banned, but here's something new on the bans. That Joy. And I think there's just respect because we know that Kush likes those assassin picks sometimes. Even though I think before we saw DA pick up, we saw Kush
He's just like placing his ball on my chair, bro.
And they lost with it. I think it was
all right, chill out, buddy.
What it was, but I feel like we've seen the joy and it got locked up by the Ruby, so there are counters to it, but still Area 77 showing them the respect.
You said your dog's just lazy and sleeps?
But now we still have
Wow, this boy, he wants to play. He likes playing.
The assassins.
I need to take him for a walk.
The maneuverability out in the map. There's so many options.
Weak Ico? Hey, listen, this dog's like 110 pounds, bro.
To really put that damage and that effect.
He weighs more than most people.
To the enemy there. So we're gonna see what else we're gonna be taking off here. I
Look
want to
at
see
him.
a lot of
Look at him.
mobility taken off the map here right now. We're really trying to iron in both of these teams into that support tanky type of jungle here as we're trying to take off those speedsters from the map.
Yeah, but leaving the Noland open could be dangerous because it's not like Tarzan. Don't get me wrong, we've been seeing Tarzan on a lot of hold on, because I'm wondering, is Tarzan going to pick up the Nolan here? Like, because Tarzan's an old school West jungler, man. And if you know, like, the Western boys back then, they were really like the assassin junglers. Like, even when we saw basic jungle a little bit way back, but no, he's going to play it safe. He's going to go for the Barats. Does Kush.
It's a lifting? I know. Might have to be able to lift my dog.
It's kind of dangerous, though, because if he picks it up, like,
I'm going to open up the other window for him.
If they pick up the Nolan, they need to get something that slows him down.
Yeah, well, it depends too. Are you looking to kind of form your own composition out of this, or do you have to answer the Barats? Which I kind of feel like with the Barats, with how strong he is, his win rate right now, I feel like you have to answer that. You have to maybe pick up that expert, maybe pick up that carry.
My cat's in the window too.
Kind of shred into the armor and the health that he's going to be having there. Vexana picked up first for the side of Devious Activity.
I think they're wondering it. It's like, because you're right. It's like if we pick up Nolan, we probably just get bullied by Barats. Like, it just opens up. Let's just get invaded. Let's pick up the Nolan and get invaded. But you're right. They go for the X-Borg, which they're answering the Barats. They go for the Vexana, and they get 2 power picks. And if they want to
my cat likes chasing birds.
Always there for the picking.
All right, chat, let's go.
On the side of Area 77.
What we got here, Area 77 versus Devious Activity. Probably one of the most anticipated matches of the night.
Here as well. Nana's open, Lilia's
Brats,
open, couple possibilities.
Vexana, X-Borg, dude, I am so tired of seeing X-Borgs. Time to clock out. G, later. See you, Kira.
Well,
thanks for stopping by, fam.
That the Valentina has been a big thing. Oh, I like this. I like this. I haven't seen it.
Y'all better be in here enjoying the show. Look at Zeke coming in the chat.
Strong it is.
Zeke, you like the outfit, brother? I had to suit up with you guys. I was looking underwhelmed over here, and I was like, oh god, I gotta join the crew. Why y'all got sunglasses on it inside? Hey, picture that we're outside.
Dynamics on the side of Area 77, like the Heart God Claude, plus you have this Barats that can cause mayhem, and it's very similar to what we saw from Fiends in previous matches earlier. So it's just a lot of different ways you can approach the match for Area 77, where DA still hasn't kind of locked in a clear
I can wear a hat if you want.
yet. They have the damage, they have the Vexana, they have some counterplay to Barats, but we haven't. They
like
haven't
I got
really,
the bucket hat too.
When I look at Area 77, they already feel rounded out. Like they can pretty much slot whatever.
I got the Mobile Legends bucket hat.
Too crazy.
Yeah, I mean, but on the side of Devious Activity, we have the early game with the Vexana. We have some of that piercing and tanking. Well, not tanking, but like a good front line with Mikasa. Depending on where he's going to be going, the jungler, I almost feel like it would be a little bit preferred to kind of match up and be able to kind of shred through the Barats. And it does. Oh, man, we're taking out. I think both teams had the same idea in mind when it came to taking down those setting and CC heavy roams. The Minotaur taken off there, Tigreal taken off there, Lu Yi.
I got the carry pickup.
Taken off there for Devious Activity.
But what is the?
Yeah, I was getting done dirty by carries last night too.
What do they go for? Do they maybe
carries and X-Borgs were just friggin' taking me to Pound Town.
Raph as well could be possible. Like it's fine if you want.
Where's my beans at? We got flex coins up in here.
Ban out the Tig after the Minotaur was banned. So maybe we see something like the Wrath from them here. We've seen it picked up a lot, like Wrath Basha. Very possible.
Yeah, some type of healing.
You're still waiting on the
assume is
M5
coming from the side
hat?
of DA. That's the only real reason to kind of take out
that one's like that one.
the Lu Yi. She has a great synergy when it comes to anti-heal out the whole. Okay.
Kaja?
Absolutely. Beside what I was thinking they were going to go for, they're going to go ahead and pull up that Kaja.
I mean, T's been favoring this Kaja a lot on DA. It has been good. It has been bad. We've seen a little bit of everything from it so far. T has kind of been like the black sheep in terms of.
Oh, you want my M
from
hat?
all the other teams. He's picked up things like the Kaja. He's picked
That's
up the
my
Hilda on
only
certain times
M5
of
gear.
important measure. Like he's never scared to go a little bit outside of the box. Does it work here against the Claude? It does kind of find the way to get past that.
Nigh Horde won against Fiends.
The possibility of escape, but. For now, that is kind of it, and now we see the Gourd from Area 77. Another outlier that we haven't been seeing all the time. Yureshi Cutie gonna get in the Ruby, which is very solid here. Kind of maybe being the delay to keep T away from those engages.
Yeah, really interesting. You're gonna have a big tanky front or CC heavy front line coming from Area 77, which means that you're gonna also have
going
a lot
fishing?
of room potentially for Mark Cutie on this Gourd to be able to
Going
send out
fishing?
that Mystic Gush to be able to do a ton of damage, and then you have the fear of that back line ISO being able to, or for the Claude to be able to dive into the back line, possibility of the heart.
That's the first time I think I've ever wore the hat
with that blazing duet. On the other side though, we're looking to see what we're gonna go ahead to match up with this Kaja as well. Kaja in North America sitting at about a 75% win rate.
I mean, Kaja's, it's doing well, but also doesn't get picked very often. Again, it is kind of the answer to the Claude here. It can also help deal with these big Lord fights, with these big neutral objectives, and maybe if you don't want to use it on ISO, you can use it on Tarzan, right? You can try to pull away the Barats.
With the sunglasses, gang, chat.
Secure those objectives. So I think it's a big play.
You'll
of
donate
mechanics
for the
between both of
hat?
these teams. It's a big play of like
What?
who can make
The
their
white hat?
ultimates count here, who can kind of make sure they land.
I'm a collector. Do you not? Like, I love collecting stuff.
For Area 77. One of the big detrimental things, though, I think, is Yureshi on this Ruby. I mentioned
the
that Yureshi's a key
Gourd.
player on this team. He's a key
Let's
player to making things
go,
happen.
baby.
And if he has
The
a good
Gourd.
game here, if he gets the right offendeds off, it could be groundbreaking.
Yeah, very interesting here. I want to say the big thing, well, actually, I mean, we're going to move into it, guys. I mean, we're going to stop theorizing, and we're going to move into game one of Area 77, taking on Devious Activity. Both teams tied at 6 points at a leaderboard.
Okay, so both teams.
Yeah, it's because you can like
utility
aim his
jungle,
ultimate now.
nothing
Like you can
too
dash
crazy
into
there,
people.
and deciding factors of early or late game.
Like
When we
before,
look
people
at
could get
the
out of his
mid,
ultimate,
though,
but like
take
the
a
only
look
way
at
now
Gordon,
is
take a look at
to
Angela.
purify.
There's decent wave
Look
clear
at
there. There's
the
actually
cams,
great wave
chat.
clear
Look
there.
at
It
ISO.
does look like
He's
Devious
wearing a
Activity is
BTK
taking
jersey.
slower route when it comes to terms of rotations and laning phase. T kind of helping out Kush to clear that orange buff a little bit faster, but because
You can
of
hardly
that,
see
Area
it, but
77
Jay
kinda
has an
gets,
Echo
they're
jersey
able to
on.
Move around on this river, but both teams want to contest for the Lethal Wander here.
Yeah, he saw that nice little stun land from Mark Cutie, and it's going to go ahead and help Area 77 go ahead and take the first litho.
Which is big for them, right? And in terms of off lanes, we have ISO, we have Melon. We've seen this matchup a few times before, but honestly, when it comes down to Claude and Carry, neither of them extremely outrange the other. Neither of them crazily
you
poke
can't
each
see
other. So I don't
Tarzan
think it's like
very
anyone
well.
outright wins. It kinda
Tarzan
comes
has his
down to,
Avalon jersey on.
can Melon get the speed light wheel at the right time and maybe really burst down onto ISO? Does ISO have a BMI ready to escape? It's a much more mechanical fight here.
Yeah, and what's interesting here is the back line. ISO is going to have to dive deep to try to get that damage onto Melon. And Melon, I want to say, Mikasa is going to be the big one for the side of Devious Activity, is that it's going to be diving into the back of Area 77. And it's really going to be on those players and their success rate during these team fights to see who really kind of comes ahead or comes around ahead during these fights.
And now with Turtle coming up, DA seems poised and ready, but so does Area
It's definitely a
77.
slow game.
Yato kind of
Not too many fights here.
Be a little,
First
they'll
Turtle,
take the
make it or
long
break
route
it. Who's
to
gonna
this
get
fight,
it?
and Yureshi already
DA?
cutting off.
Mar.
Tarzan getting very close there. Unoffended does come out there.
Push got it.
Able to grab the first turtle down.
Reshi on the run. Tarzan 1 HP.
Mikasa in trouble.
Yato flickered.
Onto Tarzan, but your
Reshi able to get a kill though.
1-1 apiece, but that first turtle goes to Area 77.
Sheesh.
Or no, goes to Devious Activity.
Yeah, DA gets turtle. I thought the same thing for some reason. My brain just registered Kush getting it. That's Area 77. This is how much these players used to play with each other, right? But DA doesn't only get turtle, they also get first blood, and they get the first blood on to wait. Who did that? They get the first blood onto Tarzan there, which that's kind of big, right? Taking out jungle, I think, is a little more important than just
wearing glasses to fit in with the crowd, chat.
It's a clear win for DA. They also start to get a gold lead. Taking a look at some of the items, and nothing too crazy. One thing to point out, ISO decides not to pick up boots, was these pretty common for Claudes, especially in an early game, because you get the passive speed boost and everything. But I will say this, Melon does seem to be winning out a little bit on lane when it comes to gold.
Yeah, and Kush doing a great job here right now, just being harassing to the side of Area 77, already in their jungle, and looking to really kind of state his claim on Area 77's minions.
Yeah, so at that point, ISO has to take his time. T already kind of poisoned. This is what I want to see from T. I think kind of hover down in the gold lane a bit more. You see it pretty commonly when people do pick up the Kaja. Try to get a pick onto ISO early on. Slow down the Claude, and if you can do that...
Oh! ISO with the speed!
There from ISO.
Yo!
You see they chomped down on that so hard.
The quickness.
Looking to try to get him, and he comes back with the battle mirror image.
So clean. It's going to be a hard catch. It's definitely going to be a hard catch.
Look at the little dino.
He knows. This is something interesting to point out as well that I didn't catch at first. ISO knows that T has that. Wait a second. Little nom.
Yeah, you see, terrified is Tarzan. Big mistake. Gush finds and lowers down T, but now Appraiser's Wrath going to be able to catch and take down Tarzan. And this is before the next turtle, which means that the side of Area 77 will not have a retribution.
So
Snaps.
ISO went for the sprint instead of the purify because he knows it's like
Area 77 kind of being pushed against the wall this time around.
You know, like something that I can't escape the divine retribution anyways. So he picks up the sprint instead, which I'm wondering like how wise of a decision that is. I think it could play out as a bonus, but he might regret it if he gets caught dead by a bad Eternal Guardian or something.
Yeah, he's waiting, and look at 3 members, so he's gonna decide against actually even contesting this tower. Great positioning from ISO though, and to give him a great vision so that he knew what was coming and whether he should go ahead and engage or not.
Yeah, I mean, good plays. DA, though, better plays. Get the tower, able to cut it off. They're making good progress. They're catching their laning phase stride very well. And as long as they can keep running with this, as long as they can kind of keep up this pressure, they can definitely hold on. I think the next big objective, though, is try to get a kill on ISO, and that might be what they're looking for. They keep hovering down in this gold lane, just searching for him, but he's a little too slippery.
Yeah, it's very slippery, but unfortunately, the passivity coming from Area 77 and not
Private just used the word passivity? What the fuck is that word?
Elongate this gold lead. You see Kush down here at the bottom. It's going to go ahead, find the taunt on that Tarzan, and your Reshi going to back off from this top fight.
I think Area 77, they need to get to a point. They're looking for the time in the game.
He with Kaja?
Kind of group up a little bit.
I'm not a fan of Kaja's, but they're putting, oh my god, the damage by Melon.
Be able to save Tarzan as he gets chunked down again. 0-3.
Melon's damage is insane.
So we found
already swapping sides too.
When Daytona's welcome happens and Tarzan staying still, you just shred him with Speedy Light Wheel, and that's where Tarzan's gonna have to be careful. And I think the rest of Area 77, someone has to get Melon away from the fight when he's kind of going for that play to happen, because as long as he's just a sitting duck, it's just an easy target for Melon.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the side of Area 77, Devious Activity very successful with this objective pushes, with their ganks onto the lanes. Only tower so far, and we can see right here. Now Melon going to go ahead and put the damage on the ISO. ISO getting chunked down, is going to have to back up from this tower. And this actually might be, ooh, a nice little stun lands on the T, courtesy of Mark Cutie.
Melon saw T in the bush. He's like, no, wait right there. I got this, bro. 1v2. Let me show off real quick. Let me show why I'm subbed in today. Let me show why I'm on the bench here, because I'm ready to play. Melon feeling good right now. They're going to cut this lane. They're going to take another objective here. Devious keeping it slow. They're not even going for kills. They're playing like a whole different team today. They're definitely on point.
Yeah, definitely. I want to say a learning curve that happened yesterday. Devious Activity is here to represent and show that loss yesterday. I mean, they took it as a learning experience. Very slow, very methodical, and I want to say very intense here, especially with the way that they're controlling the map and the pace of the game. I feel like Area 77 isn't even able to get a rotation that is in their favor. They're just stuck reacting to Devious Activity.
Yeah, and the thing is like DA is not. They're like, we're not going to fight you right now. Like, we don't have to. We can just pick you apart. We can make you guys come out. And Area 77 kind of wants them to make a mistake somewhere, right? To where you actually can capitalize on a big arm offend.
Oh! Big divine judgment lands. Tarzan
dude,
gets pulled out.
Devious Activity kind of spanking right now.
And you can see the Mystic Gush is out, but only able to take down the Eternal.
Tarzan having a tough time. ISO missing the blazing duet.
Lands onto any of the members. DA just so
damn
smooth, so fluid with it. El Mikasa comes in, has the is going to have that
Dang,
ultimate.
yo, DA is on a whole different level right now. What the fuck?
I mean, DA just right now is just, they're making it look easy in game number 1 right now. It's a 5.5k gold lead. Area 77 unable to answer a single thing. They do still have some hope though, right? They still have ISO, who's gone deathless. JQT's only taken that 1 death, and we still haven't really seen the full possibility of the Claude Angela combo just yet, right? The big problem for Area 77 is with Tarzan being so far, with being 2 levels behind, the retre's just not there. They know they can't contest these neutral objectives. They know they can't fight it. They have to wait until Tarzan's level 15, Kush is level 15. So it's going to be a few minutes until Area 77 can even try to, you know, maybe next Lord, if they can close the gold gap a little bit.
Well, the gold gap right now, especially the where it's placed, 2k above Export right now is on the fellow XP laner, the Ruby. So even if they try to have Ruby front line because she's ahead of Tarzan right now, you're going to get shredded down because Export has been having such a great game. Mikasa just doing some wonderful things. Now we're going to go ahead and engage into here. The Divine Judgment does miss their big pull, and then I'm offended, followed up by Mark Cutie finding a kill.
Ooh, deep into the tower though.
And still the Heartsguard.
Yo, someone punish them.
The side of Area
I just don't think they can.
They are still being backed up. They get a kill.
Oh, yo, Devious Activity.
Being pushed back from their towers.
And that is just pure.
They're going hard right now,
because
chat.
even when T goes down and DA's still like, yeah, we'll still send her to this tower and fight you. Like that's a problem, is even if Area 77 gets what should be an advantage play, right? Like what should be, they could capitalize on this play. It doesn't matter as much because the gold lead's too far ahead. Something to point out, you mentioned Sleeps and Yureshi. Yureshi also went for he's going full damage right now. He didn't go for the brute force breastplate as second item or anything like that. He went for anti-seal and anti-life steal, and he went for the war axe. So he's not as tanky as he maybe needs to be, especially when you're behind in gold. He's getting shredded down a bit too fast, and he's not able to be involved in fights to get life steal. So we're seeing that problem start to kind of show its face as well.
And a Devious Activity just enforcing their will on these lanes. They just come straight at the tower. Area 77 tries to defend, but there's literally nothing they can do at this point right now. Almost 8k gold behind Devious Activity.
Yeah, it definitely feels rough, but Area 77, what I do like, they know that it's like, we got to buy time. And they're not really forcing fights either. They're not like making any glaring mistakes. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to do, which is just kind of turtle up at this point, get the gold we can. If DA overextends, we get a kill. They got that kill onto T earlier. They haven't lost anything too major. Honestly, though, they might not even be able to fight for this next Lord. They might have to wait even longer. And they do have some shred with ISO. They could, as long as they don't mess up, they could probably last another Lord, maybe even 2 and push.
Sorry, I'm back, Chad. I had some player stuff I had to handle.
Lord, it's going to need to be something magical.
Gee, what's up, brother? What up, honey?
Concerning ISO,
Honey mustard in the chat.
They're already going to go ahead and start on it.
Have you seen that ancient caveman opal?
On the side, getting good vision for his team.
What's up? What's up? Someone's like smashing that heart button right now. I like it.
It looks like they're not even going to try to contest it.
I think that's the right play, right? And they have Jay Cutie. Who
you guys got a second while they're fighting for the Lord. Hit that like button on the stream. Get us up in the ranks.
And always heart guard back to safety.
There's 350 of you.
Now it's a 9.
Let's get to 200 likes.
Lead. And everyone, any member of Area 77 is on the block to be chopped right now. If anyone gets pulled in from T, if anyone gets targeted down, it's trouble.
That was a flicker out.
And look, and they find the I'm offended. They're able to kind of lock on the T, but I mean I
don't think they'll have that flicker for the Lord.
Mark Cutie still can't burst him down with the Mystic Gush.
Flex coins are like our chat loyalty currency. You gain flex coins by watching the stream and interacting in the comments. And then with that loyalty currency, you can then use for giveaways. Like I'm giving away 4,000 diamonds. It'll be 4 lucky individuals to get 1,000 diamonds each.
Yeah.
And then I'll also be giving away 15 epic skins, not 8.
All 3 lanes here crashing down at the same time, especially a Lord at the bottom. That's going to put a lot of pressure up at the top lane as well. Now you have Area 77 who's going to have to spread out. Oh, Tarzan getting pulled back a bit. Mikasa getting full stacks onto the Dino, looking to put the shredding onto him. Now the rest of the team's going to have to deal with this Lord.
Ritz always wants the diamonds.
This could be an opportunity for them. They do have a big pop-up. Mikasa coming in with that ultimate
mid-tower push
onto the back line.
Mikasa 1 HP.
Down the tower.
No one able to get him. No, Melon takes out Tarzan.
A kill onto Tarzan. DA is so low.
That's actually
77 is unable
that's
to
crazy that nobody died on DA.
DA did not play that well. That's what an 11k gold lead does for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yo.
They were under the tower. I mean, Area 77 played that perfectly, honestly. Like, they got the Daytona's well.
They're gonna keep going.
Blazing
Last insanity.
Things up, but when you're this far behind, you can push your limits.
Jay pushing.
Oh,
Mikasa, Clutch got caught.
Kush into the core.
Yo, Area 77 hot now. They want more. Can they take him out? Can they take out T? He's down.
Boy, he activates his immortality, but he's in between 4 members of Area 77. Starting to turn the tides is Area 77, but still 10k down.
Dude, Carry just does so much damage, chat.
To kind of make little mistakes
so much damage.
That was fully worth it. Getting all 3 and hit. Oh my God, it's a lot of damage. As long as they're able to get. They got all 3 inhibitors. It is something, but they have to know now. They have to be careful because Area 77 is definitely kind of catching up slowly. They've now
Area 77 feeling good now. Gonna siege this mid tower. Oh, they're putting the damage down on it. Ah, so close.
77. That puts a time limit
so
on
close.
How long they can keep these engagements going.
Hopefully that Discord link works. So let me know.
Super powered minions that are going to be coming in through the lanes.
Let me know.
So
let me know. Let me know.
They have to be quick, and unfortunately, when you're this far behind, it's very hard to. Oh, we do have a little concealed play there, caught by your Russian.
Let's go.
With the rest of Area 77, DA doing a good job. They have the Lord on their side. They definitely want this fight, so they have
Rosa, you're
a
wild.
good opportunity to kind of bait it out. ISO. Ooh. With that BMI, backs himself off. Lord is at about half health.
Wild.
If you're gonna contest the Lord, now is the opportunity for you.
Divine Judgment pulls in Tarzan. He's low. Oh my God, the collapse!
Gets bursted down by Melon.
Yo!
The rest of Area 77.
Area 77 being pressured.
That's 2
down.
Area 77. The rest of DA in chase.
DA looking to end this right here. Mini Lord on the way.
And Marcutie.
Can they stop it? Push coming in for the backside to interrupt Marcutie. The base is low. They ain't gonna stop it. Area 77 gets taken down.
A dominating one.
A very clean finish, a dominating one is right. DA taking the lead 1-0, getting to match point. Yato, T, the whole team really just on point. Even Melon being the sub played very cleanly that game from late phase to the end. Team fight there uses
GG's. Devious Activity looking strong.
The first kill of many.
I did not say Melon has been waiting on the bench for his moment.
I'm ready, man.
He's like,
I guess I can move my head down here.
And he found himself.
I'm like, where can I go?
Today,
but I'm not on the way.
Not to be outdone though. I want to say Mikasa had a
that was crazy
here as well.
Yeah, definitely a great game. I mean, the whole team just played cleanly. The whole team plays cleanly when you only take 4 deaths all around. So I mean, that is the usual.
4 to 8.
It's like, wait, nobody's died yet, so of course they're all doing well. T also though, I got to give it up to him.
This screen's actually really nice.
Been such a clutch pick for him. And I mentioned in the beginning, it's not just ISO that's the
These
target.
graphics are so damn good, bro.
During those big objectives, it is also a win. And he got Tarzan several times when it came down to turtles, when it came down to mid-tower pushes, when it came down to lords. He was able to just put that pressure on, and that's one of the things that really secured them here. And now with that, Area 77 has to think about it. Let's look into some of the items. Melon just completely decked out there, even got the wind of
the sandbag. Tarzan.
And gold per minute award going to Melon.
Who's the winner?
Basically,
Devious Activity took round 1.
Except for
the Area 77 hit a reverse sweep here.
A great game by Area 77, and almost kind of like a textbook low-scoring game, which
be cheating.
They knew their objectives and made
cheating
sure
on you, Rosa.
Kill counted and was leading to another objective.
Yeah, now I mean it's 1-0. I don't want to count Area 77 out just yet, but still DA was just very clean with that. Let's take a look at damage dealt. Mikasa, this is the X-Borg effect, man. I mean,
the X-Borg effect.
In damage, and it just never feels like it. But Mikasa definitely was a star that game. But take a look at Area 77.
It's the true damage, man.
More damage that game. Marcutie
Tarzan's
was
trolling.
actually the leader in damage that game out of both teams. But still, it just goes to show that DA was effective in the way they executed, the way they were pushing. They were textbook, and that's why the kills were so low, just like you just stated. I mean, just super methodical about their gameplay that time around.
Yeah, and it goes to show too, especially when you get ahead on that X-Borg, you can really kind of push the boundaries and really kind of enforce your will when it comes to these towers or into these engagements. You have a Ruby that's building, not really building defensively, building more for damage, and she's behind. So now the X-Borg is chunking both of your frontliners. Your backline can't do much.
Rosa, stay away from Dez, pal.
In every single objective
What I
fight.
do?
And, I mean, just overall, a great draft, and I see the reason for taking the Tigreal out.
Much love for the dono.
From Devious Activity.
Appreciate the $4.99 dono.
The Kaja out there. So I mean, a great.
I'm taking Dez from you,
and then even better play from them.
We're doing watch parties, man. It's part of our content of the NACT.
Pick something a little bit different that other teams might not be picking, and like first, like, is the Kaja still viable? But they
the fucking angry face and
the.
the.
You like to see from teams. That's when teams are kind of like surpassing that
this
level
Dez
of what
BF.
other teams can do, because if we saw maybe when we see other teams get a little creative or get outside the box, it's like,
oh damn, Sharon
when it fails, right?
Sharon
gets the win.
Sharon's Karen, bro.
It was a good pick. Like on paper, the Kaja looks good. It's just not everybody can always pull that off. Something that's maybe a little outside the meta, but DA makes it work, right? So shoutouts, kudos to them, right? But Area 77 now, what do they do coming into game 2? Because they got the Barats, they got some power picks on the field. They had a decent composition. What happened there that was really like the downfall of them?
Who is that fake Milo?
Yeah, and that's really kind of hard.
We have 2 Milos in the chat.
Like when it came to the team fights, they just got behind. for me, like I said, it was very small kill count, so it's not like they were taking deaths or they were getting caught.
He's
it's just
marked for life. God damn.
Every single objective, Devious Activity was successful, and they carried that success onto the next objective, onto the next gank. And until it was at a point where Devious Activity was so far ahead that you couldn't do anything but react. Area 77, they weren't even rotating, they weren't even trying to get ganks because they were behind. They couldn't find the openings, and it was from then on, it was that's chokehold that happens when you are ahead. You latch onto the enemy, you make sure that they can't farm, you close out the towers until like we were at that end game. No high grounds, and everything's basically stacked against Area 77.
I think so. Overall, I guess if we had to point out, it's a tempo and objective gap, right? Like tempo, in a sense, that DA was just controlling it. They were all they had a plan coming in, and their plan was always executed. Whereas Area 77 were never able to really like make those tower cuts, make those things happen to get objectives on the map. And then when it came to turtles and lords, it wasn't just T, it wasn't just Kush. I think it was like Kush and T were able to continuously get Tarzan off his banter, right? Like he wasn't able to really get to where he needed to be, and the rest of the team weren't there with him. And then once that gold started to scale, DA never let the 50-50 happen. Like they never let the big fight that maybe Area 77 could turn things around happen.
Right. Lots of minors, Jesus.
On until it was eventually night.
I'm leaving.
You know?
Vana, thanks for stopping by. Much love.
T and Yato have great synergy together, especially when they are
check points, exclamation point, flex
coin. They can be rocky sometimes, but when they're on fire, and there's barely much that can
chat losing flex coins.
We saw here, especially now,
Amada, you up, homie?
DA than we saw yesterday. A very confident one here, and one that knows the check marks that they need to get on that list, and what they need to do to succeed, and sticking to Devious Activity.
Area 77.
Area 77, it was more than they could handle. Especially, like I said, a lot of these games, they can be a little overwhelming. It makes one of the teams look bad just because
I don't dabble in minors.
Once they get locked on and they fall behind, you're basically waiting for a mistake, and if a DA never gives you one, it's pretty much a one-sided game.
Very true, very true. And DA this time on the first pick. Now we got some bans coming in. Draft is really starting to kick into gear now. Arlot banned from DA, still respecting Yureshi on that. Also showing that maybe it's not something they want to first pick here. Melon proving ground. What's this Lu Yi ban, man? The fact that I mean, when you're first pick, right, you normally have like a ban or two that you can kind of like throw out if you're willing to go the distance, right? If you're willing to like test some waters here. Vexana's still open.
You're a major.
A few things still on the field. The Nolan's still always a possibility. Joy has been taken out. CC gone. I'm trying to think. So Baratz and Nolan and Vexana are kind of the big picks. Ruby as well. Couple different options for DA. Do they let the Ruby through last time? They let the Baratz through last time. I do think that the Baratz is definitely a possibility, though, up for front. Even though they let them get it, I still think it's powerful, especially the way that DA played last time. I think it would be even better with something like a Baratz.
RQD started on the low Yi in NA. That's why they're banning it.
We didn't.
Did they ban it?
Was open there, but I mean, when you're going with a jungler against an assassin jungler, I want to say. Dare I call it easier for the tank jungler just to kind of sit there in the objective where the assassin has to pick his time when he wants to swoop in, try to get that retribution. So I mean, could be anybody's game. I don't know where we're gonna go here for DA. That first pick, going with that X-Borg. I mean, they had such a great success with it in the first game. I'm wondering if Area 77 has an answer for it.
Yeah, I mean, X-Borg's solid, especially because it's like. You're preemptively predicting like, yeah, go Baratz. We have this we got this X-Borg ready for you. You know what I'm saying? So, and you're right, Mikasa played wonderfully on it. So I don't even feel bad about this as a first pick. And because you're like preemptively expecting something like the Baratz, you're kind of setting yourself up to kind of have the advantage on the counter back. To whereas normally Red side has the counter picks in. Now DA almost feels like they're in the driving seat, but Area 77 says, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to lock in the carry. The Valentina might be questionable. With the Vex on the field, I feel like they could have probably locked that in, but I guess they still get the Eternal Guardian either way.
The one thing that I kind of like about the X-Borg pickup is, Another Nana.
There she is, this little girl.
It's not even that I don't like the character. It's just that I get PTSD about playing against it. And when I see it out on the field and I see what her doing it to pro players, where it's basically you land one ability. Ooh, when we get the when you land one ability, it's basically the entire combo coming for you. A whole heap of damage from Nana, but that's going to be coupled up with the roam being picked up by Devious Activity.
Yeah, if Area 77 doesn't pick up their jungle right here, this could be, there it is. I was going to say, this could be like one of the first times we don't see a jungle locked in the first round of drafts. Does DA set themselves up for a problem here, though? Because Fredrin picked, now the jungle answers may be like dwindling down. There goes the Nolan band. Next up could easily be maybe, probably the Barat's band up next, something like that. And now DA, all they're left with, I guess either way, they have the Fredrin, so they can still pick up the boss.
Martins, that is the real
Diggy gonna get banned out from DA.
Milo.
Yeah, Diggy taking off the board there. It was very interesting to see Nolan. I hadn't even considered that the Xborg might not be jungling here. So it's going to be very interesting. Melon is still looking for that marksman there. We don't even really kind of focus on the marksman there for Area 77.
Trying to get back to my studio here.
They might be looking to focus down the marksmans, but I mean...
The Valley did!
Pardon me?
You think Xborg might jungle here?
The boy said, pardon me?
That's what I'm kind of expecting too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Are you
I want some Popeye's chicken, chat.
Yeah, because you have the Tigreal that can frontline, Xborg that can really dive into the back. That means that even the short distance that ISO has to try to kind of melt people down, he's going to be dealing with Mikasa diving in with that last insanity. So, I mean, that's the way I'm kind of looking at this draft.
I don't know. It seems just a little scary with the taunt and the Terrify from like with the taunt from the Fredrin, and he's able to kind of close the distance onto him. Like I could see the Fraga armor getting bursted down quickly with the Valentina and the Fredrin. I mean, it's definitely possible, but you're right. Like the flexibility is definitely there if DA wants to go that route. There's still some options open on the side of Area 77. They need an EXP laner. Ruby's open. They might slot in again, but there goes the Grok. Also flexible for them if they want. Could be Ureshi.
How long would it take you to go around Private Dancer?
Could go either way.
Probably like
really want to go
a couple seconds.
Because
like 5 business days.
I think it could be an option.
No problem.
With Diggy off the field. It's definitely something we could see from Area 77. They're not like unknown to be, especially players like Jay, players like Ureshi. They're not unknown to get, to flex something that not everyone else is
Who's going to win the tournament?
Yeah,
who do you think's going to win the tournament?
Of early
What's going on here?
From the side of Area 77, a good clear, a lane clear with the Grok on there. You're going to be able to kind of negate some of that, the Molinas coming out from Yato. So, I mean, a good pick up there for the side of Area 77. It's just, I don't think Grok has been as successful for a lot of teams here. And then the Ruby pickup for the side of Devious Activity. So I'm assuming that's going to be the XP lane, and it is going to be a jungle Xborg.
I'm questioning it, man. I don't know. It's kind of dangerous, especially now with the Grok too. Positioning is going to be so key, and the way that it's really going to come down to T and Yato if they can open up the space. So it's going to be EXP Benedict, and now even more dive, even more things to kind of slow down Kush on this Xborg. I really like Area 77's drafts here. DA has like big combo potential, but Area 77 just has this I don't know, their draft looks mean because they also have some sweet combo, but they have the dive. I don't know. The Xborg jungle's not selling me right now.
For me, I feel like on Area 77, especially with the Benedetta, you're going to have to be very good, very precise to be successful on this with it. Especially, I mean, yeah, she can negate a lot of the CC, but I mean, you've got a lot of CC on the side of Devious Activity. You've got the Implosion.
When's GG's match? The last match.
Ruby, you've got, I mean, there's
trying to get some food.
Matrix here, just dodging bullets, like, Molina's flying by your head,
Oh, but ladies and gentlemen, Area 77 looking to take this to a Game 3 and avenge their first match loss against Devious Activity.
All right, so Kush,
I think they're about to do a pause, if I'm not mistaken, chat.
We see every
The giveaways
day, and
are at the
sometimes we
30th of every
around
month.
the world right now. It has not been extremely successful, at least in the jungle. I am excited to see if they pulled off. You're right. Devious Activity does bring a ton of CC. They do bring exactly like what he needs to be able to hold his position and dance around and get that kiting burn damage off. I think it's about like who pulls the trigger correctly, because we look at Area 77 as well. You see this Grok. You know the wild charge possibility is there. You know the taunt and the terrify from Tarzan and Mark Cutie is there as well. So
There should be a pause here in a second, chat. So just FYI, I don't know what's actually going on, but we're gonna find out.
The other team does, or who's able to hold on.
All right, sorry, Jump Chi.
Mechanics here from every player.
Jump Chi.
Yeah, I want to say like they both kind of have like the same type of composition, a very CC heavy.
I was talking to the players.
Well, and you're right. I think it's going to come down to execution. Who's going to be able to do it better? Who's going to get to these side lanes better and get themselves a little bit of an advantage?
I do feel like DA though is kind of like they're a bit more of like a slow roll, like as they move across the map. It's mainly because of they have this they have Kush on this. We're gonna have a little bit of pause so we have time to talk about it. Kush on this Xborg. They kind of the rest of the team kind of has to keep pace with that, right? The rest of the team has to keep pace with that. Whereas when we look at Area 77, at any, like, they're going to be, like, quick hit.
That boy said no.
With
yeah,
the
I knew there was a
Grok and
pause
everything,
coming.
With a fast-moving hero like the Valentina, there's lots of possibilities for them to kind of come at angles. Same thing with the Benedetta. Everyone on their team is kind of like, they're going to be a bit more, I feel like if they can take this attack from angles, hit some flanks, hit pivots, pivot, all that type of stuff, it's going to be a little different. Whereas when we see DA, it's going to be a bit, I feel like they're just going to kind of be more grouped up, 5-man, Ube-S strategy, kind of rolling into these towers, rolling into these fights. So it's, can the angles win? Can they get under the back line? Can they break through the front line that DA has brought?
Well, and that's kind of why I favor DA's composition, is because it's there's less that can go wrong with it. You just kind of group, you start marching forward very slowly, very methodically. Where on the side of Area 77, you've got these very mechanically inclined heroes. You've got to come at them from all these different angles. There's a lot of boxes that need to be checked for you to be successful, and you need to be very good at it. If they are on it, though, they're gonna have a very successful game. It's just there's
can't have both of these.
Insurmountable amount of things that can go wrong in that process. So it just depends on how their play style goes out here, and if they get that upper advantage and if they can kind of hold on to it and maintain it.
Yeah, so one of the big things for DA
doesn't make
last game
sense.
was they were able to get almost, I think, all 3 of the starting turtles. You know, they were able to approach, and that's last game we saw them approach it very methodically. This time they have a composition that can do the same exact thing. So I feel like the big answer for Area 77 is breaking the pace, right? Breaking that just scalpel-like precision that DA wants to bring. Kind of force, I think the real answer, like what I wish I would have saw from Area 77 maybe a bit early on, is force them into these 50-50 fights, right? Don't just try to buy time, because DA is not going to make the mistake. Force them into fighting to where maybe you can come out on top in that big mechanical difference. In those micro seconds, maybe you can make the correct decision. Because if they let DA just kind of play their own pace and just kind of get 100 gold scale here, get another 100
We should
gold
be starting
here,
back
get
up here
another purple
soon.
here, take your tower and just slowly put the chokehold on you, it's going to be a problem.
Well, yeah, and then maybe there needs to be an answer, maybe kind of realize, like, have a gut check when it comes to these objectives. Can we take this? Can we do something at this objective? Will we most likely lose this? If we are going to lose it, let's apply some pressure somewhere else. Maybe get the purple buff, the enemy's purple buff. Maybe invade another lane while this is happening. Maybe there needs to be a change up there. But like they constantly were contesting these objectives.
Gut check is insane.
Waited for the next objective, lost the objective, and they just very slowly, Devious Activity started building that lead until there was nothing much that Area 77 was able to do. But we are right back into the action, ladies and gentlemen.
It's like they can't just go to Turtle knowing they're not going to contest it, right? it's like we're going to show up to Turtle, but no one's actually going to fight for it. We're just going to watch you take it. And I think that's a great point, right? Because plenty of teams do give up first Turtle. Plenty of teams do give up second Turtle. but they make an attack on the gold lane. They push into the mid a little bit. So that's where Area 77 needs to approach this, but it does look like they are ready this time to fight for this one.
Yeah, much better positioning on this first turtle here. You see JQT doing a great job with those walls. Ooh, here comes a final blow. Kush getting zoned out.
Goddamn, Mar!
Trouble is going to use that
two last insanities.
Picks up
Mar just getting bullied.
Oh, but Mikasa finds a kill.
T,
okay.
okay.
Kush goes down, followed by T. That is a 1-for-2 advantage to
Let's
Area
go.
77.
Area 77 coming out on top right there.
Purple here. He doesn't have Retry, but if they take this purple, it's not just a small win, it's a huge win for the side of Area 77 in that fight. They find 2 for 1, they find a turtle, they find a purple buff, and now they're moving on to the gold lane. I mean, onto the EXP lane. Area 77 takes its stride quickly.
Yeah, very early. We were talking about this, all the different angles that they are coming from, and they're doing a great job of it right now. They've got the advantage, and they are continuing to keep that harassment on to Devious Activity, keeping that pressure on to them.
Yeah, you know, and the big counter for Xborg, even in the past, one of the reasons why Xborg like used to not do as well was because of high bursting mages. Or heroes that can kind of close the distance real quickly. As long as you can get rid of that frag armor as quickly as possible right in the beginning of a fight, it really kind of slows things down. It stops things. And if you can catch up to him and get in on him, then he can no longer kite you. And Area 77 brought a lot of that, right? They have Yureshi on this Benedetta. They have Marcuti who can dash in Terrify. They have a jungler who can get a dash and a taunt. They have a Grok who can get a big wild charge. I mean, they have a lot of answers to Kush right now. So I think the big job for T and Yato is just kind of huddling. Oh, big play.
What a beautiful wild charge. Yato taking down Jay, and Melon gets taken down as well, but not before he finds a kill onto Isa. We are still in here doing big push.
They're taking it down on him now. Ooh, a little bit of a...
Trying to get the taunt.
Kush.
There's a tower damage,
you're dead.
Kush with the last insanity.
Overextended for way too long.
Kind of, I want to say, a little bit of a messed up gank there at the bottom.
A slightly messed up gank. They still did get Melon, which is pretty huge. They take down the gold laner. ISO goes down as well, though. So definitely I feel like an even trade, and when you're behind a even trade is not a loss. You know, when you're behind an even trade, it almost feels like a win sometimes. But Area 77 is still not letting up the gas just yet.
Marcuti comes in here. They're definitely not trying to give up this purple buff. Oh, and it has been a reset. Now Yureshi trying to put the damage on there, and you see the rest of Devious Activity forced to back off. Big Terrify lands onto Mikasa, and I'm offended lands onto Marcuti. All the while Area 77 putting the damage on to the turtle.
Yeah, I mean, Area 77, they have a quick-paced team, like I mentioned, and Yureshi Kuti, Benedetta's probably one of the most proactive EXP laners you can have. She can rotate so quickly, get involved in fights so quickly. Yes, a little bit of a glass cannon, but as long as you have a handle on the skills, you can make a huge impact, especially in the laning and early game phases.
Ooh, Kush actually might be in a little bit of trouble here, caught between 3 members, but he does have a little bit of a suppression. Oh. Down comes the Electo final blow from Yureshi. He's trying to dash his way to safety.
Oh my God.
The top, though, Tarzan finds a kill, followed by Marcuti. That is 2 down for
Area 77 online now.
What a different game from the first for
putting
Area
that damage down.
They give up a tower on the top.
Dude, when the NACT gets sponsorships, bro, we will be making hides. I feel like the NACT has to make a lot more views, though. Like equivalent to the views that we've seen for Games of the Future, dude.
Be willing to take the fights, even if you're not 100%.
Like we need like hundreds of thousands of views.
You guys have the mechanics that can carry you the other 30%.
We're getting there, though. Yeah, we're getting there, though.
But I want to say here, Devious Activity doing a good job. I mean, we've talked about this before. Kills are great and all, but if you're not transitioning those kills into objectives, you're not really doing much on the game to really kind of enforce your will and open up the map. And Devious Activity doing a good job despite being on their back foot.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan, though, does have the level up right now. Taking a look at gold. He's not too far ahead in gold above Kush, which is kind of important here. But taking a look at the gold lane, we do see ISO almost 1,000 ahead. Taking a look at the mages, a few hundred.
Relax.
ISO going full damage in the beginning on this carry, locking in the Corrosion Scythe, locking in the Golden Staff. Going to be picking up the DHS most likely next. And once he has that, it's game on.
Yeah, and you can see right now, I mean, still having a presence throughout the entire map. Only 4 to 5 right now, but the gold starting to stack up for Area 77.
I mean, Melon hasn't even finished his second item yet. He still needs a lot more time to come online. And this is when Area 77 really needs to capitalize. Oh, wait a second, Yureshi.
Oh, Yureshi from the back looking for an escape here. Is he going to be able to find it? Man, that slippery Benedetta Tarzan actually came in for the save.
Slippery Benedetta.
Already long gone.
My guy zoomed in for the hit and
4 in a
run,
row.
grabbed one, went back to the XP lane, cleared that up. You know,
Warming up, chat. Area 77 warming up. He got it. Stopping that reach call.
Needs to worry about.
Melon.
Oh, Melon might have
Damn.
not long here. 3 members from Area 77. Tarzan locking on to Kush. Kush had a little bit of trouble. Still has the Faraga armor, so he's still got a little bit of an escape. Putting on the stacks on the Tarzan. And
Jay?
from the back, Jay Cutie gonna try to zone out. If they're gonna be able to get this tower, final blow out from Yureshi. Is he gonna be able to find a kill? He is not, but ISO finds the tower at bottom.
Forget the towers, forget the objectives. We want
Did
your
we what?
souls right now. Area 77 with a 5K gold lead, 8.5 minutes in, doing what DA did to them, but a little bit more brutal. They're going to come in for this mid tower now, and now we're starting to see the rollover.
Yeah, I still got to send it to Smiling.
The investment pay off on all the kills. They're going to start being able to take towers now. They're going to start taking buffs, just denying DA of everything.
Yeah, and almost the opposite.
You said
game when it comes to
actually
objectives.
Endo
If you
Analysis
look at the
KB was
damage here,
restreaming the NACT.
29,000 already for Marcutie, doing a great job. You were talking about it. The big counter for the export, being able to burst him down through that Faraga armor so that he doesn't really have that last insanity. He can't really stay in the front line to try to tank it off there. And I'm not even sure who got that. It looks like T was actually able to get that for Devious Activity. Or actually, no, he wasn't.
Kush I think does. Kush has an orange, so I'm pretty sure he at least gets his orange. It's his first buff in a while, so that's a bonus, right? Needed that one. Now, I think this time DA on the back foot, kind of forced to maybe slow play this. They need Melon to scale up. He's taking 2 deaths now. He started off way behind ISO, and now he's even more behind ISO. And it's going to take some time. Mikasa, you know, it's very similar to what we saw from Area 77 last game.
Oh, damn.
The defense is gonna escape them, and even their
not even contesting that
aren't going to be able to make plays happen.
Yeah, and right now it's completely opposite plays of field here from the first game. DA feeling what the Area 77 was from the first game. They're not able to contest these objectives. They're getting zoned out very properly by Area 77. A little bit. Oh, Tarzan goes in. Maybe a little early.
Yo, what up, Lost?
77 jumped the gun a little bit there, but they are going to go ahead, focus down on this purple buff.
Now Lord still marching down the bottom side. I like the way Area 77's deciding to approach this, right? We let Jay did not clear that wave on the bottom side right away. He wanted Area 77 to be able to take that top tower, move to mid, and look, he lets the wave delay again here, which is very clean, because now it's like they have time to take this mid and then make their way to the bottom. So I love the crush in from Area 77 here. Very clean.
Yeah, they're hitting all the waves.
Area 77 just
with a Lord down at the bottom.
They're feeling better in the second game versus the first game.
On the other 2 lanes at the opposite end of the map, and it needs to be answered. Great call by Area 77, and just great synergy when it comes to kind of locking up those lanes.
And they're going to get one final push here, see if they can take the last tier 2 on the map. We'll be able to do it cleanly. Well played by Area 77, just overall showing that we can play a clean game too. We can play methodical, but with a little bit of spice. You know, throw something like this Benedetta on Yureshi in there. Just a little bit of craziness. And we talked about in the very beginning, they have all these closing the distance heroes, whereas Devious Activity wants to go against.
Yeah, I think Area 77 has
They have
this.
no time to get the I'm Offended on. They have no time to get the big implosion off, because when Area 77 attacks, they're attacking from a distance, and they're closing that distance in a matter of seconds with the wild charge, with the dashes from Marcutie, with Yureshi, all of them. You know, they are just very hit and go style.
Yeah, and they're doing such a great job. This is what I was saying. Like, I mean, they have a lot of boxes that they need to check to be successful, but they are checking each and every one of them. They're coming at them from different angles. They're able to get these towers down, and they're doing everything very textbook, like you said, able to sync up the lanes.
I said, oh no, not the camera.
Here, that there's not a lot of breathing room for Devious Activity here. 36 seconds left on the next Lord.
I still haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, and I would say that DA had like okay, like they would be hitting a power spike soon, but the problem is their two big damage dealers, Yato and Melon, are the ones that have taken some of the most deaths on the team, you know? 1-2, 1-2, both of them not doing too hot, so they're biting for more than just a few
Apparently
minutes
something's
here.
about
They're
to happen
biting
that's
for,
pretty
you know,
funny.
maybe all the way to 20 minutes if they want to be able to compete in this.
Yeah, and you had Mark Cutie dive in there with the Frighten, and that's going to expend an ultimate out from Melon right before this turtle comes out, or right before this turtle.
Dude, the cameraman position's hard.
Now they're going to go over. They're going to be able to see T. They catch T out in the bush, so they're doing a great job zoning. They have the vision. Is it going to be enough? J Cutie in there with a wild charge. Does pop up. Kush still has plenty of Viraga armor. We're taking a little detour here. Little vacation to the side here. Are we going to be able to see what's going on in the turtle?
GG's, there's the camera.
Export. Got the Lord.
Who won it?
Able to pick up the Lord, and now things have turned on Area 77 right now. Tarzan takes down Yatu. 3 down for Devious Activity. So they get the Lord, but they lose 3 in the process.
The cameraman's computer froze. I think they swapped. They swapped to a different. They had to swap to someone else.
3 members: Kush, Yato, Mikasa, Area 77.
Like the whole computer that controlled that camera literally like broke.
Yeah, and they're looking to close it down. You have 3 members.
We're seeing a different cameraman now.
And now starting to back up. They're going to start trying to empty out the jungle here. Oh, look at them trying to chase down Benedetta. Hiroshi. That is one of the most frustrating heroes, top of the list, that to try to chase down.
I don't think they get him. No way. No, I mean, Mikasa, Luzlin, I'm offended. Not enough, though. Did you see and then big whiff by Mikasa earlier. Popsy, I'm offended during that Lord fight. Like, luckily, Kush still gets the Lord, and I think even though they lost 3
give a
members,
better setup to the cameraman.
They could have probably lost a lot more there. But Mikasa misses a big I'm offended during that, wastes it, and that's not, so then it wasn't only the Blazing Duet that was gone, but it was that too. They just weren't ready for that fight. Luckily, Kush puts his big boy pants on and pulls off a big steal, because that could have been it there. So they bide some more time, but like I said, it's still probably another 5 or 6 minutes until things come down to a standstill.
Yeah, and I mean, they buy a few. I mean, and that's the thing is, though, they were successful. They get the Lord, but they took 3 deaths, so they paid for that pretty heavily. So, I mean, I want to say these next few objectives are really going to tell if Devious.
Oh my God.
ISO going to find the kill there. Kush.
Harrys are just so broken right now, chat. Yoreshi with the flicker. Last Insanity coming out from both sides.
And this could be it for
Tarzan.
Taken down by Tarzan. That is 2
Takes
down.
out Kush. We're going to a game 3, baby.
The next Lord.
TA's crumbling. T just used implosion on absolutely nothing. Mikasa's whiff, and I'm offended. DA is crumbling right now, and Area 77 is the cause of it. The chaos that Area 77 has brought to this composition, the chaos that they have brought to the Land of Dawn right now, is forcing DA to make several mistakes.
It's crazy,
and sometimes
chat.
that's what you got to do. Sometimes you just have to lay the pressure on, and with DA being so methodical in game 1, I think Area 77 called it. It's okay. It's like this time we're bringing the fights. This time we're gonna put so much on them from so many different angles that they don't know what to do, and it is showing. The cracks in the armor are getting bigger, and Devious Activity feels naked in the Land of Dawn right now, just unable to make a play happen.
Yeah, Mikasa getting trapped out here, but they're in the opposite. I want to say opposite side of the jungle for this Lord. You can see Tarzan, he's back here. I mean, there's not much that you can do as Devious Activity. They're just getting caught too. They're trying to split push, they're doing everything that you learn in Mobile Legends school.
Basic.
When you're behind,
what up, brother?
Send out that split
you guys ready for your match?
As well. It's just like, what else is left for Devious Activity to try to do before this gets out of hand?
Pray to the Mobile Legends.
What up,
gods
brother?
For Area 77 to make.
Let's get it.
Pray
Let's get it, dude.
To whoever you got.
I heard that you might not, you weren't possibly gonna make it, and I was like, God damn, and then now you're gonna make it, so it's gonna be litty, dude.
He's got the Wind of Nature in. Melon
Let's
has
fucking
locked in the Wind
go.
of Nature as well, and we're starting to see the side of DA, you know, stack out. They need to pray for just a little more time, you know.
We're
They're
going to a
12,000
game 3
behind.
here,
Area
probably
77,
though.
I think knows we got to maybe close this out here because the clock is ticking.
Yoreshi is like 5K above Mikasa right now. He is having an outstanding
chat going
game.
wild.
We're pushing through
My
mid,
boy
push at
Basic in the
front line,
chat.
trying to fend off this defense.
Glad to see
for
you
the
back,
base.
though.
They're chunking down
Hey.
that Lord very fast. Area 77. Oh, from the back
Oh.
tee. Lands it
Oh,
on
shit.
the 4 members,
Oh, shit.
pushing it in. This could
GG's.
be the turnaround that
GG's.
Devious Activity was looking for, but Mikasa goes down. They're just so
Cleaning it
far
up,
behind.
cleaning it
There's
up.
not much they can do. Now pressure put
Gee.
onto the base. Yoreshi finds a kill onto Melon, and that's
Game
gonna
3,
take us
baby.
to a game 3.
Game 3.
Trix, I
Game
think we're
3's
looking at a
all
long
today.
night.
A long night for sure, baby. It's
For sure,
After
baby.
rubber band match, game 3
My boy.
after game 3. What did I say? These two games. What did we all say? These two games are going to be the hype ones, and they are the hype ones. It's 1-1 right now. Match point for both teams. Area 77 just coming in.
Let's go.
Clean that match. So clean. You're actually definitely just a star on that Benedetta. Just applying pressure all over. And once again, you know, we saw last time Area 77 made some great plays, but the goal deficit was way too much. This time, DA make a big play.
Who
You know, they
who we
get
giving
that big implosion off.
MVP
But
to?
at a 12,000 gold deficit, it doesn't matter. They weren't able to shred them down. You know, they just weren't able to pull it off.
Yeah, and I want to say too, especially from when you're behind here, we've been seeing some. I want to say we've had some tough games for Ruby in these last 2 series, and it goes to show that, like, especially she's a very specific type of hero. Once you're behind,
Ico, my boy, you fool. What happened? What I do?
On
What
her
I do,
full
Bo?
utility, the tools that she has.
What I do, brother?
Yeah, now taking a look at some of these items. Area 77, I want to take a look at Marcutie, just straight raw damage here. Penetration, the crystal, the lightning truncheon, nothing too crazy to see here. Just the thing though to shred down Kush and the rest of the team. And Kush, this could have been the downfall, right? Like, went for a lot of physical defensive items, only towards the end finally locked in some sort of mage defense, and that really might have been the thing that tore him down. I think he was a little too worried about Yoreshi, a little too worried about ISO. When
Think
really
ISO
maybe
or
the problem
Marcutie?
could have been Marcutie all along.
Production is saying Yoreshi.
I mean, I was actually kind of skeptical when you talked about it, because I'm
We
like,
think-
is
we
Valentino
think-
to be able to out.
You don't think it's Yoreshi?
That much damage to be able to kind of burst down the Faraga armor.
Look at that right there.
They did, I know. So I mean, I stand corrected. He did an outstanding job, and to the point where it just, when you have heroes like this and you're coming from behind, especially
It does
heroes
look
that
like
are
Mar
melee,
put in
you
a
want
lot.
to get in that front line. I don't even know what your plan is, especially.
You guys think
when
MVP
you're
is
still landing
Marcutie?
great implosions from T on this Tigreal, but they are not able to capitalize on it because they're so far behind, especially in that early game.
Who made the best plays, I would say?
Mikasa continued to just get chunked away in that.
I was too busy dealing with stuff in the back end side of things.
100% team fight participation. Everyone kind of trying to do something there, but with 4 kills, it doesn't mean a whole lot. It's not hard to be part of all 4 of those team fights, but in the end, Area 77 takes it, right? And the export pick up front, I think, was probably one of the problems. But let's jump into some replays real fast. Let's watch the downfall of game 2 for DA. This is about 5.5 minutes in.
No, not
This is when
anymore.
Area 77 are really feeling themselves. I mean, just all under the tower. Marcutie, all of the team. And we were talking, the big highlight of that match was angles. And Area 77 continued to find them, from Yoreshi to Jay to Mar. They were on them like a spider monkey.
He's a tater tot. He's got to be nice.
Yeah, it didn't matter what they were trying to do, especially with
Yeah, you didn't catch it? They said you're a tater tot.
Well, I'm sorry.
That was the implosion right there. That T just completely.
Unison
I
them.
don't know what.
They gave everybody nicknames.
Panic. That was that play right there.
Yeah, I think this is one of the better implosions that actually happened from T. From the back, you could see him hiding out there.
They called me maple sausage.
Pops out here. He's gonna
and
find
Sherry
an
was
implosion.
coffee.
It's not going to be enough to save the team. There goes the implosion. A little bit of a push, but you're 12K behind. All you did is brought them closer to your team so they can close the distance and annihilate faster.
Surprise, and Melon also did not use the Blazing Duet like during the pushback. He saved it. I don't know if it would have been enough either way with the implosion. Like I said, the gold deficit was just so much. I don't think their exact goal was to like get kills there. It was
which
more
one
like,
of
clear
my
these waves, try to buy
Area 77 is my team.
77 did not let it happen. They hit the gas, and they hit the gas quick and ended that game in a very clean fashion. So now it's game number 3 once again.
Area 77 is my team.
Where both teams feel like they could win.
Yeah, both teams won in a very dominating fashion here. This makes it really hard because it's going to be completely put up on the draft of these teams to see who kind of goes ahead. And I feel like it's hard. It's like I said, this last time we had so many boxes that needed to be checked by Area 70, but they checked every single one of them. They made sure they came from all these different angles, and they were able to be successful. And even with a very slow, methodical composition from the side of Devious Activity, they kind of faltered. I want to say Ruby not performing as well as expected. There's a lot of CC when we've talked about this before.
Come on, DA here to support Zane.
Heroes that are very strong,
Zane's monkeys,
especially those melee ones.
I just private looking at your souls, like he always does that, man.
Without getting bursted down and chunked to the point where they're feeding basically.
And I think a big game changer here this time was Yureshi was on Ruby in first game, and it's not a very like proactive EXP laner, right? It's not a very fast moving EXP laner, and things that Yureshi shines on. One of his most well-known heroes is the R-Lot, right? Something that can kind of move, dash, make plays happen. And Benedetta's a pretty similar hero, kind of has the same play style. And as, like I said, if Yureshi can kind of capitalize and be someone that can make plays happen, then he's comfortable. Then the rest of the team profits, and we saw it in action last game. So I think coming into this next draft, if Nigh Horde wants to pull it off, they got to deny him. They can't let they need to have
the games haven't started just yet, chat. So like the casters are going to be yapping
around and being everywhere. They need eyes on him at all times, because if he can move freely, then it's just a target on Yato's head. It's a target on T's head. It's a target on all of their heads at any point of the game.
Yapping activities.
Kind of the key to success for Area 77 is, well, at least one of the keys, which is making sure that Yureshi is on a hero where he can shine. Not something that kind of has to wait for the picks, wait for the kind of dancing around in lane for a bit. Something that he can have an effect that can move around very fast. Something that can.
Who's on the next game? It's Area 77 versus Devious Activities.
Those objective fights. So maybe that's something that they need to focus on, and maybe on the other side, maybe that's something you need to kind of ban out, is to make sure Yureshi is on those very stalwart, very slow heroes where he's not going to be able to shine, that he's not going to be able to use that mechanical prowess.
Yeah, maybe we see a Benedetta ban next. I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. But another thing is, last draft, Nigh Horde tried to like big brain it, right? They like, we're gonna first pick the
game has finally started.
They're gonna pick Barats, and Area 77 was like, probably not. We're gonna go for something else here. So I think don't get too far ahead of yourselves for either team. I think
I'm waiting on my order, chat.
Simplicity can make it. And I think when we jump into game 3 here, that's exactly what we're gonna see. I don't think either team's gonna go too far out of the realm of like when it comes to draft. I think just keep it simple, stupid. That's what
Izzy is up
like
there. When she's not tired, her yapping goes times 10.
Yeah,
oh god!
Jump right into this next draft.
Nice.
The two standards there, the Novaria and the CC taking off the board right away. And yeah, I'm wondering, do we have answers? Is there something from that last game? I feel like it was there's not much to ban out from that last composition. You'd kind of just want to answer it. Like you said, there was a lot of eggs put in.
We got a lot of yappers in the chat.
Jungle basket right away.
A lot of yappers in the chat.
Had a heck of a time being successful on it for Devious Activity.
Yeah, I mean, there's I think they tried something. I think they win for it.
Damn.
They can definitely.
Navaria, Joy, CC, Arlot. They're banning out your Reshis right now.
All of these teams kind of the upper echelon.
Get rid of your Reshi, we win.
To normal. Can always kind of switch it up a bit. Can always kind of
PhD and Yap stream. What's up, bro? Get on my level.
That's what I think DA is going to do here. Kind of get back to basics. Area 77 though, with the momentum coming into game 3, they took game 2 very cleanly, and now it's like we just kind of have to do the same thing here. We just play aggressive. I think that's where DA starts to falter. That's where Area 77 starts to shine, and I think they kind of found that rhythm. They found their tempo last game, and I think they can push that to a win here possibly.
Yeah, very standard. We're kind of sticking with the same recipe when it comes to the bans here. We were talking about that R-Lots, definitely focusing there on your Reshi and the CC as well. So, I mean, I want to say that Devious Activity already kind of has your Reshi in their sights as far as things that they wanted to ban out, but I'm wondering,
leave the cat alone.
Through with the third
leave her alone.
Is it something from last game, or maybe we just stick with the same recipe and change up the comp a little bit?
Come on, Charmella.
Yeah, now last ban coming from DA. Do they just like go for the Benedetta here? They go for the carry, which I think is also solid. Claude's still open though.
Getting rid of the carry is a huge win.
Their marksman's
no need to fear. Hillary is here.
Brat's open as well right now.
I say hi to Hillary. What up, Hillary?
So just on a safe pick at this point. And if they don't, does DA just snatch up that Claude right away?
You guys are hilarious.
I want to say what is open right now that hasn't been open.
What's up? What's up? Welcome into the chat.
Is open now. I'm wondering if we're looking at a composition there with a lot of regen.
Let's go.
And keeping them topped up with that in the mid. We go
Hermes
with
Barats.
Yeah, I mean, Barats is still out there as well. Now that you've taken out the carry, you don't really have much on the lines of the marksman that will be able to kind of chunk
me down. The next U.S.
So
president? You're crazy.
Yep.
You're crazy.
Donna's kind of, but now
I think my food's almost here,
if
chat.
77 decides to go for the Faramis here, DA doesn't have the Valentina
at the
answer
stoplight.
back. So it's a little, they put themselves in a slightly weird position. Of course,
Jenna is
Area
my
77, they could go like
my
Faramis Claude, pick
DoorDasher.
up the counter for themselves right away here. That's also a possibility, but then we don't have any XP laner for Yureshi. We kind of put him into a spot where he's not going to get the XP laner that maybe he wants. So there's a lot of things to think about for Area 77 here. Also, if they take the Faramis, it is a slightly slower pace they're going to, whereas last game they kept it quick, they kept it moving.
Yo, did you guys peep my phone case?
Sustainability route, it definitely changes things up, but there's the Claude. And they go for the Minotaur instead, which is also
you guys know who that is?
Keep it aggressive still, and I like it.
Yeah, especially because
I can like move it closer, but then I gotta like refocus the fucking camera.
Roams were kind of the second banning phase, taken off the board a lot, and this is gonna kind of open it up, allow ISO to get farmed and kind of be able to dive in the back through the Minoan Fury, be able to put on that damage, and then get himself back out of harm's way with the BMI. Though I want to say Devious Activity going back the route they were the game 1 with the Kaja.
Yeah, it's Gojo.
Kaja just constantly locking on a Tarzan, man.
Nah, Dez ain't on mic today. I think he took today off.
Bans though, Lu Yi, Area 77 I think just hone into gold lane possibly. Karen Cloud already gone. There goes the Brody. Maybe
I think my food's here.
Next.
My dog's probably gonna go crazy.
Gojo.
He's got blue eyes like me.
I'm not sure about the Harith. We're not going to have the carry out there, and I feel like Harith is the big counter for.
I like my DoorDash just like flew down the
if you don't have
road.
that on the board, there's not really a reason to kind of put it out there. Maybe
they did.
Ixia is still on the board. You'll be able to kind of have a little bit of a front line. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell when it comes to some of these right now. We have Valentina taken off there. A good ban, and I'm actually wondering what Area 77 is kind of planning with their mage position. Still have Nana out there as well.
Yeah. I think Nana could just be the safe, easy pick, right? Easy pick for them. And it just adds more layers of CC and everything they need. It's also a safe pick that can't really be easily targeted from T with the Divine Retribution. So definitely a nice answer. DA, on the other hand, still needs an EXP laner. Still needs a gold laner. You mentioned the Ixia earlier. We saw that earlier today, actually up against a Claude in the same faction, did pretty well. Bruno also with the crit damage could be an answer. Can kind of have some range and decent poke against the Claude in lane, and can kind of come out on top.
Yeah, very interesting here. Oh, Irothel. I haven't seen too many Irothels out here. I'm actually not even
I think
sure.
we saw one on day 2, maybe it was.
We've had 2, and we're at 50%. So winning a loss for Irothel right now.
Got snacks today, chat.
50-50 odds, man. You know, welcome to Vegas, baby.
Oh, dog, get out of my face.
Well, I mean, I guess we're going to see what the answer back is. Oh, the gourd again. I kind of feel like
What I get, I got some Popeye's chicken, chat.
flashbacks, a little bit of PTSD from the first game where we had the gourd on Area 77, we had the Kaja on Devious Activity, and we know how that game went, but they had a lot of trouble.
Yo, they didn't give me my
Area
barbecue
77,
sauce,
they had a lot
chat.
of trouble kind of enforcing their will. Ooh, but
there's
we're
the
mixing
wild
it up this
card.
time. We're mixing it.
Am I supposed to eat my chicken without barbecue sauce?
Yureshi the wild card. I mean, that's just seeing him on that hero. Like, it doesn't even matter
Those
if it's in the
bastards.
comp or what. Like, just seeing him on that hero is kind of scary. Like, you know, I'm like, oh, well, man, who knows what's gonna happen? You know? How do they answer that? Who do they-
And we were just talking about that. Yureshi really does good on heroes that he
Those
shines
sauce
on.
is
Those heroes that
crazy.
he can let loose with his mechanical ability. And Benedetta is one of those. Does it fit into the comp? I think we're gonna find out. It's gonna have a heck of a time. I mean, we're looking for the next XP laner, correct? From Devious Activity. So I'm gonna see what he wants or what he's gonna be facing in that XP lane.
I'm reporting
Probably
it.
not gonna want that Ruby again.
I'm reporting it,
definitely
chat.
makes T kind of think about.
I'm gonna eat my chicken without my barbecue sauce.
Okay, another hero that can move. So I actually like this answer because I was thinking, like, originally, like, your immediate thoughts go like something that can slow him down, but the Ruby didn't really work well last time. So instead of picking something that can slow down Yureshi, pick something that can keep up with Yureshi, that can also rotate very quickly, that can also pack a big punch, that can also close distance. So DA answering fire with fire.
Yeah. And you're basically answering with the same thing that Benedetta is able to do. Clear lane very quickly, close the distance back to the objective. And
Reporting them right now.
Pretty outstanding amount of damage onto the enemy, especially when you're going to have a target like Marcuti. He's going to be a sitting duck with that Mystic Gush. And if Mikasa can kind of find the angle, maybe find the flank to be able to close the distance on the Degord, it's going to be lights out for Area 77's Mage.
You can almost argue as well that Paquito maybe even has like a better level 4 spike than the Benedetta. It's slightly different. Yes, there's a slightly longer range with the ultimate of the Electro Final Blow, but I would say that
They gave me a $3 credit, chat.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going the distance for the second series of the night. Devious Activity.
No sauce, bro.
Area 77.
Look at
Both
that.
teams fighting to get out of a third place.
All right, let's remind you guys.
No
this is
sauce, though.
Brothers in
The
Arms
damn biscuit
right
that
now.
dries out your mouth.
Both teams vying for the victory here, vying for those high position spots on the seeding list. Taking a look at some of these emblems, both mid laners and roamers picking up.
Like, how you forget the
Wilderness
sauce?
Blessing,
Like,
gonna be
the
able to
sauce
move
is the most
fast, gonna be able
important
to
part.
make plays happen, and with last
I think I have some
matches
in my
pacing
fridge,
from
though.
Area 77. I think that's important for Devious Activity, especially with the Benedetta.
So I'll just
back
go
on the
grab
field.
some from
It's
my fridge.
Extremely important for Devious Activity to be able to keep up with the tempo that Area
That biscuit
77
gonna
is
kill
trying to
you?
bring. And
Oh,
instead
yeah.
of trying to kind of play it slow, maybe try to, you know, speed things up a little bit. And that's kind of what I'm seeing from DA here. They definitely have a bit more of a movable composition here.
Oh yeah, a lot of quantum charges on Devious Activity. Definitely want to be able to move around the map, get those engagements, and then be able to either chase or kind of disengage. We can see a little bit of something starting at mid.
What was the
maybe not.
Dino doing right
I mean,
there?
both teams kind of vying, being patient with their time. Only
You can't get food from the fridge?
And I like it. They put pressure on EXP, slow down Yureshi right before Turtles
You're
come
hungry
in,
now?
and they know
You
that
got a
he was
snack,
the
man. It's
big
like 8
problem
o'clock
last
where I'm
game.
at.
Look, all three of them just honing
It's
down
dinner
on
time.
Yureshi right now, and this also gives them a nice position over Turtle Pit here.
Yeah, and this is they're doing a great job of zoning it out. Mark Cutie comes up to try to help out a bit. I mean, this just tells you the effect that your Reshi had, that they're putting so much pressure out here. Mark Cutie in a little bit of trouble there. Is going to be able to flicker.
I thought your Reshi was Mark Cutie. I was like, how did he flicker all the way back there?
That Paquito, the amount of damage that he can output as soon as he hits that level 4.
Yeah, T still doesn't have level 4 yet. It's going to be another second until he does, which means it's not going to be too huge in this. Mark Cutie had to go back to base, so Devious Activity kind of
I took a sip.
ground here, but Area 77 doing a good job at delaying.
How much sleep did I have? Enough.
Something about this turtle. We kind of come in there. Yato finds the turtle. Mystic Gush is out. Mark Cutie finds the kill onto Mikasa.
Devious Activity got the turtle, bro. But Mar
might be able to find a kill there. No, it was Mark Cutie who
Your
found
Reshi
it,
low.
and the rest of Devious Activity are trying to disengage.
Yo.
Your Reshi's a monster, man. This guy is a
Oh
monster
no,
T.
your
Finally get revenge, but still,
he got caught,
I mean, the fact he's able
bro.
to bob and weave through there, get the outplay on the Kush, pick up a kill after Yato picks up the turtle. Even though he goes down, it's a huge win for Area 77.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, is how much.
I think it's Mar, man.
Oh, Melon in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah,
Mystic
Mar did
Gush is out.
absolutely
Mark Cutie gonna
insane
have to
last
cancel
game.
that as he sees T coming in tow. But meanwhile,
Really?
ISO doing a great job of getting a
You
lot
think
of this
that
gold.
Benedetta was the biggest thing?
Comes in deep onto Melon, but it's not enough
Really?
to find the kill.
That was close. That was definitely a close one for Melon.
Benedetta's team fight
bro? Just
participation was
just
low.
give him the gold plating. But he does come on top, and he's still fighting out on this.
Mar and the Valentina had the most team damage.
ISO, I mean, okay, he's doing a great job.
Oh yeah, I didn't
There's so
think
much
about first
aggression
game.
for a Claude who you think is usually a pretty late or a mid to late game hero.
We'll see. Ooh, T gets a nice pull. Mark Cutie goes down.
Yeah, they find.
Yeah, Mark Cutie goes down.
Some people are built different, man.
Every time wait, Devious Activity got the turtle earlier. See, I get so confused because Yato correlates to Area 77 for me from back in the days. It's just such a weird time to see these two teams fight.
Yeah, and I mean, they're doing a great job, right? I mean, both teams right now are kind of like neck and neck. They're both doing a great job of kind of handling the aggression, putting the aggression onto each other, and kind of replying in kind.
So I kind of take back what I say. I think the turtle steal for the loss of Kush, like Area 77.
If you interview ISO, he's wearing a BTK jersey.
Means that wasn't as bad as a loss, honestly, in the beginning.
Good content.
Now it's 2-2. Gold at a stalemate. We're back to turtle number 2. Is this going to be the deciding factor here?
Yeah, we're gonna see. I mean, Yoreshi doing Yoreshi things into the back line, trying to become a nuisance. Here comes the final blow. Kush very low. Mark Cutie finds the last bit of damage. Mikasa dived in with that, I want to say the champ stance, but is gonna use that flicker to get himself back out of harm's way through the mid tower.
Mikasa looking for the game-changing play, but not able to really succeed with it. In the end, they lose Kush. Jungler goes down again, and now Tarzan gonna start to take off. And remember in round number 1 that
I got the spicy chicken. It's kind of spicy, chat.
That Kush is getting this time, except Mark Cutie is really pulling off these magic gushes very well. This time he paired up with Jay Cutie and the rest of the team. Kush is just unable to even vie for these turtles, unable to even vie for these objectives.
Yeah, and I want to say, I was going to mention that too. The Mystic Gushes, he's not really starting off the damage. He's waiting until, I want to say, midway through the fight so that he just puts on the Mystic Gush, finds a kill, and then immediately can turn it off before Mikasa can kind of close the distance on that Paquito and put on the damage.
A little bit of a conceal play from DA, looking for something on the boss side. They find one.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Jay got caught.
He got a divine judgment, and there's 4 members there.
Look at Jay. He's struggling right now. He's like, God damn it.
Combo, and there really wasn't much that was gonna happen there. ISO alone here is going to use that blazing duet. Ooh. Like a bar of soap. That boy is slippery and uses that BMI to get away from the tower before T can close the distance with a divine judgment.
And sliding around the bathtub right now like a half pipe, just all over the tower. ISO's feeling good, and they don't lose the tower either. So yeah, DA gets the pick off, which does kind of still standing at its stand. So I will say this up on the top side, EXP versus EXP. Mikasa definitely doing much better against Yureshi. All right. These guys are going at it.
Trying to outplay. Oh, no, Yureshi looking.
That's a fun matchup to watch.
He was counting his blessings right there. It took a little bit of a breath, and he is. I mean, this is a great matchup here. I love seeing, especially with the way these guys.
Gato's doing pretty good this game.
Forget Turtle. Take me back to EXP, man. Forget.
Yo, G, what up, Levi? I'm doing good, bro.
Yeah,
big ass chilling over here.
It does look like Area 77. They want the fight here. Divine Judgment comes out big. Eternal Guardian Mikasa finds Mark He's going to expend that flicker and a stun. Mystic gushes out.
Oh god, he's going to pay for it though. Oh, he's a live still. Holy shit. ISO coming in to mock him up. He gets stunned. He flickers out. Melon. No, Melon got him. Yureshi. Oh, Yureshi's dead. Oh no, he's not. No divine judgment. We're good.
Providing an escape there is Mark Cutie.
Let me tell you the 5 rules of Mobile Legends. You got to be able to dive, dip, duck, dodge, and dodge. And right there, Yureshi was able to do it, but still not enough. Area 77 does lose out in that one. Let's take a look at the replay. And Mikasa wins to get to this fight early. And they try to make the engage, but they're stopped immediately from that Eternal Guardian. Mark Cutie is zoned away, and there's the big advantage. Tarzan
I think it's Melon.
Get the turtle.
What do you guys think?
Area 77 just cleans up. ISO thinks he's going to make the big play. And look at that Terrify connect at the last moment. ISO unable to get those final hits, and Melon just chases him down and rails him into the ground there. And now DA taking a 2,000 gold lead advantage, gonna start cutting off into these towers.
Yeah, and this is the problem when it comes to those engagements. Now DA has a sizable advantage. They are pushing their momentum. But when it came to those fights, the problem is that Mark Cutie got spotted very quickly. This allowed Mikasa to close the distance. Even though he wasn't able to get the kill, he made sure that
it should be like, how does it feel to be the first sub to get an MVP?
And taking a look at damage dealt right now, Melon 5-0-1, man. That is monstrous, and it's not something you want to see on Airthil. It's not the most popular pick, but if it's able to scale like this, if it's able to get into its groove, you can definitely see the problem it can be. And they're going to try to lock onto him. He does have the sprint, and I mean, that's a hard hero to catch right there.
Ooh, a couple of ultimates expended there at the mid. Oh, Tarzan taking a heap of damage. Mikasa is going to go ahead, dash himself to the side. And now Yureshi doing a great job in the background, kind of taking the attention. Kush does a catch up a Mark Cutie, and that is going to be a mage down for Area 77.
Oh! ISO chased down as well on the top side. That's 2 members down before Lord. This should be free for DA.
Yeah, they have Devious Activity right now, just basically bounty hunters. They're finding, they're able to isolate, spread out Area 77, and then one by one, they're taking them down and hitting them with, especially with these the mismatches here.
What was the name of that bounty hunter with the TV show?
Was it Dog?
With the mullet? Yeah, Dog? Something like that, yeah, it was Dog. Melon the bounty hunter.
That chicken was so good, chat.
Over here. The guy's chasing him down. ISO not
We're trying to decide on who's the MVPs. Who's the MVPs of the whole series, chat?
Early game, but we're starting to see
that's what we're trying to figure out.
Fall off, and it's almost like DA kind of wanted the Benedetta to come back. They had the Paquito ready.
Area 77. Oh man, we're kind of slacking here. DA coming hard. Melon, subbing Melanin's absolutely crazy, chat.
It's working very well right now.
Yeah, and Area 77 is having trouble.
I am eating fried chicken.
Now you're going to have a Lord crashing down at the top. It's not luminous,
literally.
So it's not going to be charging, not going to be chunking it down, so they should be able to defend this. As I say that, there's an Eternal Guardian. Mystic Gush is out to try to lay waste to it, and Lord is down, but we are almost, I mean, you can see the pressure starting to mount at mid, at bottom, and this might be down to about high grounds.
I mean, Area 77 does have decent siege control with the Magic Gush and everything, and you can see that DA doesn't want to, like, overextend their welcome here. They're still taking things slow. They just got this huge lead. It's only been a few minutes, but they still have to be careful because if they walk in, they get cut off at the wrong point. They let
what up,
the Magic
Andrea?
just sits on more than 2 or 3 of them.
Bro, you eating that chicken like it was your
second or
ex?
two, it's a
Like,
huge problem.
Law.
It's so hard to because I'm trying to
The
find
chicken was good, man.
77,
Should I bite into the biscuit?
But I mean, we've seen this
The
before.
fucking
Both
the
of these
biscuit
teams,
that
once they
kills
start getting
people.
That advantage, they're very prone to being very tight. They hit the jungle. They start clearing out waves. They wait for the next lord. They make sure that they're zoning out the enemy. So both of these teams, I mean, it's gonna be very hard to look for an opening for Area 77 if they want to be successful here.
And now DA.
It's kind of buttery.
Again, now once they get to, this is a good thing about DA. When they get the lead, like they do a little, sometimes when they're behind and the pressure's pushing on them, their passive playstyle can maybe be a problem, but once they get the lead like this, they're so good at just, we're going to back off now, we're going to wait, throw a little picnic in the mid, you know, and just kind of hang out. We got the lead, we don't need to rush anything. We're going to get a nice position over this Lord pit. 3 members just hanging out down there. They're hitting the top lane macro, making sure they work that long lane on the opposite side of the Lord. They're going to kind of slow push it here, and that's exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, and they're freezing lanes right now. All of them just sitting in bushes. Bro, this is just textbook what you're supposed to do with the lead while you're waiting for this Lord to come out. I mean, a great job by Devious Activity right now. Now the Lord is out, and this is kind of, I mean, I don't know if you're Area 77. Do you make a play for it? You can see they already have
The biscuit's actually really good.
Top, so now they're going to start at the Lord.
Oh, the pressure.
Just kidding.
let's really hype things up here, guys. Joke's on us. Let me sit down for a second. I'll let you guys know I stand up sometimes when I cast, even at home. So yeah, here we are. Let's private.
Well, I mean, for me, I'm kind of wondering like what you need to do to be successful right now. And the problem is the marksman right now. Irithel is so fed right now. It's so hard to catch them. And that's the target you need. But the problem is if you try to focus on that,
I got the spicy, spicy tenders.
The fights where you really need it, and you're going to get caught up.
I didn't want to
to
have to fight a bone, to be honest, while I'm streaming.
Back into it. I like it. Just enough for a quick sentence from private, and then we jump back into it. It was all part of the plan, guys. Everyone needed to take a sip of water, a sip of coffee real fast. Tarzan did have a decent angle on the boss side. I think he needs oh, you're actually in trouble here. Walks right into Yato.
Oh, but catches Eternal Guardian.
You're Rashi, get out of there, dude.
He's definitely not going to be able to get away there. T puts the finishing touches on him. But with that, Area 77 still not able to find an opening with that. And this is going to be an oblong number for Area 77. They're a man down for this Lord. And I'm wondering, like, do you want to make something happen out of this? It looks like Tarzan kind of toying with the idea right now.
No fighting a bone's crazy.
Out, but doesn't catch a target right now. Mark Hudi, in a bad way on the side. Melon sees
Melon
pops the ultimate, but is not going to be able to find a kill. ISO putting on the damage, but look at it. Melon has more health now than before the ultimate struck, and going to be chasing away and kiting.
Jesus.
Yeah, and that kite, that's what makes
Tarzan
so clutch at times, and why it still can be viable. Because even there, the Minoan Sphere didn't come down fast enough. Tarzan.
Tarzan got caught, bro. You're Reshi, where are you going? But he's going, he's doing it!
And Yureshi finds
Can he get out though? 1 HP? No, he falls as well.
Finds a kill onto him. That is one
Yato.
for 2 right now in favor of Devious Activity.
Oof.
All right, minions are pushing down on the top side though. Devious Activity got to go up and clear. They want to try to sink these waves all at once. This time they're not fighting for tier 2s. They're fighting for, you know, base breaking pushes here. We're 15 minutes in. They're going to take their time. They don't have Yato on the map, so I don't think they want to really rush this. Nobody's clearing waves right away, but also they don't want these to not be synced up. So they got to maybe, you know, they got to, whatever. We don't have Yato. He just spawned up. Can they make something happen here, Private?
I mean, they're doing such a great job when it comes to syncing up these lanes. All lanes right now, and then where the Lord comes, the Lord is at the top, not at the mid. It's last time it was at the bottom, so you have the entire map spread out. Area 77 has to deal with all of their lanes being attacked at once. Lord is going to go down here. Now we're going to go ahead and put some damage on the mid. Conceal play is out. Is that going to be enough? Big Eternal Guardian comes out.
Gotcha.
Onto J Cutie. Is it going to be enough? You have the Electro Final Blow is out and used.
Area 77
down here. Mystic Gush is out. Finds a kill onto Kush. A good defense for Area 77, but they are down 2 members.
Took out Kush, but
one from Devious Activity.
I think they're gonna keep sieging.
2 members, 2 inhibitors.
Oh Jesus!
Maybe a few more minutes, and DA could possibly close this out.
Oh
but Area 77
God!
not giving up just yet. Does DA want to keep their patient game, or do they want to close it in?
Mikasa
GG's.
with the flicker and the big
I looked away for 1 second, bro. What happened? GG's. Devious Activity.
Actually, he's got to dive out of that. More minions coming in here in the play.
Damn.
But that's going to be all she wrote. Game 3 goes to Devious Activity.
Well done by DA there. The hype has been surrounding both of these teams, and this time DA comes out on top. But it's a best of 3, and Area 77 still proves that they have opportunity to take wins. They have opportunity to pull things off, but today DA escapes with it.
Yeah, I mean, and a great game there for them. Unfortunately for Area 77, I want to say, like, these games are, especially when it comes to the top here, these games come down to who gets the advantage first. Once they get the advantage, neither of these teams were able to kind of overcome that, and that's
like
unfortunate when it comes to here. A big show out for me is Melon being traded in here. I know we were both kind of iffy when it comes to roster changes, but really feels like Melon shined here for Devious Activity.
Yeah, a lot of possibilities. Taking a look at some of these items right now, Melon definitely shined. 7, 0, and 5. The bench we never even knew was there came in and cleaned things up. I mean, in that last match, it felt like he diffed ISO. It felt like he was just a problem for ISO. And ISO is a veteran player, but Melon looked like he was in control there. Ends up no boots, no nothing, barefoot, all
I'm getting the players ready,
just
chat.
Unloading, man. Yato as well with a 2-1-10 and T 3-0-9 making those pulls happen.
Yeah, and right here we can see Melon here for the damage dealt and gold.
A dog is like attacking people when they walk down the street. Let the subs cook.
Activity, Tarzan, the sandbag, a ton of damage taken on his side. But I mean, once you get behind, there wasn't much that he was able to do. But I mean, Yato, we've talked about it. The amount of effect he had on a lot of these games too, with that mid, with that Vexana. I mean, it's not to be outdone. I feel like it was kind of between them, Yato and Melon, with how much of an effect they were having in a lot of these games.
And taking a look at damage dealt, Melon, yeah, just doing so much. Yato as well. But Mikasa, too, was kind of like the wild card here. And we were worried about the Benedetta pick. We were worried about Yureshi being able to pull that out once again. But I think they found the answer. They
gotta go check on these teams, chat.
And that's what I feel like all 3 of these games have been. It started off with DA. Area 77 adapts, picks something that can kind of beat what they want to bring, and then DA changed the pace, adapt, and find answers to Area 77. And I feel like if we win another game there, Area 77 might have been able to pull off another win.
The next match is started here soon. I'm getting all the players ready right now.
To see Melon, he got in there and he did exactly what he needed to do. Again, I was talking about how I really didn't feel like I knew him as a player, and I was absolutely really like stunned. And again, Timber shivered and all.
7:30 was the game time, so we're already like
put in the work.
40 minutes behind.
Most definitely.
Too many BO3s tonight.
For you. Well, I think Melon's definitely like a hot topic right now, right? Like, does he Do we see more of him in the future?
Dude, like,
I mean,
all the teams are
honestly, I
so
think he
good
played
right now.
amazingly. Like, maybe
Like, you don't know who's gonna win. Like, BTK
hasn't
taking
been
out
able to play the
GG,
past
like,
week or two.
fucking Area 77
Well,
getting
another
taken out by
factor for that game
DA.
was,
Area
he brought it up
77
was
taking out
Mikasa
BTK.
on the Paquito.
And, like,
while I feel like, and here's the thing.
it's
is
like
that
everything's
didn't
up in the fucking air.
match Benedetta in the lane. It kind of did the exact same thing, but I want to say.
All right, let me go check on these teams real fast, chat.
Goal of those.
I'm gonna mute
characters,
myself, BRB.
where Benedetta was trying to hunt down the squishy characters. I feel like Paquito did that a lot faster and a lot better. Able to find Gord, able to put the damage on him, make sure that he wasn't a factor during a lot of these fights, and puts on a lot of damage, which allowed Melon to kind of come in, especially I believe it was either the first Lord fight or the last Turtle fight that Melon just came and cleaned up shop after the entire team was basically put very low, and that's what got them like 4 kills in a row, and then really kind of started that roller of momentum for the side of Devious Activity.
Yeah, and you know, speak of the devil, you guys will never guess who the MVP is.
Is
Correct?
it Melon? It's Melon. Big, I mean, you gotta give it up. The guy comes in, first game. Some of us were about to change our votes because this guy was coming in. We were like, oh god, DA, not a roster change. This guy proved us all wrong. Just came in strong. Game 1. On the carry, played a great game, 3-0 and 1 at 16 minutes in, was just a monster all around the map, and then we come into game number 3 and also just carried with this Aerithil, was able to get 1v1s against ISO about halfway through the game, or into the late phases, and even now with Mikasa and T and the rest of the team holding on the front line, he just dominated. Look, I mean, two shots, it's done. 2 shots, you're dead. Lock on a Marcuti, every time you try to pop the Magic Gush, it was over. Very well played by Melon, and definitely someone I think a lot of us have our eyes on as we move forward, with the team of Devious Activity.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I actually think he's ready and waiting for me in an interview. So, adios, captains. Look at you, man. All smiles. The world is in a craze. Melon, we don't know you, man. Tell us about you. Tell us about yourself. You know, like, how long have you been playing Mobile Legends?
I've been playing since a long time, but yeah.
How did you get into DA? Like, what was that whole process like for you?
The whole process. My boy Kush DM me and was like, "Yo, wanna join?" Yeah, that's it. But
Oh man, so
yeah. See?
no, I mean, I'm honestly, dude, we've been loving seeing you. You know, we've loved seeing you playing. You know, and as a sub, like, after something like this, after everybody really getting to see who you are, you know, like, might there be a roster change?
Let's see.
So, how does it feel? I gotta know, how does it feel to be the first sub to get an MVP?
The first sub, good. It's good.
And I already know, everybody already wants to know, did you go into these games knowing that you were gonna diff ISO? Did you know you were gonna...
Kinda. No.
That's the way. I'll tell you what, man, you have definitely done a service to, I think, anybody who might be in a sub position anywhere, you know, really done the North American communities, you know, a justice in saying, you know, hey, just because you're on a sub doesn't mean that, you know, you're, you know, any worse than the players around you. And sometime, you know, you might be the golden goose. You might be the guy with the golden ticket. And it looks like today you were, man. So I think, honestly, I think more personal directed question do you have any good advice to players who might be in a sub position and are looking to step up and make big plays like this?
What is this?
Or just like practice and just have fun, you know?
No, I mean, sweet and simple. We love it. So, with that being said, I'm gonna let you go. Thank you so much for the wonderful interview, and stay strong because we hope to see you again.
He's got a shirt. He's got a shirt. Is that a flag?
Have a good one, Melon. What an awesome guy.
That was cute.
He was. I was nervous too, man. I was nervous, man. I was nervous. Nobody talks about me.
I don't know what that flag was.
That would have made you feel better, I know you got a little scared.
Anybody know what that flag was, chat?
The eye to camera contact,
Well, the good thing, a good thing I noticed out of there is
I don't think so.
Even
Maybe?
though he was very, a lot of those games he was pretty superior to Ice, so still
Algeria?
a lot of humbleness to him. He went in there trying his best, but still paying that respect to Isa because he's got a lot of experience out here.
Oh, it is, yeah.
But man, what a great showing for somebody who came in.
I only seen like a part of it.
I mean, very
give me a second.
overall. Great games from all, and just all of DA really. Like, I don't think he would have been able to pull that off without the rest of the team making the plays they were able to. Great game from DA, man. 2-1, moving on up in the seeds.
I think we're just waiting on Zane right now.
About to say the same thing. It really does take the whole team to work together. So whether you're Toru or Melon, DA is looking strong. And with that being said, let's find ourselves into the next break.
You notice Tarzan, good positioning for Area 77 for this first turtle. Colewill trying to stop, I want to say doing the best he can to kind of harass this turtle now at about half health. Nicola looking for some damage. Here comes the last insanity. Mystic Gush is out, but Nicola with great positioning. Tarzan still gets the turtle, and this might be bad for BTK. Coleworld and Mobazane get taken. And a great turtle and 2 kills for Area 77.
Back online, he was struggling early on, but he should be able to find a kill here now. Ooh, red side, lots of people.
DA once again bringing in 4 members, 5 coming soon. Goharu with the place to do weapon, more to get away. Toru bursts him down, sends Goharu back to base. Luviato force the proc the passive just to get away. That Eternal Guardian is starting to hurt. Uneven, a little bit of trouble here though, getting shredded down. T able to pick up the kill. DA with the advantage, taking out 2 members from Fiends.
Lord marching down.
Yo, I forgot to mute the stream. We should be okay though. I actually haven't been I don't think I've been copyright strict. Knock on wood. That was me knocking on wood, Atlas. Calm down. Is that Mikasa in the chat? Dude, Devious Activity, I had to like take over for Sherry and fucking got on my ass. Devious Activity throwing me around, throwing me through the ringer. Great games though, great games. I know. I don't think the observers could see the pause request. They were trying to pause though. I think Sherry was getting pinged. The whole chat was definitely waiting on you to Freya. They were like, yo, where's Mikasa's Freya at? I'm like, I don't know, man. He hasn't pulled it out yet. I don't think some of the players knew that they weren't muted. Yeah. Um.
actually.
All right, that's cool. That's a vibe.
That's the American dream, really.
Okay. Really.
Sorry, Chad. I'm hassling these players, man. We're already like an hour behind, so they're taking forever. We're getting them though.
I like it. I like it. So we're gonna be waiting for these scenes to match up. So let's see. Let's. I don't
know if we're gonna be able to get a third cam.
Definitely. I mean, I think all of us do agree, as we saw on the predictions. BTK is the favorite. They've really kind of tightened up their synergy. Is there a way to like? Are there some cracks in the armor? Do you think? Like, are there something that we can find to like push them apart? We have seen them lose. So how can BTK? I mean, how can BloodHounds maybe like find that if they want to win here?
Well, step one is I feel like BloodHounds needs to pay respect to the meta. The meta is the meta for a reason, and there are some outliers that can happen. There are some people who are really skilled on these outside characters, but I mean, from experience, from what we've been seeing from BloodHounds, they've experimented, and those experiments have come up a little short. So I mean, maybe it's time to go back to the meta, go back to those picks and kind of see what works there, and start from there. On the other side, when it comes to picking against a team like BTK, I want to say where we have seen success.
Jesus Christ!
Making sure. Well,
I'm trying to get the players ready, chat. I think we're in drafting phase already, so
saying that yeah,
we're in drafting phase now.
Go home early. We don't,
but
he is amazing on.
They're just being difficult.
Are pretty much, I want to say, the big picks for Zane, where like he almost doesn't even need the rest of his team on there, because
I was trying to get Nicolette on camera.
Those are the big two ones for me. I'm not sure how well you can kind of put it in there. I feel like a lot of BloodHounds hurdles come from a possibility of maybe hero pools, or maybe they don't play certain heroes that are in the meta. It's hard, and I hate the like feeling like it's a negative on to BloodHounds, because they are still a top 8 team in North America. It's just, man, you're coming up against a team like BTK, and you need to have all your T's dashed.
For sure. Again, you know, I do think that I want to see BloodHounds picking heroes that, you know, not only
they're in draft.
Playing,
I didn't want to,
but heroes that make sense.
Jump back down in there.
Games.
I'm pretty sure he's gonna tell me exactly the same thing.
And we've just not seen that leaning into their benefit. But without wasting any time, let's get straight into this draft. I want to see who wins.
Thank you so much for the toss, Zeke. Zeke's done a great job of dealing with us today, Private.
What up, Tank?
I just want to give a big shout out to
What's
Zeke.
up, brother?
He really has. We've been giving him the old haze
Mean some
today,
chicken.
I feel like, and he's doing a great job. So big shout out to Zeke, everyone watching, man. He's doing a great first season on the host desk, especially dealing with us. So I think one thing I do want to point out, I think a good answer for BloodHounds here. One of the times that we see BTK kind of falter is like when one of their members are really like targeted on. We've seen them fall when like Mobazane kind of goes down a few kills, but I don't think it's just Mobazane, and I think that's where GG kind of lost yesterday, is they tried too hard to focus on a Mobazane. But I think any one of them, I think if
I wasn't able to get Nicolette on cam.
We're
gonna try to though.
By draft, I mean like pressure in game. Try to get 2 or 3 kills onto one member, and I think that's when we'll start to see like them fall down, because either it's like, oh, is it this player's fault or whatever? However it happens, I think that could be an answer here, is find your target, lock it, load it.
That chicken's kind of hot.
Give that player hell.
Gotta get some games in. I don't know if I'm gonna be playing later tonight. I got work early on. I was playing with Ritz last night. Oh yeah, you seen. I was fucking. We were on too long.
BTK is that they were so easily.
I might be able to get some games in Monday.
Kind of bogged down onto Zane.
I think tonight's gonna go pretty long.
Players there on BTK.
You were watching? Oh god.
Huge history here in North America of being in some of the top teams.
It got kind of rough at some point. I wanted to flip my desk.
Like really hone down on Zane, because the other people should be able to pick up, and that's what we saw yesterday. Is the rest of the team
only 3 players are required to turn on cams and the NACT.
If they kind of
we only need 3 of them.
Down on one player, which is going to be very interesting here. You're talking about them being able to hone in on one, where I feel like a team like BTK should be able to see that hole and kind of like envelop around it, and kind of cover it up. So that's gonna be very hard here. Oh, and I mean we're focusing pretty heavily on Cold World here from BH.
No, but Hilo span from BTK.
A high-low spam?
Is that just high-low spam for BTK? Did someone say something about like Ooga Booga playing high-low? I feel like Yue was saying something about Ooga Booga playing high-low, so maybe some scrim info. Whatever, man. Yeah, cool. Totally. BloodHounds now. First pick. Nolan's open. Ruby's open. Arlot's open. CC's open. They go for the CC pick. BTK. Probably just Barats up front on Mobazane. He feels comfortable on it. Lock it in as well with maybe the CC for Cold World or the Vexana for...
You slept for five hours and still saw me streaming?
Well, and it depends on what
hey, that's the Ico effect, chat.
I mean, we do open up that CC. Like, I do agree. Barats, if we're coming to a normal draft from BTK, you're looking at the Barats, possibly the Vexana picked up, help out Nicolette, who's been a very astonishing on her. And we'll see where we go from there. Is it bad?
They're either banning or know something.
On like one of those mechanical heroes. I kind of miss like.
Are you saying this is the game that he could do it? Like if he wants to have a little fun, he could have some fun with BloodHounds. I agree. I'm not gonna disagree.
Damn, they gave him Brass.
Sadly, it would be nice to see. Ooh, they do switch it up a little bit though. Pick up an Angela, which I don't think we've seen BTK go like the support roam route just yet, have we?
Well, I mean, against Gaimin Gladiators, when it comes to support, they had the Matilda against Gaimin Gladiators, which is where they had the big problems with.
She's like slightly different though.
Yeah, well,
like,
I mean,
she's an
especially,
aggressive support. She's like
I was just talking about how good he is on the Barats, and that's sans a support on his team. So now you're going to have the Hearts Guard to compete with on that Dino. You're going to need to be able to burst through it. I mean, on their side, you're thinking Xborg is already.
Oh shit! I gotta change. I gotta change the poll, chat.
Carry. Potentially Alpha, maybe.
You guys gotta keep me up on that, man. I got so much shit going on.
Natan, not a bad pickup there, and a big amount of early game damage with the Khalid. One of your favorite pickups there.
Yeah, well, I mean, and Ooga Booga has pulled this pick off as like a crazy pick before. You know, we kind of wanted BloodHounds to maybe not get too crazy, but here we go. Button up.
Cold's been on it, man. He hit me up on it. He was like pinging me in the chat, fucking hit me up on Instagram.
Normally, I would say the Roam Khalid can be like viable. If it's up against something squishy in the enemy jungle, something that you can try to.
I am going to try my best to try to get Nicolette on cam, though, chat. We will be trying. We will be trying.
So it's a little tough to try to bully. They're going to pick up the Arlot now for BTK, something to really just give that Khalid a tougher time. And yeah, it's a little iffy here. They do have the Natan for some late game salvage. We know the shred that can come from that, but I don't know if they're going to make it to late game.
Yeah, and that's the thing is Natan needs some items. I do want to say the change to his entropy, that ultimate from him, it has made him a little bit more slipperier to be able to catch. So I mean, he might be able to use that to his advantage, especially in this early game. But man, the rotations of BTK have usually been a pretty strong.
We're gonna send her a camera.
Like a precise, so it's going to be very interesting to see if they can kind of keep him safe through that early game.
I like how BTK is now. It's like now
we're not trying to force anybody, you know. You know what I mean?
They know what they're
if you don't want to do it, you don't want to do it.
They bounce to Martis. They're really just kind of like
it's hot.
It's the slightly oddball picks up BloodHounds.
It's ultimately that I'm attempting to try to like help. You know,
my question is starting to become with BloodHounds. It's like
that way, like,
is it a show of respect?
If she's on camera, at least she can like
play. Like
get some of the. I don't know if there's like nervousness or. It's tough, right? I mean, you got to get a lot of that like weirdness out, because if BTK makes it to playoffs, bro, it makes it to Vegas.
That we've seen throughout the past season or two.
That's going to be a whole different experience.
From breaching like the levels of competitiveness that they could be at, because they have pretty much kept the same
Zeke.
roster. They have pretty much kept the same players, and I feel like they could do a lot of things. I'm not saying they can't win this game. I'm not saying that, you know, the Roam Khalid isn't viable here and there, but I think it does need to be talked about. Like, it does need to be talked about at some point that like why not just, you know, keep it simple, man. And if they win this game, yeah, I eat my words, but it's you know, it's not always viable. It doesn't always work.
Well, I mean, and that's kind of why I brought it up earlier. The meta is the meta for a reason, and I don't want to get into an argument of you can only stick to the meta. That's the only way that you're going to be successful. But there needs to be an
they've already announced Vegas. It was on the start.gg.
Successful, and then be able to counter it if you want to kind of reach outside the box.
Like it was on start.gg like day one.
BloodHounds can kind of put that together here.
He said, "Don't spoil it."
These bands, I mean, these aren't bands you usually see. No. The Hylos, the Valir,
these are Bloodhound
the
bands.
Martis. Yeah, this is just Bloodhound specific.
Let me go to page 63 real fast. Where's Bloodhound's bands at again? Oh, there we are. Hylos.
Yeah, it was like already released.
It's very obvious, and there is some respect.
That's what I want to know. I want to go to New York.
Very good at these heroes.
I think it was pretty cool that I actually got to go to LA. Like that was pretty dope.
It's like, what does BloodHounds do?
I did not like LA's airport.
They pick up this Natan. Now we get the Vexana. We got the whole package for BTK. They have the dream team right now.
You guys want to see Zeke? You guys want to see Zeke at Vegas?
The ban list in BTK's hands right now.
Yeah, and
pulled a Tom Holland.
This is just basically meta versus
yeah, the LA airport was wild.
Meta versus BloodHounds.
Vegas airport way better.
And that's basically what a lot of their games have been. Is been the BloodHounds versus the meta. Lately, they haven't been.
That's what I want to know, Spirit. Like, we need sponsorships. Where's my Logitech sponsorship? Dude, the casters overseas get like free handhelds and like free, like just free like electronics like no tomorrow, man.
It's always advancing, always evolving, and you cannot.
Zeke plus Naisu in the finals. That would be something else.
I mean, you need to kind of press forward if you want to break into that top four, and it's because there is just a.
He said, "I don't care where the finals is, just invite me." Yo, what the?
Okay,
what the?
Hold on.
Yo, Roger.
I was in chat last night. I was on stream last night. Basic jumps into chat. We're watching a game. I forget. It was MPL last night. Roger got picked up in gold lane by TNC. Basic goes, "I'm going to pick Roger tomorrow. Watch me." And everyone's like, "No, you're not, bro. No, you're not, Doe." He picked Roger. This has gotten picked a few times in MPL now. It's like actually like it's questionable. It's on the line of can it be meta in the gold lane right now. So this isn't too crazy. This has actually been getting picked. It's had like 3 picks overseas.
Well, I mean, though, if you've seen it, but what is making it successful in the marksman position?
I don't know. Skylar picked it. It worked.
I don't know. Skylar picked it and it worked.
Skylar from RQ or whatever picked it and it worked. So that's what made it successful. Let's take us into the game, though.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, fan favorites, BloodThirstyKings going to be going up in their first game against the BloodHounds, a best of 3 series. We're going to see if BloodHounds can try to take this to 3 games.
I like how. Let's see if they can take it to 3 games. Let's see if they can win it.
Roger to gold lane, bro.
Right now, I will say this: BloodHounds did kind of even up their draft a little bit here. But wait, no, that's Boca Roscoe Mage, not Rome. Okay, so now it's still a little questionable. I want to say that they even things out. I'm not against it, though. They're going to have crazy pressure in this laning phase. I will give them
a Raph in the mid lane?
You have crazy damage. You have crazy movement speed.
Chat, a Raph in the mid lane, bro.
That are just like zooming around right now. You got the wheel on Easy Peasy on the Barats. You have the sand passive from Ooga Booga being able to move around. Plus, you have the speed up just to add on top of that with Boca Roscoe. There's definitely some aggression here, and I think that is BloodHound's win condition. Look for picks quick. Look for aggression early on.
For me, it's just Mobazane walking up on the Barats, walks up, grabs the Retri on the Litho Wanderer, walks away without much effort into it.
What the fuck, a Khalid mid?
I mean, and
I'm so confused.
Let's talk about gold lane real fast because we have Natan up against Roger. Now, we have seen some
what the fuck is going on here?
So far. I think last night we saw a Thunder Belt first build going on the defensive route.
Natan has wrong emblem.
So I'm kind of excited to see, is Basic going to build defensively at all? Is he going to go full damage?
Oh, this is Raph mid, bro.
In the gold lane.
It's Khalid Rome.
Normally you want Roger to be able to like get kills, kind of scale early on. And he's
Khalid
forced to
mid.
kind of take a slower route in his scaling. So I think it's going to be big for maybe him to rotate, him to look for kills at some point, maybe around 5 minutes, 6 minutes or something. Milo able to get a solo kill though.
Fighter mid? I'm just so fucking
1v1
confused.
Solo kill up there. That's not going to spell well for BloodHounds, especially with this first turtle fight. Oh, Ooga Booga gets right in the fray of things, and BTK let him have it. Down to about 10% health there, and he's going to have to back off. This is going to be a free turtle for BloodThirstyKings.
Free turtle, and that's not good. Like, oh, Ooga Booga goes down as well. Bocarasco, 3-0, turtle. That's a big win for BTK.
GG. Oh, they're gonna rack it up even more.
He's actually able to get his purple buff, but Mobazane makes him pay for it in kind. 0-4 advantage to BTK.
Jeez.
1700 gold lead already. Basic also bullying in the gold lane right now. Dropping the emotes and all that good stuff. Ooga Booga on this, getting a little bit of damage on Mobazane, but still Bocarasco's not there to help out. If they could have maybe
Sleeps by himself, trying, has the
Nicolette's gonna kill him.
Coming up from the back, is he gonna be able to get it? And that's the end of Sleeps, down for the count.
You ever go night sleeps? Well, you just did. Go to sleep, sleeps. I got them all. They're ready to go. They're sitting in my pocket, ready to pull out right now. So is it 2,000 gold lead? We're 3 minutes in. Basic.
I tried to tell Zane to turn his lights on, and he was like, "No, I'm in the void." I'm like,
"We got 3 members from BloodHounds."
Jesus.
Basic season is going to try to back himself off. Is going to use that transformation to get away. Heart's Guard is up, and down goes Ooga Booga. Now the tables have turned, and the rest of BloodHounds are going to back off from the bottom lane.
Sadly, Cold World takes that kill. Basic,
yeah,
not able to get it.
Zane said he was in the void, bro.
Like, get something, but still, he's 0-0.
He's like going through some shit.
He's level 6. He's a level over sleeps, and that's going to start to be huge.
Yeah, we see here from this replay, this is the first turtle fight that came out there. Just, I mean, an amazing pushing ability from the side of BTK, able to zone it out, and basically a free turtle for them. And that was the first objective of the game.
And BTK now going to continue to smother here a little bit. BloodHounds need to kind of find an answer to this. I think their goal is late game, right? Like, that's got to be their goal. But that's kind of always been their goal, and BTK's already got a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, Zane literally told me. He was like, "Nope, not turning on the lights. I'm in the void, bro." I'm like,
already taken a death.
All right, dude.
At this point, BloodHounds really need to kind of focus down on Sleeps and make sure he's okay.
Oh, Sleeps does use that entropy, but here comes the Heart's Guard. I wonder if Basic's going to be diving there. The rest of BloodHounds not going to be paying mind to the bottom. They're looking to contest this turtle. You're already about minus negative 4,000 gold. Ooh, they're trying to come in here. Damage coming down.
The Zane villain arc.
Turtle is getting very low. Mobazane still able to get the retribution on it. Still no deaths from BloodHounds, so I want to say mildly successful that they didn't put all in onto that turtle and are able to disengage.
Basic wants that.
Oh,
so
Basic!
Flickers in.
Yeah, he does.
Finds it, gets the kill. For a second, I thought, I was like, he's going to do this. He goes for it. He's able to pull it off. And now, on to the next one. Roger is hunting Ooga Booga. Maybe able to get away with this. He's going to move on to Roscoe.
Oh, that's it for Ooga Booga.
That chicken was hot.
Basic there. And
Dude, Basic is just going ham.
And he's going under tower. He really wants it. And it's not.
Dude is going ham right now.
He's still going to use that transformation to get himself away from the tower.
All right. Almost
that boy Zane made a pact with the demons.
1,000 a minute. Basic going to move on to this tower. 70 seconds. We're going to be on to the... do we have another turtle coming? Yeah, one more turtle coming, then Lord.
It was an MPL. It was used in MPL.
In the purple buff.
Yeah, and this, I mean, you can see Ooga Booga going in there. Mobazane doing a great job of zoning it out, not getting caught by any of those slashes from Ooga Booga. And it's just, this is the problem with that pick. I mean, you're running out of the spot where that Khalid actually shines, and that's in the early game. Oh, here comes Easy Peasy. Oh, that's 3 members. They're locking on the Mobazane.
Yo, the damage. Does he get out? He doesn't. Nicolette coming in from the back line, though. Look at Zane. He's like, fuck, I got caught. I couldn't fucking move.
2 kills for the side of BTK there, punishing BloodHounds.
Yeah, but Basic's gonna clean up, pick up a double kill. We did
Basic.
get a look at his build earlier. We got to look at some of his items. I know he just lucked in the corrosion scythe as well, but he started off with that thunder belt, goes into corrosion scythe, so now he's got the slowdown. He's got a little bit of defensive capabilities to kind of
Bro's living in the
hold
dark.
off in that front line, and he's 2,200 gold ahead of Sleeps right now. And honestly,
He said no way
the
Roger Gold's
is gonna
working.
do well into mid and late game. Like, it's not going to be.
I mean, he's
not
got
gonna scale
4-0 and 2, bro.
He's gonna kind of help BTK as we move forward into this, to whereas Sleeps is just fully devoted
Milo
to,
is
like,
wearing
20 minutes at
the
this point.
TOV jersey.
It's really interesting. Oh, actually, Ramsey's in trouble here. Basic chasing him down. Oh, Ooga Booga misses the sandstorm, and Mobazane finds a retry on to the last turtle. Now they are giving chase. There goes the Didna's welcome, and that's going to be all she wrote for Easy Peasy.
They're
Locking
eating
onto
them
Ooga Booga, so he's
alive.
The tower, I don't think they're done. They don't care about the tower.
Michael turned to the dark side. That boy went to the Sith.
Booga with a nice passive for that skill too. Is it going to be enough? Basic. He's
Ooh, Ramsey, Sir Bossy going in on him.
With the yo-yos, and that is going to push Basic away.
Final slash by
Milo! Putting the back, Boca Roscoe goes down. That's going to be another kill. Ramsey's down. It's just
Homeworld with the flicker.
For the hills. Cold
Yo, the aggression here by BTK.
You know, if they're going to pick the Roger, we could have saw Mobazane Roger. Just saying. That would have been fun. But Basic also gets it. He's 4-0 and 4. At this point, BTK is
my
just
God! Why would you walk right into that double kill?
Cutting them off at every point. BloodHounds just unable to mount a defense, right? The Khalid is not performing. It's 0 and 5, and with that, they decided to not go for a damaging mage. They decided to go for the Rafaela, and that is not going to scale, right? That is not something that's going to like be the supporting, be the savior here. It's not a golden goose.
I mean, it's tied between, I would say, Basic and Milo.
You say that, but he does have the only kill for the BloodHounds.
You're right. My bad.
Milo definitely has some really great.
BTK pushing on into the mid-ground, the mid-high ground towers, and forcing their
Yeah, I
wills.
mean,
Really not much that BloodHounds
Basic's going ham.
do. You can see them now starting to focus down onto the bottom lanes, pushing, and here comes Mobazane from the side, going to go ahead and try to zone them out.
Jesus.
This is going to be another high ground tower for BTK.
He's
all right. 12k gold lead moving in. They don't even need this next Lord. They may be able to even try to close this out soon. Milo gonna go clear that top wave, and that's huge for them, right? And I mean, at this point, I don't really think there's a way out for BloodHounds, man. I mean, I think at this point, it's like, let's just go to the... And I hate to be the caster that says that. I'm not trying to be biased, but it's just, like, their answers were early game. Their answers were find kills within the first few minutes, make sure Ooga Booga scales, make sure Boca Roscoe can help supply the team with speed, and those answers are gone.
Yeah, and now that we're into the middle, oh, Easy Peasy gets blown back. Now here comes the Raging Sandstorm. Mobazane with the Detonas, a welcome. Basic finds a kill onto Sleeps. Mobazane finds a kill onto Ooga Booga. That is 3 down as Easy Peasy goes down. This might be a wrap as Boca Roscoe falls. They're not even concerned about the core. They're trying to blast down Ramses, and that's going to be a wrap for this game. 1-22 and an end at 10:30.
Great game by BTK, great game by BloodHounds, but BTK takes the victory there, 22-1, 9 towers, 3 turtles, the whole shebang. That's what we call that right there. Well played by BTK.
Yeah, a very dominant performance by BTK. I don't think anybody expected anything less. The one surprise was the Roger. I'm not sure how well. I would love to see how well that plays into a more even-sided game. I want to say the corrosive scythe a very interesting item to build on the Roger, because it does. I mean, in theory, it blends well because
I was trying to get more people on cam chat
from his normal basic attacks.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, because it helps with the chase.
MVP chat, who do you think?
And then also
chat, give me your thoughts. Give me your thoughts. BTK, who got MVP? Drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat. Who you think?
Is this a good test run for it? I don't think this means that Roger is meta or anything like that. It was a good game to like pull it out, especially with the composition that BH had. You were able to kind of bully there. They didn't
We got
really
basic,
have, like, the
cold world, cold world.
They had nothing really to
Basic,
punish it.
cold world.
So I mean, it was a good pick. We still have
All
to see
of
it
them.
though.
Red said tank.
In a bit of a different type of match before we know if it actually works.
Fucking tank.
I just want to tell the viewers.
They didn't even need Lord.
Yeah,
don't start picking at
CW in ranked.
Too late. It's too late.
But man, you can see here, amazing. It's just as coordinated as BloodHounds were. Look at all the 100% team fight participation.
All right, chat. We're gonna make a poll.
But at least they were
we're gonna make a poll in the chat.
Except for Ramses.
Well, team fight participation goes by kills.
MVP.
How much you were part of the kills. There was only one kill, so hopefully all 4 of them were involved in it. All 4 of them were involved in that one kill. So I mean, yeah, team it wasn't hard to get 100% that game. You just had to be there for the one, the one big bang.
And that kill going over to Boca Roscoe, and you didn't believe
I'm
the mid.
sorry. My apologies.
But man, I mean, dominating performance here.
I can't. There's not enough spots for 5 people, so I can't do Nicolette. But if you guys think Nicolette deserves it, then let me know.
Pretty almost impossible to take down, except for that one death where I think he maybe bit off a little bit more than he could chew against the 4 members of the BloodHounds. But man, this is just I want to say a clinic put on by BTK to show why they are where they are in North America right now.
Yeah, I mean, and I could sound like a broken record, and it's like, so what does BloodHounds do to win this? They don't pick they don't pick Rome. They draft different. They got to draft different, man. Because there's already here's the reality situation. Like, there's definitely some skill gaps between certain players and teams. Like, we know that there's people that have had more
Melon top 3 MM low key. I mean, he did absolutely insane.
If there's a draft,
Melon stepped up to the. I don't know what he took, but.
And the Natan
went
was
crazy.
a bad pick, and it's nothing. And I say this a lot. There's nothing wrong with picking one kind of out of the box pick. But when you pick 3, right? When you go for the Natan, you go for the mid lane.
They did,
and then you go for the Rome. The lead, like there becomes
Ilos has been showing up though too.
Right? It's now we're stacking things up, and it does become an issue. BTK gonna have first pick on the red side this time. BloodHounds gotta make some change.
Well, and that kind of comes down to there's one side of it where
next game equals 0 kills for BH.
We can't just pick something surprising just for the sake of it being a surprise. There needs to be some type of formula to it. There needs to be some type of equation, something that it does well that the rest of your team.
My chat's tied between basic and cold world for MVP.
Competition, the top 8. It's not just ranked matches. It's not just those mythic glory matches. I mean,
they're definitely saying cold world, but we'll see how this game rolls out.
America, and you need to, like I said, you need to have the respect for the meta. You need to understand why the meta is there. Unfortunately, BloodHounds have kind of struggled with it with their picks here, and I'm wondering,
Roger?
where do we go here, and at what point do we kind of change it up? Do we kind of go back to the drawing board and be like, all right, guys,
Roger though, chat.
What do we want to do here if we want to be successful?
All right, this is the plan. They're debating BTK.
Debating.
One, they get real crazy, and now BTK is going to waste all of their bans on high-lows.
These 10-minute matches are we back on schedule? Oh God!
And this time,
I can double check. Let me see. That's a good question.
Now we get all the good picks.
So GG's game starts at 9 o'clock, which already is 9 o'clock. So
I mean,
we're not on schedule yet. We're getting there though. We're getting there though.
That needs to be kind of handled if you're gonna do it the meta. And if the BloodHounds don't play it, I mean, I wonder how experienced they are with it. We do see the brass getting taken off there. Big answer for Moba Zane, who does, I mean, favors that heavily. He also favors, I want to say, the Fredrin as well. Is that something else that we ban out, or are we just giving it to him?
All right, buddy.
For me, it's almost kind of like a waste. You're gonna ban the Barats, and you're just gonna give him Fredrin. Are you gonna ban the Fredrin? Just give him Barats. It's like he's very dominant on some of these. He might.
I had to shut my window.
We do see.
It's kind of getting drafty.
Getting picked up. I want to say
first game MVP.
Successful night for Ruby.
We're looking for
change here with BTK.
We're looking for the series.
Possibly, you know, percentages are slightly
MVPG?
in their favor. Ruby. I mean, yeah, it's been a rough night for real for Ruby. It feels like the nerfs have already hit, honestly, because we know they're coming soon, but it feels like the nerfs are already there. But I think a lot of teams are finally kind of figuring out how to work around it and how to be a bit careful. And also, it's not an easy, like in the roam position, it's not like the easiest roam to pull off, right? Because it doesn't have any crazy dive. It doesn't, her ultimate is not super long range. You really got to be able to find those angles and close that distance a certain way. You know, and there are certain players that are able to do it very well. You know, we saw Shark, even though they lost last night, Shark had some crazy I'm offended plays in game 1. So it is definitely something you need to know what you're doing and have a good handle on it. On the side of BloodHounds, they pick up the Fred, they pick up the Clint. Now this isn't, honestly, this isn't too off.
I hit the wrong button, chat. Sorry, I'm
semi-viable.
gotta do like paperwork here.
First pick viable whenever you have the Claude and the carry on the field. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, Claude and Carry, the big pickups early game, and they just provide a little bit more. I want to say Clint's kind of that single target damage. I think he needs a little bit to kind of start taking off. He's going to need to be, I want to say, left alone to kind of reach that potential. And we've already seen the rotations of BTK on a spot, whether it's you're dealing with 4 members and already with the first 3 picks, you've got the
Zane turned on a light.
Amount of CC
he turned on a light
for BTK, and then
the hilarious
with that Nether Realm.
Yeah, and they feel confident with it enough to where
he turned on a light, like a really light one.
It's like we get a nice, and they have a nice rounded formation here with those 3 picks alone right now. They could pretty much lock any mage into this, you know, any semi-decent mage into this, and just about any semi-decent jungle, and it's gonna work. I mean, any semi-decent gold laner and any semi-decent jungle, and it's going to work, right? They don't have to have like the best gold laner, you know, even something like an Airthol or Nixia could work in this composition because it's very safe, you know, no matter what you have, as long as it scales, it's gonna be okay with those 3 heroes around it.
This is crazy, chat.
Like that's Farama's pickup kind of spurned by the Clint pickup, so you already know that they're not going to be picking up Claude, who can decently put on that blazing duet to kind of counter the Nether Realm. So it's going to be very interesting to see what we go here. I don't think we're going to be picking up Claude for BTK. We do. They're
not going to run the Roger back.
The Vexana pickup from BloodHounds. I want to say this one. Dare I say, a much more grounded a draft from BloodHounds. I like it, but there's still 2 more picks.
Grounded draft.
These last 2 picks, but we'll see. As Akai gets banned out, good big focus onto Mobazane with this draft.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think it definitely feels clear.
I just think Area 77 had like a little bit of a
you know, it just feels a bit
like a little bit of a
leveled. It feels more well-rounded.
A mistake? I don't know.
There's an idea and a strategy and possibilities. You have
maybe subbing in Melon was what was needed, man.
You're checking off boxes right now. You have some late game damage with the Clint.
Banned out all of Zane's heroes.
But you still have
they even banned out the Matilda.
Clint can kind of he only really suffers from like getting ganked possibly, but he can kind of deal with a lot of other gold laners in laning phase at least, as long as he's safe. So I think BloodHound's next thing is find a roamer that can kind of maybe hover between gold lane and make sure that
Zane could alpha.
Clint scales.
They also secured the Fredrin.
Either something crazy from Mobazane, or we're probably going to see
Mobazane goes Roger jungle.
Alpha coming out from him.
Roger jungle.
He's last picking, so it feels like he could pick something crazy here.
Yeah, so he still isn't open. We still have 1 more ban from the side of BTK here, and they are
Lancelot MOBA dash.
He's going something. He might be going something crazy here. That's the Hilda ban, yeah.
All right, so we're going to see from Easy Peasy what he has left. I want to say Martis is still on the board for them. That'll give them a good early game push from BloodHounds. Let them be able to kind of, especially something that will negate a lot of the CC that's coming out from BTK and gives them a lot of early game presence.
I'm wondering if Zane picks up the Noland here, maybe. Noland's open. And it would be a good reason of why they picked up like that is a heavy front. You have lots of peel. If you want a way to protect Squishy or jungle, those are 3 great picks to do that, right? So we could see maybe Mobazane pick. I think you're onto something here. Of course,
Yeah,
we say it all the
have
time,
it
but he
turned
doesn't
on.
do it. But I think like you're not. It's not crazy to think that on the side of BH. We get the Minotaur pick, so more CC. The composition looks clean from the side of BloodHounds. We need a gold laner. I think maybe Carry. Give me a Carry Nolan right here,
Yo,
man.
chat.
Just go in. Carry Nolan.
Chat.
Or Brody Nolan. Or use some
Chat.
Maybe even a
A Natan.
Okay.
You know, we haven't seen
Zane,
Tarizla in
the
a while. I wanna say
marksman.
there's just more favorable XP lanes.
Bring it back to marksman
That's
comp.
gonna be like that's gold lane Ruby though. Gold lane Ruby.
Yo.
Jungle Natan. Gold lane Ruby, jungle Natan.
I don't even know what to say about the draft. I mean, I want to say BTK feeling a little relaxed with this draft. BloodHounds, we're going to see what their last pick is. I believe we're waiting on the... Oh, okay. We already have the jungler, so we're what? Waiting on the XP laner from them.
So we actually saw these exact two
3 and 3 Zane draft, yo, chats.
Chad is
The
definitely
return of MOBA marksman.
Composition almost from either.
Wow, this. I didn't do it.
ID. Going for kind of the more old school composition with your jungler being marksman, and then bringing in
A blacklist strat.
If you remember, like pre-M3 era, double fighter off lane, gold lane marksman. I mean, gold lane jungle. This is also something that we have kind of seen the possibilities of.
What's happening?
Super viable. I don't know, but what a better time to test it out, right?
Well, I mean, I've always been like, if your entire team is on the same note and you execute it properly, you can make even a failing plan work. And that kind of boils down to that old school 1-3-1 strategy where you use the jungler, get him fed no matter what lane he goes to very quickly, and then you kind of close out very quickly. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 2 of the Bloodthirsty Kings taking on the BloodHounds. BloodHounds on their back foot here, looking to hopefully take this to a game 3.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, I like it. It's definitely going to be spicy, but you said it this time, BloodHounds does have a much more grounded composition. Even their EXP laner with the Thamus, decent pick. It's not something we see all the time, but it can be solid, especially against the Tarizla. It doesn't like super falter against it. Taking a look at some of the emblems. Nothing too out of the ordinary, honestly. The Wilderness Blessing for Nicolette and Cold World, keep them moving. Quantum Charge for Nicolette as well, just help increase that movement speed even more. And I think for the side of BTK, nothing too crazy probably in this early phase. Wait for Mobazane to hit level 4, maybe even a little bit longer, maybe 6, 7. That's when we're going to start seeing a real power spike happen. On the side of BloodHounds, I kind of want to see him like get aggressive. You have the Fredrin. I think you can maybe push in. You can maybe try to, you know, push in onto Mobazane in this early phase and take the advantage.
Well, the problem's going to be for if BTK engages, is the BloodHounds going to get lured in to the bait of trying to take down the front line? You can already see Mobazane. This is the type of damage you're going to be dealing with if you leave him unchecked. And that's what they're going to be looking to do. Bloodthirsty Kings are going to try to use that front line. Yellow's going to try to get that penalty zone. They're going to try to keep that front while Mobazane just chunks them down from the back. It's going to be a big read for BloodHounds if they can catch that and be able to close the distance on him.
All right, so, and when we watch BTK approach these team fights, as you said, it's like Mobazane staying in the back, honestly, maybe even the middle, and they're going to be giving it's very similar to like funnel strap back in the day, right? Like give Mobazane a bunch of gold, let him farm, and everyone just kind of closing around him. They have essentially 3 tanks. I know 2 of them are fighters, but 3 bulky hero. Oh, big penalty.
Yeah. Big penalty zone, easy peasy, able to get the first turtle. Mobazane with another realm, still trying to chunk down the enemy. Easy peasy finds a kill onto Yellow. BloodHound doing a great job trying to enforce their will here. Ramsey's getting taken down very low, and Bloodthirsty King's gonna have to disengage.
Okay, so BTK does have to understand that if they're going to go for this composition, they got to take it slow. Zane's damage is not going to be there until about, until at least a full item is locked in, maybe even 2. And they have a composition to slow play this. They have a composition to slow pace this. And You know, they might feel a little gutsy because they're up against BloodHounds and they just 22-1 them in the last game. But if they want to make this composition work and possibly, you know, hold it in the pocket for future strategies, they got to take this game slow.
Well, that and they're going to have to be the synergy on a basic. Did he just use the I'm offended on a minion?
Oh shit, I was muted. Thanks for letting me know. That was crazy,
well, it's
chat.
It's come down to the rotation of the CCO. Nicolette going to find Uga Booga here.
We told Mobazane to
them back and
to turn a light on.
Oh, nice implosion from Coral. Going to push them to the center, and Uga Booga goes down. Nicolette finding the kill there. Nether realm.
What the fuck? What was that call alter?
Giving chase to BH, who is now disengaging.
And Mobazane already going to push in. He's already cleared out his jungle. Gets a little bit of one little tap on the gold plating. So BloodThirstyKings quickly find an answer there.
Was he still in the void? Yeah, he was. Dave made him turn his
they need to know
at least a light on.
Fight much earlier. They have like if they group up and take a big fight.
They were like, production don't like this.
Like they have the power spike for these first several minutes. And I know it's kind of scary. You're up against BTK, but this is their chance to really kind of buckle down. Doesn't matter what you think. Like, Mobazane's not outputting crazy damage just yet. To whereas Easy Peasy is at level 7. Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, I didn't with the Minoan Fury. Down goes Nicolette, looking for another kill. Down goes Cold World. This is going to be an advantage for the BloodHounds and another turtle pickup.
And that's what they need to do, and they just need to continue on that roll as much as they can. If they want to get this win, make BTK, like, push them behind. They want to get to mid to late game, and BloodHounds needs to stop that as fast as possible.
All right.
The issue that's going to get him is you're getting the kills, you're getting these objectives in the name of the turtle and stuff, but we're going to need to start transitioning these into towers if you want to have an advantage. Kills and the kills and the turtle don't mean much if you're not opening up the map to keep yourself an advantage, especially because I want to say Mobazane, the later this game goes, the harder it's going to be for the BloodHounds. You see Uga getting popped up there, going to get bursted down by Mobazane.
They let him walk away. Oh no, the burn.
Yellow's passive there.
Yellow was able to take him out.
Yeah, Yellow is vicious right there. But I think you're completely right. BloodHounds, they were able to get those kills, but you don't see them like take those angles onto the tier 3s like you see some other teams do, where you cut lane and you take out the tower. And when they have a 1,000 gold lead, that's exactly what they should be doing.
I think they're trying to bait the minnow enough, right? Like force the minnow to ult, and then
very split up right now, trying to protect their members instead of trying to take down towers. BTK still just trying to farm. Mobazane taking his own farm, taking mid lane, just pure funnel strat.
Yeah, basically it's just everybody is feeding Zane right now. Now we're going to have a little bit of action possibly here at the bottom. Uga Booga and Sleeps kind of safe at their tower. Yeah, it does look like it. BTK just doing a good job of finding enemy jungle after they clear out theirs.
I just imagine all of BTK spoon feeding Mobazane right now. Here comes the airplane. Here comes the mid lane. And it's true. And I mean,
what the fuck, Trex? What was that? Dude, Trex is such a dad.
But it's not.
We got too many dads on the casting desk.
For a reason. BloodHounds have a good composition.
Who's getting interviewed this year? Oh, you mean in this series?
If they can get this other turtle,
that boy's like
get them to a point where maybe they can capitalize off of that. But BTK doesn't want to let it happen.
I need to edit the Fiends video.
Little position here.
I'll edit it this week and get it approved.
On backside, Mobazane does get the turtle. Now they're gonna go ahead and dive in on this big pop up. Lands onto BTK there. Yellow in trouble, but out comes the Nether realm.
It's been so crazy with work and everything else, because I have to make content for the pro players too, but they're being difficult.
And go back to his tower.
Great appraisals, Wrath, and we've seen those a few times, and that's
when's Kizzy's interview? When we doing an interview, Kizzy?
Oh, implosion!
Oh, implosion and a push into the tower. That's going to be the end of the line for Uga Booga, who gets taken down under the tower.
Got to be careful for those, and BTK moving as a unit. Zane feels comfortable as long as he has the entropy. He can kind of get away from any plays that try to come in onto him, so he can kind of move by himself freely here and there. BloodHounds do take that middle tower. Let's take a look at some of the items. Sleep is holding a nice gold lead, and he's going to be another possibility. He hasn't taken a death yet. He is taking some slower build routes. He goes for the Thunder Belt, able to kind of work with his passive a little bit. Next is going to be Endless Battle. He does pick up that mallet to get a little bit of penetration to kind of help with the damage a bit in these early stages.
Ramsey got caught.
Ooh, Ramsey's in a bad way. Gets taken down by Mobazane. That's going to put this to a 4-3 lead for BloodThirstyKings. Basic gets caught entering a bush, looking to try to create some space here. Sleep putting on the damage while Ooga Booga trying to create that CC, and Basic still
where are you going,
gets
Basic?
away. Does he know Boca Roscoe is in the bush?
Oh, doesn't know.
The Eternal Guardian, all that work done by Basic, ruined by an Eternal Guardian by Boca Roscoe.
Rough.
He should have just gone back to base, man. He should have just gone, he's like, I'm going to get a little bit of lifesteal off this camp. And there's Boca.
We expose him?
They needed that. They definitely needed that, but BloodHounds are starting to take some towers. They've broken down the bot side. They've broken down the mid side. BTK still yet to really find a stride.
David laid things
behind right now. First Lord is up, but Mobazane is deathless. He's been just free farming for a while now. I'm waiting for that moment to happen when he just starts shredding.
Yeah, and that's going to come down, especially when it comes down to lining up the CC from Cold World, from Basic, for them to be able to kind of like interchangeably have that CC out there so that they're pretty much put into a coma, which will allow Mobazane to kind of like work his magic. A little bit of a concealed play as they move into that side bush. Ooga Booga gets caught there, and their Cold World finds himself an implosion, and that might be it. Oh, nice pop up there. Nicolette with the kill on their Nether Realm.
I think that they're still getting chucked down. Zane asked me if you could send her a camera.
The name of the penalty zone from Yellow, who's going to use that flicker to get himself away. Oh, catches himself a frighten from Boca Roscoe. But I want, Mobazane a little bit of trouble. Ramses finds him and gets chunked down by Mobazane. Blasted. Boca Roscoe gets annihilated by Nicolette, and easy peasy, no longer able to sit on this Lord, is going to have to back up.
And now Mobazane, he doesn't care that he's got 20% HP. He's going for this. Easy peasy, needs to find a route in.
GG's.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the side of BloodHounds, they got backed up.
Zane asked me.
I mean, there was a lot of action happening around them. Easy peasy was trying to focus on that Lord. Unfortunately for him, that Ooga Booga in trouble here. You're gonna get backed up with the I'm offended. Pulled back again. Sleep's trying to put on the damage. A pop up lands on the
Cold World got dropped.
Easy peasy finds the kill there. Basic. The next one on the chopping block is going to use the flicker to get himself away.
All right, so now BTK takes the lead. The clock is now ticking, right? BloodHounds have kind of lost some of that early game opportunity, and BTK is capitalizing. We've passed the 10-minute mark. Mobazane's going to start feeling better and better as more and more items start locking in for him. He's still deathless. He's been playing well on this, able to zone back. Let's see. He's got the feather. He's got the... He's got Crystal. He's got 3 items locking in. We're starting to see it happen.
Sleep's able to just narrowly get himself away. Easy peasy in trouble in between 4 members of BTK. Trying to... Nether Realm is out. And here come the rest of BloodHounds. Ramses locks on. Is he going to be able to do enough damage? Lord goes down in the back line. You can see Ramses trying to lock on the Mobazane. Mobazane using that entropy to create the distance. And Ramses gets bursted down to dust.
And Ramses keeps trying to come in on Mobazane, and he is just pushing him back, kiting, able to play it very well. BTK not letting up at all. BloodHounds,
Zane has chlamydia reaper
out of this. If it just comes into terms of composition, they still
he's 2-0-5 though.
Potential. Sleep still completely deathless. He just needs to find a good position. But
what a set!
Yeah, Boca Roscoe gets taken down. Same with Ooga. Yo! That's 2 down for the BloodHounds. Zane gets taken down by Easy Peasy, and Basic finds a kill on Easy Peasy. That is 3 down for BloodHounds.
Yeah, 3 down for BloodHounds, 1 down for BTK.
Wow.
BTK doesn't even care. It's like, fine, Mobazane's not here. We still have some damage to output. We can still kind of push in onto these towers. They're still trying to make it a quick night.
Yeah, the one thing though that I kind of want to say is just that while BloodHounds is losing, I want to say this is just a more put together composition. And I feel like while like BTK is kind of dominating right now, they're just having a better success. They're able to trade better. They're able to find kills onto Mobazane. They're able to just kind of speaking on when you kind of keep your picks grounded in the meta, and they're having just a little bit more success with it.
And we also see BloodHounds like getting some kills here, and even like the small mistake from Mobazane in that last replay. He entropies a little bit too far to the inside. Easy peasy finds the angle, gets the kill. So like we know that BTK does bleed, right? BloodHounds knows that. They just need to get the right play off. They're not out of this. They have huge set potential with their team. They just need to be careful for those implosions from Cold World. Make sure Sleep's at a good angle, and Ooga Booga needs to try to get
the camera optional for everybody?
I mean, I know it sounds like
yes.
a lot of boxes to check, but it's not impossible with the team that they have.
Yeah, and it's created. Those successes are created by the fact that they have a composition that really shines with that. They have the CC, they have the front line, they have the damage coming out. So they are creating those boxes. Unfortunately, I mean, you're kind of a little bit behind, half health on it. Easy peasy sees it. He's looking for an opportunity to kind of dive in there. You see Cold World, the rest of BTK, they're at that little L bush through the mid, and that's another drag out. They really want to fight here, BTK. They're definitely trying to bait out something from the BloodHounds.
Yeah, Mobazane feels comfortable. He knows his team is there, right? He's going to keep chipping at the ward. One thing I have noticed, conceal play.
Yeah, conceal play. Clone comes in with an implosion, catches two members. Down comes the Eternal Guardian and the penalty zone. Basic finds a kill onto Sleeps. Ramsey's still trying to chase down Mobazane. He gets obliterated up there at the top. Down comes the Appraiser. Ramsey's not able to find a kill. Mobazane finds a kill onto Ooga Booga. That is 3 down for the side of BloodHounds. They chase down Boca Roscoe.
And easy peasy just on the hightail. On the hightail back to base. Milo gonna try to look for him, but look at this. BTK closing in on the base right now. It's 20 seconds on the clocks for several members. Easy peasy gonna finally go down.
Yeah, and this might be a wrap for the BloodHounds. They're going to be able to take down this 5 seconds left for Sleeps, 9 seconds for Ooga Booga, but this might be a wrap. That's a Natan damage, and this is going to be all, well, if they focus on the core, that's going to be a clean sweep for the BloodThirstyKings in dominant fashion over the BloodHounds.
Yeah, I mean, BTK just completely dominate both games. Second game, yes, there was some shines of possibilities from BloodHounds, but BTK knew their composition. They knew what they had to do, and they performed it, and they succeeded with it. BloodHounds had a composition. They had some win conditions.
You should be getting in there.
Weren't able to be met in that game, and the same thing with game one. I feel like both games, they had clear laning phase advantage, and they weren't able to capitalize on that. BTK, on the other hand, knew what they needed to do and succeeded.
All right, chat.
Yeah, I mean, and you could take a look at the stats there. I mean,
did I like scratch my neck? Like, what the fuck happened right there?
BTK a little bit more relaxed with the play and the picks for the second game here, but still, I mean, the result was basically the same. BloodHounds unable to kind of keep up with the momentum.
Like fucking scratched my neck
in late game.
Yeah, and taking a look at some of the items, I kind of want to see what Basic was building as well. He goes for full damage, which I think is kind of needed there.
You guys are going to be excited for this interview, man. Watch out, watch out.
Mobazane almost completely builds out, 5, 1, and 8.
You guys you're gonna be.
Job. I feel like this.
Hopefully, this should be a really good.
I hope that maybe we see something. I mean, I know that.
Good go.
You know, this is a good time to test some things like this, but I hope that there's maybe possibilities for compositions like this, you know, in the future for BTK.
Yeah, like you said, like there are options for kind of testing this stuff out. Mobazane here, gold per minute and damage dealt to the carry and rich guy here. Maybe kind of
interview the Void Man.
When it comes to some of those tankier carries or those tankier junglers where he kind of has to take a backseat. And
how do you verify if the player camera is not on?
So maybe a little bit of
and someone else is playing. I verify. I verify that people via VC. They all give me voice checks.
Or team fight participation.
Moonton also tracks like IPs and stuff.
Basic, but game 2, I want to get
We're also in tournament accounts, which require us to send them the login information. So there's a lot of aspects that go into like a fair. Yeah, there'll be an interview. Yep. I got the interviews already scheduled and ready. Just waiting on it to get there.
They knew when to come together at the right times. They knew when they needed to be there, and everyone showed up.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of impossible to state without. I mean,
Oh,
there were
gosh.
some great sets by Cold World as well throughout that. The implosions, especially the
No.
angles he was
We
able to find
got
some
we
of
got
those
one
sets.
more
But just
game after
overall,
this, which
great
is
job by
GG
BTK
versus
dominating.
LEGACi.
I'll tell you what, man. I was sad. I really wanted BloodHounds to right on the forehead again. I said it a couple times, man. And that second game, I thought they
Is
could
that
do
Zeke
it.
from the Zeke channel?
And then BTK slowly started pulling back ahead, and I'm like, go cry in my
What's up,
corner.
buddy?
But all in all, very good games played by BTK.
Damn.
You know, again, they made some adjustments, and they did see more success than they saw in the first game and the second game.
BTK not gonna
Sadly,
be
it
happy
wasn't
about
enough
what Zeke
tonight,
just said.
But we continue to see, we continue to hope to see more from them in the future.
Yeah, I mean, BloodHounds. It's you know, I have this like love-hate thing with them. You know, like I love them because they've kept this roster for so long, and I just see the potential in them. And I really hope, like, no matter how this season ends, they look at.
I think I ate all my Popeyes chicken
and they
shit.
work on it, you know, because they do have some moments of greatness. We've seen them play games.
Gets the
where they,
MVP.
you know, as I keep kind of repetitively saying about them, is like stick to the basics. They have some games where they do that, and they perform well. And I think that's where they need to look back on these.
Why
games
is he
to see what they're
mewing?
doing wrong
Yo,
and kinda work
AD.
from that, BTK on the other
Welcome
hand,
back
I
to the
think
crew,
needs to
baby.
also kind of look on these games and think about, you know,
Dubs
all
in
right,
the
like, how can
chat,
we
some
make
dubs in
some
the
of these
chat.
strategies
Welcome
work
in
on teams
here.
Like GG?
That boy said
Like,
E.
how can we make some of these pocket things work on other teams to be our curveballs later on?
Well, I think that's kind of the problem when facing a team like BloodHounds, because when I've talked with a lot of the teams about who they like to
It's
scrim
been a minute.
against,
I think you still get like Mythic Glory too.
Don't. BloodHounds is not at the top of the list for scrimming against because their picks usually don't go in the meta. So it's almost like it's not a good practice, you know what I mean, to try something when you know that the enemy isn't going to be picking into the meta. So it's going to be kind of these outside the box picks for him. So it's very hard to kind of iron down. I do want to say though, like we were just talking about, I mean, I don't think BTK's performance here surprises anybody. I don't think how dominant they were. It was really a surprise. But I want to say if BTK or if BloodHounds could take a look at this, how they performed in that second game, look at the difference from how they performed there and the first game to kind of like show like, or maybe this is what we need to start doing to be successful. Maybe we can kind of start grounding out some of these picks to kind of come ahead later on here in the season.
Well, let's see it. Who was the MVP of this series?
I don't even know. Mobazane. Mobazane with a nice MVP as the Natan in Game 2 and in Game 1 on the Brats. Did have just overall a clean series. It's kind of hard to tell who the MVP is in these games when everyone just kind of plays so well on the side of BTK. But Mobazane comes through clearly.
Yeah, very dominating performance by him. And I mean, and this is what we were talking about. I mean, it's to the point where you actually have to ban him out to take away a lot of his picks to kind of try to be successful or to even have a plan of attack for his team. And that's just saying something about the player.
Actually, speaking
Who was
of
the
Mobazane,
MVP you
I
just
think
seen?
I've got an interview waiting.
You just
with
seen
him,
it.
So watch yourself, Mobazane. I'm coming
Good
in
luck.
hot. Look at him, the man, the myth, the legend. How you feeling?
I'm good, thank you for asking.
Good, man. You know, you guys came into this match. I think it's safe to say,
The Void Walker, huh?
confident. Was there anything you guys were watching out for?
The Void Man.
BloodHounds likes a lot of weird heroes like Powerless. Ooga Booga likes the Hylos a lot, so we figured we might as well just ban that. Their mid laner really likes Valier, which is pretty strong into tank jungler, so we just banned that out. But yeah, we weren't too worried about much.
That
be
makes
honest.
sense. Yeah. Yeah. So what teams are you guys still anticipating matches with?
Well, in the regular season, honestly, we went versus most of the really good teams, except for DA. We're all looking forward to going against DA, and then of course going versus GG and A77 in the playoffs.
So, you know, we all saw BTK started off a little bit on the slow side this regular season, but since then, you guys have managed to turn it around and been successful. What would you guys attribute to that success?
I think we just needed a little bit more time to get used to each other and like communicating about things, because the team is relatively new. It was made, you know, maybe only a few weeks before NACT started, so we're still just working things out and getting used to each other, and you know, overall just becoming friends and good teammates, which I think honestly, the more that gets better, then the whole team will.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well said. So I gotta know, everybody wants to know, man. The game last night, GG, how did you feel?
The humble man of the hour, huh?
I felt pretty good. Not much else to say.
I think they are.
Good feeling.
LEGACi's already.
'Cause that's our first time that we beat them in the regular season for a while now.
Yeah, maybe it's an omen. Maybe it's a torch to things to come, you know. So I guess my last
I think we're missing one game from them. Let me get them.
You know, is there anything you want to say to the viewers? You know, I think there are a lot of people in this community who like you, they love you, they look up to you. You got any words for them?
I would say to those people, thank you very much for supporting me and BTK, and we'll try and do our best for the rest of the round robin, the rest of the playoffs, and hopefully try and go to MSC.
Well said, man. Well said. Well, I'm not going to hold you up too much. You know, I know you guys just played your hearts out, and I know you got to be a little bit tired, so I'm going to let you go. So thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Deuces.
You tell him how you thought you wanted BH to bonk him?
I should have. I did. He'll see this. He'll see it. He'll know.
Well, but it's okay.
He'll see it. He'll see it. You better see it. No, I'm just kidding. But nah, it was very well played by both teams, and you know, I do think Mobazane on that Nathan definitely came and showed out.
Yeah, I mean, I think BTK just came and showed out. They had fun. They felt good. Another win. I like the fact that they're still like, they know DA is another team that they're gonna have to go against here. There's still more challengers to come, and this is
all right,
only regular season.
I am back. Oh, where am I going?
Yeah, and
I'm like phasing off. Bro said peace.
We just watched DA have an excellent matchup here tonight as well, and I want to say,
this is too casual.
Before that, I think yesterday a collective sigh from.
Are there any normal casters in NA aside from Trex? Am I not normal?
America, because I think nobody wants to see any kind of squash matches. Everybody who's a fan of some of the top in North America, they want to see us get stronger, and that comes with more competitive matches.
She's not here.
We saw yesterday was a hugely competitive match for BTK. Tonight, them just kind of showing out against BloodHounds, pretty much establishing and setting that standard out there, showing why they are up there for North America right now.
Well, speaking of competitive, it's time to get competitive with how fast you can pull out your phone and get into this next giveaway. This one has a limited quantity of only 30, still first come, first serve. Trex?
And it's for the Holy Priest SD skin. It's like one of the things I like about these, the second ones they always give us is you know what skin you're gonna get. It's not like a toss-up between 10 different skins. You're getting the Holy Priest, and some people might not even go for that. Maybe you don't play SDs. Maybe people aren't feeling too greedy, so a little bit of a better chance maybe that you get one of those 30 spots. Have you guys also heard about you can now put in your redemption code like in the game? Like I feel like in the past you had to go to some website, and now there's a redemption code thing, like in-game under your profile. You like click on the cog and type in redemption code, and you can put the code in right in the game. It's pretty cool. I stumbled upon it the other day. I'm not saying I've been doing it. I'm just saying I stumbled across it the other day.
stealing, just
that easy.
Trex up here sneaking out those skins behind
Too
him.
many skins. You know is what I mean.
As I was just moseying through my profile, I noticed.
That's
So
us.
play-by-play is like,
He said
that's
just
us.
happened to see it. Look at him. He said just happened to see the banana shirt when I opened up the game to claim all of the skins.
so
I hear you.
play-by-play
I see
is
you.
someone
I
that
see you over
like
there, Banana Man.
enunciates like all the ultimates, like all of like the attacks that are happening, all of the main plays and stuff like that. And analysis is someone that breaks down like the winning conditions and breaks down all of that
Is it
stuff.
going to be what we just saw, or is LEGACi going to be able to put up a fight? Like GG, we either have two options here for GG, right? It's either they are angry and are just going to come in swinging, or the morale is low and LEGACi has a chance to capitalize. I think either way, if there's any time that LEGACi had a chance to beat GG, today's the day.
Yo, chat, this is
For me,
wild
I think
too.
we talked about a little bit off screen is like I was saying that I would not want to be the team that faces GG after taking that loss to BTK, because I feel like if GG is half what we think they are as a team, they're gonna be looking at, you would have talked about, they were in that voice channel for like an hour after that match, probably talking it over, identifying the holes and trying to find a way to get around it. And I doubt we're gonna see them make those same types of mistakes, especially against LEGACi. But like you said, if there is ever a time to kind of hone in on a weakness, this would be it, and this is the time for LEGACi to try to show out.
Well, all those answers will be answered, but only after this break.
All right, chat. Got a 4-minute break. 4-minute break while we get the teams together. There's some crazy stuff happening here, chat. This is definitely some crazy stuff going down. I think you're gonna be. I think you're gonna be excited. Maybe we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Kizzy, you're out of here? Sheesh. Troll drafts. We'll see, we'll see. Kizzy said, BTK already played. I'm out of here. See you later. It's bedtime. How you know? Why you guys saying some crazy stuff? How you guys just like come out with, where'd you randomly get that information from? I guess that's like the only thing. That's the only thing that it could possibly be. Going to play Brawl? Sheesh. You guys are such intuitive. How do you guys just like find this out so fast? Dez might be jungling. We're not sure yet. Yeah. We might be seeing it. I know Dez took today off to not streaming, so I don't know if it has anything to do with that.
Oh my god.
They say Carlos is up. I hear Hounds saying it.
He's what?
Hounds seems to be saying he's coming.
Oh, okay.
Wait, who's coming? Hello?
That's or
I fucking hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong fucking button. Or something on my keyboard hit the wrong button. You're not supposed to hear that, chat. Forget everything you just heard. I don't know what's going on. There's some shit happening in the background.
Earlier, and honestly, I'm ready for it. I'm so ready for this game. Trex?
I'm also really
The
ready.
TP
man.
war?
I think, GG. They took a loss last night. They got to come in swinging this game. They got to kind of, you know.
Track sounded like he was just
LEGACi
eating.
Also sitting at you know, not the
If I
best
get salary,
score right
I
now.
do get
Bottom of the
salary.
standings along with BloodHounds, and even if LEGACi can't get this win, I think it's just a huge statement for them if they can at least like take a game here, right? If they can like put up a great fight, because one of the things I will say about LEGACi is, unlike like what we saw from BloodHounds, they don't pick too far outside of the range of meta, right? They don't know how to keep it down. So what they need is just to kind of tighten up their playstyle. It's not only draft for them.
Who's that baddie?
I think so.
No one, chat.
Maybe
You didn't
we
hear
see some
any
moments of
woman
greatness from
voice.
LEGACi here.
Yeah, interesting thing here too, especially when it comes to the rankings.
Zeke's white as fuck.
Gladiators, actually, I think they need to get a sweep here.
Is he
to
whiter
get
than
back
me,
in the
do you
first
think,
place.
chat?
If it anything but
You think he's whiter than me?
they'll move down to what is it, a 4-way tie for second
I'd like
place
to not
right
be
now,
the whitest
which
man.
already is kind of amazing to me right now, just to say that that there's
Salute your
4
dedication.
really even teams
Thank you,
kind of
fam.
competing
Thank
here
you.
at the top of the mountain here
Oh
in North
fuck,
America.
my headphones are studded. Nice.
Definitely.
If they
one
win,
would
they
assume
will
that.
hold first. Sorry. If they win, they will hold first. They'll have 9 points, but they'll be very, very slimly above. Like,
Dude, you're
they'll only
Italian,
be a
not
point
white.
ahead if they 2-1 here.
Whose guy is this? I do think Private hit it right on the head, though. You know, I think the fact that there are so many teams that are being so competitive and it is such close, you know, points. I think it's awesome actually, because I really want to see who's going to end up in this second, who's going to end up in the third, who's going to get these different seedings, because it does make such a huge difference in who these teams are going to go up against going into the playoffs.
I mean, it definitely does. But at this point, it's like, if everyone ends up this close, like, how do we even decide? I guess it ends up going down to like head-to-head, but still, it's going to be... I
think everybody's good to go.
Point, it's like we see the top 4 teams that are probably going to end up. It's really like who ends up in the 5th slot and kind of gets in a bad position, or if anyone gets pushed down at the last moment. But still, the fact that Nigh Horde and Area 77 are only a point behind Fiends, BTK, and DA, it is going to kind of come down to these minute matches. Like later on when BTK goes up against DA, can one of them at least like put a point on the board to keep themselves in the upper echelon, like even if they lose, or will they fall below, you know, Nigh Horde or Area 77 or something?
For sure. And I do think that we've got the first roster up with a sub. Trexus.
Yeah, it's just that everybody's showing their
Texas will take you
chest.
through it. This is going to be the roster change PDR is going to be swapping out, and Whoopi is going to be
Playoffs?
Whoopi is going to be coming in.
I think playoffs are all the teams, if I'm not mistaken.
It's good.
PDR is going to be swapping out. Whoopi's going to be coming in, so I think it's going to be
glitchy?
kind of big here. I mean, it could be the big changes they need. It
Could be
something
the-
that you know.
Could be the
it
actual
be
live
possibly
stream.
A problem. Hopefully, it is something huge for them. LEGACi now taking a look at the roster: Jolie, Koya Ken, Koya Nash, Riles, and Whoopi. So. I mean, we know Riles. We know some of these. We know Jolie. We've seen Jolie in past teams in the past. We know some of these players. We just haven't really seen them pull off the big win just yet. Riles definitely still a bit rusty. I mean, still has some things to work on, but we definitely can't count them out completely private.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to mention too is when it comes to these roster swaps.
Moon's got that
we did
giant
just
ass face
see
of his.
A roster swap of Melon, who absolutely
You will
shined,
respect my
now that he had
authority.
an opportunity to play.
Is
even getting the
Koopman streaming
MVP,
too?
So maybe we can expect the same type of. Maybe Whoopi is going to be adding that synergy that LEGACi has been lacking in some of their last games. Only time will tell as we get into it. You're talking about like Riles having some difficulty, having some hurdles out there. I want to say his play style. Normally what he plays, what he likes, what he favors, not conducive to the current meta. He likes those assassins, likes that Hayabusa, but
yeah,
I want to say
we just don't see the assassins coming out anymore, man.
Respected the meta and tried to play into it, just not having as much success as I'm sure he would like with it.
With
You want to see
being said,
Flop Teasy
Private,
fight?
Do you want to take us through the GG roster?
Yeah, we can go ahead and take a look at it. I mean, everybody
You're
knows
wild,
these
chat.
staple names, as he is going to be on the marksman lane. Shark coming up as the roam hoon, the mid best player on the jungle, and the newly added fried chicken to the XP lane. You already know these guys are looking to lick those wounds from yesterday and show out here today against LEGACi.
So, with that being said, who do you guys actually think is going to win this?
I mean, I think GG is definitely the favorite here. My vote goes to GG.
Why private like
LEGACi's sitting at
coughing
the bottom
like
of
that?
standings. I think it's an easy guess to guess what everyone's predictions are. Even Yue, who normally always goes for the underdog, picks up GG on this one. I mean, there's
Fucking private like coughed is a
GG. GG.
Unless
GG,
he
guys.
thinks
Can
they're
you
the
show us how
underdog
every
here,
team
which
points
I
have
can
really
He's on to something. We're not.
before GG play?
Yeah, but I mean,
I
it's
can
hard
see
to
if they're
deny
updated.
the type of matches that GG has had, even as TOB in the last year, they've kind of come through like a hurricane. In
Oh yeah, they're
North
definitely
America,
updated.
especially when it comes to the season games.
Well,
I
we
mean,
won't
and
we
that's
won't
why yesterday
know
was such a big deal
until
to watch them take a
what's going
loss,
on
in the season game
for this
where they have
team,
been
but
so dominant. But we're gonna see.
this
if
is
they
the
can
current
go ahead, take that
standings
lead
right
and,
here.
Continue on here through the season and continue to be dominant.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, you know, I went for GG just because
These are the current standings
they've been
right now.
them- They've been them historically, and they've been them so far this.
So we still have
regular
Fiends.
season.
We have
But
Fiends,
let's not waste y'all's
BTK,
time.
Devious
Let's get right
Activity
into
all
the draft.
tied. And then we also have
Ooh,
GG,
right,
Area
last
77, and Nigh Horde
Series of the
tied.
night private. It's been a long night. It's been a good night. We've had some great games.
You
We've
got
had some
0
crazy
points
games.
for
We've had some
LEGACi,
rubber
0
band
points for
matches. We've had
BloodHounds.
some 2-0s. And now we're closing things out with GG up against
Right now, if
LEGACi.
GG gets 2 points, that'll
I
make
mean,
them
especially the early one, I
9.
was really excited
So if
about
they
the first,
sweep LEGACI, they'll
first
be
two
number
series
1, and
because they
then
both
the
went
number 2
the
spot will be
entire
tied
distance.
between
So
these
it's
3
great to see
teams.
2 teams so evenly matched that it's going to take them to the extent of the series. I'm honestly, I would love to see that here. It's just that LEGACi.
Yeah,
has
so the
had,
points are pretty
some-
damn even right now,
some
chat.
potholes that they need to get over, and some holes in their
Fiends
drafting
are
and, play style.
they're only
We're
in
gonna see
first
if
place
maybe
right
they
now
can kind of
because
close that
GG
up
hasn't
here.
played yet.
I do like that we're kind of back to normality now with our
Standings?
bands and picks and everything
Not
like that.
too
Nolan band, Joy
much.
band, Matilda on the side of GG.
I think it's just cool to
GG
know.
Also, you know, getting back to something because last night we saw them take a very different approach when they were going up against BTK, and I think that was the thing that backfired. And I think they also now we have to look at them and
I
think,
can look at the rule book
let's
here.
Remember what's important here, what's not important, and let's hone down on that. The Arlot That is a hero that is really just kind of like, we didn't see it in all the time getting banned in qualifiers and even in early stage, and now it has just kind of skyrocketed up into the beginning bans.
Yeah, and he's just provides such a presence, a lot of tanking, and then the setting potential from him, and then he's also slippery as heck to try to catch in these games as well.
Dez did not need a jungle.
The draft, because this
best
is
player got in.
We usually see, especially that we saw from GG when it went against BTK, and this is kind of like leaves.
We thought he was going to sub out, but they didn't.
Usually kind of focused on Mobazane. Here, kind of, what I'm hoping to see from GG is something that kind of blends into a composition that they're willing to put out, maybe even something a little bit more mechanically inclined for best player.
And we, we saw some weaknesses.
Yeah, all 8 teams proceed to the playoffs, so
last night he had a little trouble dealing
it's
with
just more of like
LEGACi,
where you're placed in the playoffs depends on like this tournament, the regular season.
Most people who join NACT are competitive. They want to win, even if they don't know if they're going to get to grand finals, they want to win. They take every game
I was hoping Dez too, but
maybe LEGACi jotted down a few notes from last night. Maybe we see something like the Akai pop up. It seemed like a good answer to GG. It seemed like they have a little bit of trouble dealing with it. The Novaria also very solid.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if we're going to go ahead. Are we going to give up the Angela to GG here? Do we take it off the board by picking it? Maybe going with a tanky composition of our own? Because, I mean, we already saw how dominant the Angela and Barat's combination can be. But no, we're going to go ahead, pick up the Ruby. A lot of CC there. Like I said, we've talked about it almost to deafening here tonight. Ruby... I think it takes a very skilled hand to play Ruby and stay successful on it, especially.
All right, we're back. Let's watch this.
On her, so and because she doesn't really have the greatest win rate, but she's picked.
Armor Bane Matildas
pretty commonly here.
No, this is actually our first time seeing Shark on the Angela. And tonight it feels like we've just been seeing Angela everywhere, but Shark has not picked up this hero yet.
That 14-hour stream's hitting me right now, chat.
Different vibe seeing Shark on something like a support roam like this. Like, yes, he was great on the Matilda.
It's hitting me.
We don't really see him pick up things like the Raft, the Angela, some of those more supportive roams.
I don't think
he does great on the
Dez took the day off.
Engages.
Dez like took the day off, so
more of a backseat roamer.
He said I think he had something he had to do today.
I absolutely.
Which is why I was surprised, like, if he was going to get subbed in.
Shark has an inescapable
set my boy Dez free
ability, crazy amount of
mechanical. We were trying, chat. We were trying. I was trying to set him free. I was like, let's go.
Unlike any other, and I almost feel like he's wasted on an Angela.
Yeah.
This is like, it's just something that kind of is in the early game. It kind of bothers them. So expect something like this to be played very aggressively by Shark. You're gonna see him invading. You're gonna see him trying to be a nuisance to LEGACi, and maybe see if LEGACi can try to combat that with something of their own.
Yeah, but it also really shows like faith, Shark, because Shark is a playmaker, man. Shark can be the game changer for a team. So him doing that is, he's
justice for Dez
right now. Like, okay, you guys can also carry. You guys can also make big plays happen.
We were trying. I was trying.
And yes, he will be aggressive,
but
still,
right.
He's not going to be able to do any like huge CC. He's not going to do any crazy.
North America doesn't run Diggy.
So it's definitely going to be interesting to see GG approach this game in a slightly different manner than
Dez lives matter.
It could be a great time to capitalize on that.
It's gone now. I definitely just scratched myself.
They've kind of got some of their
play freaking Hayabusa
down. They've got the Faramis in, they've got the Ruby in, they've got the Novaria, they've got some range, they have some sustain. Now we just need to
there's a movement in the chat. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, interesting. A big focus onto that mid lane. Vexana, Valentina taken off the board. That kind of leaves, the Lilia. You still have the Nana out there as well. Maybe a Gord as well. It doesn't have a huge
DLM.
I feel like Gord has been
Dez lives matter.
Not as high a success rate. Yuzong going to be picked up by LEGACi here for a lot of that back line dive. I mean, the only real target here right now is going to be that for the side of GG.
We're solid. I'm white, so everything's ready.
Here. He's waiting for a very final pick. I don't know. The thought is there. I don't know if he's definite to do it, but you know, depending on what GG picks here, if they go a little too squishy, he might try something crazy. You mentioned the Lilia. Whoa! Forget your cheeky. We're going cheeky. Best player brings out the wing. That's so what? EXP Barats. EXP Barats.
You got an assassin, chat.
Rome Barats, and it's actually gonna be a mid Angela. Who knows?
You
but,
got an assassin.
We played the Angela before, so like that could also switch. Lao Yi. All right.
Okay. It rolls. I'm just so excited.
The casters don't even know what to say, bro.
We've seen today. She's one of my favorite characters out there. But on the other side, we're gonna see Riles picking up the Leomord. I don't even know if I think we've seen it once.
The Leomord,
this
chat.
season in NACT.
I don't think in regular season. Maybe in like qualifiers or something. I could be wrong, but I don't think we've seen it in regular.
You're right.
At least not on none of my days. No, I haven't cast it. I'll remember that.
This is
right,
crazy.
So it's not bad. It's not a horrible pick. We've seen. It's always been something that's like in the back of our minds. We've seen it used on world stages. We've seen it used and work before. It normally needs set potential. It needs something to combo with. You have the ruby, so you have a little bit of something there. But here, all of that aside, if there is a time to beat GG, what did I say earlier? Today's the day. LEGACi, you're up against an
Today's
assassin.
the day.
You have some very possible win conditions here. Bully, invade, take purple buffs. It is very clear cut. LEGACi should know what they need to do. Whether you like Riles or not, he is a veteran. He's been around a long time, and he knows what win conditions are. I'm just hoping he can pull it off.
Yeah, we're going to see here, ladies and gentlemen, Gaimin Gladiators taking on a LEGACi. You're going to see if LEGACi's double fighter composition can be successful against Gaimin Gladiators.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice that it is double fighter. There's no marksman,
What's that, buddy?
no damage. So what do? Like I think at that point, yeah, you just heavily invest into laning phase. You heavily invest into mid game. Try to find a spike, snowball, because you don't have much late game, right?
Yeah, and so I mean, especially when it comes to these objective fights, I feel like the objective fights might heavily favor LEGACi. I'm interested to see, like, I mean, who is best player going to target? It's going to be on to the rest of Gaimin Gladiators to get somebody low that will allow best player to swoop in for that Tempest of Blades.
You said whoever picks for GG needs to be hired or fired.
Needs to be careful hanging out too far back with those meteors and everything, because best player is definitely going to be looking for you. You are the only target, the only person that you can really burst down here. So hopefully Queen Nash is able to kind of angle around that, and if Queen Nash
double
can do
fighters,
that, then
I noticed that too.
Yeah, no, very.
Whoever must be tired.
Not too many ganks. Not any ganks just yet. Not getting bodied in any of the lanes.
3,000 coins.
Each other,
0-2 win. GG's.
The game coming up.
And you guys gambling in the game,
right,
huh?
So Turtle up. Everyone kind of making their way up there, but we do have to keep our eyes on Riles. He's clearing purple first, it looks like, and it looked like he second guessed it. Kind of went back for a second, but also best player clearing orange, so it's definitely going to be a late first turtle.
Fried chicken on fucking brats.
Jocking around it. You see Cootie Ken from the flank here. Trying to lock on to Z. You have an undefended Heartsguard out there to keep him tops off, and he is able to get away. Shark, I mean, man, God save for that. And best player gets the turtle on the other side of the map.
Yeah, rough start. Good idea, I think, giving up the turtle. If they could have pulled off that gank, it could have definitely been a win. Now they all head straight to orange. They know exactly where best player's at. They're like, no,
Shark
no.
the master.
Literally
Look at Riles. Oh, he's going in.
Is out against a 3 members. Going to use that Finch pose to go ahead and fly atop the rocks there.
And Riles didn't have retry, so he loses out on that orange buff. Here comes the urgent play to the bottom. Nothing too crazy, but Hoon does hang out. Hoon hasn't showed face yet. A lot of damage.
Yeah, Jolie still had that flicker. He's going to be able to.
I mean, if I was Jolie, I would have been like, what in the world? How the hell did Angela just come out that bush?
I mean, it's kind of what GG wants. They want to let best player scale a little bit. LEGACi
Oh,
looking for
Zia.
plays, trying to do what they want.
Zia in major trouble.
On to Zia, gets taken down. Now starting to chase down Shark and Best Player. They decide, oh, Kuya again. Maybe a little close. It's for that BM.
I don't know why Faramis ulted right there, just for the extra security.
Opportunity latches
oh my god, that damage!
Chunked him down. That was a lot of damage that went on the Kuya
that
Nash.
Damage by best player, bro.
The pieces there. That's going to be 1-for-1 to Gaimin Gladiators and LEGACi.
And here's the thing, like Nash is their only late game security, honestly. So I think they need to be a bit more careful
what do you
about kind
suspect?
of peeling for him. I think Nash needs to be more careful. Maybe just stay with Kuya Ken as much as possible. The Kuya combo, the big brother combo. They need to kind of stick together because if Nash gets picked off too much in this game,
there's always the one.
A state of like 15 minutes or so. It's going to be important that Nash has the items that Nash needs.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you already talked about Kuya Nash in trouble here. Best player locks out. Oh my god! And then Hoon with the damage on the side, able to take him down as well. They have really locked on the Nash. He needs to realize he has a target, not just on his back, on his front. We do have a diversion coming up onto the bottom lane. Shark and Hoon gonna go ahead, burst Yin Yang onto Jolie, slowing him down. Here comes Kuya Ken, takes a Yin Yang for himself.
Forced him out.
Comes in with the Phantom Steam.
He set his ulti. Look at the sets!
Keep him topped up. Here comes the Another Realm. It's not able to keep the rest of LEGACi topped up. Riles
Hoon with the triple set.
But man, the damage already has been done. 4-1 for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, best player gets a split push. People,
yeah,
even I forget about it. I feel like
that's like the best moment when you're low E.
Underestimated in the early game. If you can
low
get that
E is just so crazy.
2 players on LEGACi just instantly dropped in a second. Shark.
Fried chicken took the.
Diversion.
Oh, Shark alive! Oh, the fried chicken! Yo, how did Shark just live?
That's gonna be 2 down, 6-1.
What?
Ran through. Yo,
and they're going for more.
LEGACi.
Yo, what is going on?
There with Black Dragon, but not able to save his teammate. Riles goes down.
For a second, it felt possible. Now, Gaimin Gladiators holds a 6,000 gold lead. I feel like there was some opportunity here for LEGACi. Best player was willing to go for an assassin. They pulled out the Leomord, which has some very strict win conditions. They weren't able to get it now without a gold laner either. It seems like
Angela
the
is
possibilities
tank.
are diminishing as the seconds click forward.
Yeah, I mean, the
LEGACi make it the top 8.
We haven't seen that in a very long
Damn,
time.
7,000 gold right now.
Oh, man, you can see tier from the damage. I mean, already, Lu Yi with 23.
Yeah, if GG2 owes this, they're in first place again.
On the bottom, Zia finds a tower.
By 1 point, by 1 point.
Oh, just narrowly misses a Deton as well.
Mainly because they didn't 2-0 BTK, and they lost to BTK.
Yeah, that's going to be another tower down. We're just about to break 7 minutes in, and LEGACi is almost down to inhibitors.
You left to go watch crime investigations on TikTok?
GG is bringing, and that's the Ling as well. Ling is able to kind of split push, keep a lot of pressure.
Not the damn crime investigations.
Move you around the map consistently.
Who's first place right now? It's tied between Fiends, Devious Activity, and BTK.
It's not often we get to. Oh, actually, best player going to go ahead, latch on to 4 members here. Dusgetch is going to go with the Tempest of Blades, trying to lock down Nether Realm, going to keep the rest of LEGACi topped up. Vision given out by that Novaria. Ooh, Jolie catches a Yin Yang. In comes the Phantom Steed from Riles. Is he going to be able to protect this tower? Not able to do enough as Zia is chunking it down with soccer balls.
Like I said, since Nash takes those 2 deaths early on, those meteors just are not chipping out. Even Hoon can take one to the face and be okay. Best player could take one. Zia can take one, and it's all right. And they need that little bit of chip damage for Riles to be able to kind of clean up and reap the benefits of it. Let's take a replay of this one real quick, because Shark this is
a huge gap.
This is baited. I'm gonna run through your base, get some heal back,
said
and then
winnable.
Collapse. GG's, well played.
That's just Shark for you. We were talking about his mechanical ability. His understanding of the game is just a bar none. He's just has it on a different level. Here, best player going to go ahead, clean up the first Lord of the game. Looks like Gaimin Gladiators looking to kind of close this one out fast. 10K gold lead, 8 minutes in.
Yeah, that's more. Normally it's like 1,000. Normally like a big lead is like 1,000K a minute. Right now we're at like 1.3, 1.4 a minute right now. Taking a look at the heroes, at the
I'm too mad. He said, if there's any time to try it right now.
Taking a look at best player though. He's got the Crows and Scythe for slow. He's got the Berserker's Fury for crit. And then add that up with the Wind Talker, and that's where the damage is coming from right now. 7K gold, almost 3,000 over Riles.
Yeah, and Navari, we were talking about that. That doesn't even have a damage item yet. So, I mean, you can see here the damage is still coming out. Liu Yi leading the way for Hoon there. Now we have the Lord crashing down at mid, down at the high grounds. In comes best player looking. Oh, dashes in. Tempest of Blades is out, locking out. Nether Realm is out along with the Black
Jesus
Dragon.
Christ.
Looking for an opportunity. Here comes the Phantom Steed. This actually might be bad for the side of Gaimin Gladiators as Whoopi takes down best player. Successful defense for LG. I say that, but the Zio's still there, hammering away.
I was it's getting kind of late. I was up a long time last night.
Everyone just does so much damage on GG right now. Whoopi gonna get pushed back.
I'm ready to just like,
this is troublesome.
you know, just
Goody Nash unable to defend. I mean, in GG, this is once again we're back to the 10K gold lead effect. Even if you get a kill, even if it's 4v5, we still have the advantage.
Yeah, and right now, GG doing a great job. Even, I mean, you were talking about it. I mean, everybody is able to chunk.
Next time I have to throw like the watch party on my 70-inch TV in the bedroom.
They're putting up. I want to say like Riles, even with the Phantom Steed, he's getting.
So aren't we playing all night again today? Oh God, no! I got work in the morning.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna literally, dude, I'm gonna slump.
Of the rest of LEGACi.
Baited. I was just about to say, I was literally
trolling
the diversion. I was like, they won't go into the base. You won't do it. You won't do it. But they go on this. Here comes another one. Where will they go this time? Best player with the Finch post ready to go up. I mean, so GG feeling comfortable right now.
Oh,
like
man.
you said, 10K gold lead.
Oh man, G flexing this 70-inch TV. I think it's actually 85 inches. My bad.
The Tempest of Blade does find Kuya Nash again.
Damn.
Does find a kill onto Hoon, but Zia putting down Whoopi. That is 2 down for both teams.
I think I up to the 85 inch.
So LEGACi is mounting some defenses here. They've turned that 10K.
You gotta have a big TV in the bedroom, man.
There are possibilities. Riles is starting to do a little bit more damage. We just saw him poke down about half a health bar from the best player. So like the possibilities are there. They're just feeling slim.
I mean, we're talking about that.
Your 32-inch TV's crying.
Died is because that diversion put.
Yo, my monitor's 32 inches.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Oh man, another diversion gonna go ahead, put them into good.
I spend way too much money on technology,
and there's not really gonna be much.
I love technology.
They're turtled up inside the base and trying their best to kind of withstand.
It's the perks of being an accountant.
I want to say Gaimin Gladiators kind of tightening that choke around LEGACi.
Go. Two more inhibitors to go. 12 minutes in.
Up
what the fuck?
The base.
Yeah, why
and,
this just
trying their best to kind of withstand and put on the defense. However, I want to say Gaimin Gladiators kind of tightening that choke around LEGACi.
Yeah, I mean, 2 more inhibitors to go. 12 minutes in. You know, they're taking their time. Best player's gonna get a little bit more farm, go back for his orange buff. Lord's gonna be coming soon. Diversion into the base. So
yeah, it doesn't really ever catch.
They like rewind it.
Onto this tower just yet. Waiting for the Lord coming through the mid lane. They haven't even synced up the lanes. It does look like that's what best players gonna go ahead and attempt to do at the bottom lane.
Make their way in. Think everything up and look at Shark. He's hanging on the backside. All he knows, he can pop his heart card at any moment. He's probably eating a snack right now.
Someone's sleeping? Who's sleeping? Not me.
Underneath that giant teddy bear he is, as they're going to go ahead and come in here.
Yeah.
Blades is out with the Nether Realm. We did see the Phantom Steed out there. Whoopi in trouble on the back lines. Is going to be taken down. Best player finds the kill there. Zia on to Whoopi. Best player finds another kill on to Kuya Ken. And Riles actually able to take down Hoon. But this is going to be all she wrote for the first game. That's going to be one for Gaimin Gladiators.
GG takes the dub.
Wait, I don't
1-0.
think we
rockets
did.
himself onto match point, and you mentioned earlier
They lost,
need
yeah.
This sweep keeps them with a nice clean lead. If they too won it, they still hold a 1-point difference, but a sweep will kind of still hold, even though they took that loss yesterday, it still holds them as the top of the leaderboard, the top of the food chain.
Yeah, we take here a look at the KDA. I mean, right from the beginning, we identified Kuya Nash on that Novaria going to be like especially in the early game, the only real target, and they honed in on
Average,
him
like accountants make, I think on average, like somewhere around like 60K.
Anybody else on the map?
If you get like your CPA and everything, you can make like 80 to 100K.
Actual gold laner or something like that. Like, do you think they have?
I'm working on my master's degree right now,
there?
so.
And it kind of just goes back to, you know, you get these opportunities when some of these teams try to cheese you, like what GG just did. And I feel like LEGACi kind of just
have a
missed the
32-inch
opportunity
desktop.
there. Like,
Oof.
take advantage of it. If they're gonna try to cheese you and play you, like, you know, that's your best time to stick.
I've had these like 32-inch monitors for like forever though.
Day to day. Let's take a look at
Probably
some
for
of these
like 10
items.
years.
Best player just goes full damage, and we did
100K salary incoming. Hey,
Yeah, and,
Ritz the sugar mama,
especially,
what's up?
Here, unfortunate for Kuya Nash, never even able
What's
to take
up?
off. Did get that genius wand, but they're still towards the end. 12.
You want a 6-figure salary? Well, just
coming up with the
just
genius
so you
wand,
know, if you get a
definitely not have the
6-figure
damage that
salary,
you
you're
want
not
on
actually
Novaria
making
to
6
be able to
figures,
kinda
unless
chop
you're
them
like
down. You can see here,
over
Gold minute, best player up
like
on top,
150K,
and then
I
damage
think.
dealt Hoon, despite taking
Like if
all
you
the-
get
I wanna say
100K,
Hoon
like
probably
yeah,
took the
you're
most
making
deaths
6
on,
figures, but like you're gonna be
Gladiators,
paying
but
like fucking
outputting
like
a
30K
ton
in
of
taxes.
damage.
That's the Luyi for you. As we said, it just feels so underrated in terms of damage. I think the only downfall
I think it's
for
more
Luyi
like
has always been the fact
14K
that
or
it's
something
not
like
the
that.
most- even though it has the diversion,
All
it's not
depends
the
on how
most
you get your
mobile, right?
income
It doesn't
too.
have any flickers in the
Like
kit
if
or
your
anything
income's like
that.
bonuses
But,
or anything
if
like
it's
that,
able
it
to
gets
have a
taxed
team
even
that can
higher.
support it,
Or if
Luyi
your
can
bone or
definitely
like
be a
your
problem,
income's
you
like
know, against other teams.
Commission, it gets taxed a lot higher.
Downfall of her. You can see here damage taken. I mean, Fried Chicken. The heat
Yeah, it's
of
fucking
damage taken,
crazy.
and, very successful here. And I do kind of like this composition. Almost.
Yeah, you
I'd
get
love to see
taxed
how
like
it
a
kind of,
mofo.
went against another composition, another team, just because you have the.
You gotta learn how to beat the government.
Able to keep up the.
Once you learn how to beat the government, then you made it.
I mean, overall, it was definitely clean. And again, we're testing.
Yeah,
things.
I'm an
The
accountant.
Angeline combo is something
Yep,
we used to see a lot. That as we haven't got to see in a very long time, but the possibilities are always there. And I think now that this is one of the reasons why I
Imagine
like Fried
paying
Chicken on the
taxes.
roster now.
Yeah, dude, I live off the
I feel
grid.
Like Fried Chicken feels comfortable with just about anything you give him, right? Anything you want to hand over to him in the XP lane, if it is semi-viable.
If we all don't pay taxes, what are they gonna do? Jail us
There's
all?
always a possibility for some sort of flex.
Start a
pick like
fucking
that,
streamer
you know?
rebellion?
Like picking up that Barats up front and flexing it over. And maybe they don't pick up the Ling, but if they need something else in the jungle desperately, something that could maybe counter another team, the possibilities are always
That is true.
Is it fair to say? I mean, I miss seeing plays like with the Ling or with these mechanical heroes.
Taxes build
at the
roads.
forefront. So we've gotten a lot when it comes to like these tanks. It
Oh
is
yeah, just have
refreshing to
kids.
kinda see
Yeah.
those plays, especially with the Tempest of Blades, kind of dive in, dash through everybody, and then be able to kind of get yourself back out with that Finch pose.
Oh, thank you.
I haven't seen in a while.
Not yet.
Not, I guess as viable, especially
And
with
wars.
so much CC right now in the meta.
Let them cook. Might be a good idea.
Around,
cheaper to not have kids. That's what I'm saying.
So I mean,
fuck that.
So very refreshing to see. But LEGACi gonna need to kind of add something to the roster there. I mean, that double fighter composition didn't really work out. I dare say a little better
Because
than
of
having
winter?
a marksman, because then you would have had another target for best player in the early game, I guess.
He fell asleep before the BT game and just woke up. Sheesh, you can rewind it. It was pretty crazy.
You know, maybe they had different plans. Who knows?
It was actually pretty
Game's
crazy.
Over. GG takes it, and you know, I do kind of agree with you. There are times that I miss the flashy assassins.
Yo, this
I
game
am an
might be
enjoyer
a
of the
little
current,
crazy,
tank
chat.
meta, but also or utility jungler meta, whatever you want to call it. But also, I do wish there was a way to fit in a few more like assassin picks. I wish there was some way to like counterplay there, but it does feel
Yo.
like we're a long way away from
TOB. Oh,
Assassins being able to be in
GG's
the jungle.
trolling.
I think the real best option is like if they could find a way to slot
Maybe,
them into,
maybe
like,
not.
gold
It could be
lane or
like a
something
target
like that.
ban.
Like, find a way to make a couple assassins viable in a different lane, because jungle, it does just feel like they would get bullied, you know.
Interesting, a little bit of respect paid to Riles there. Got the Hayabusa ban out there for Gaimin Gladiators. Gonna start this off with the Arlot ban on the side of LEGACi. Arlot, man, he's definitely picker ban here. I think he's been banned.
See you later, Overkill.
We've cast
Ace that
here,
exam, bro.
in this season. Just nobody really wanting to take the risk of having him out there, as he provides so much for a team composition.
Yeah, he's just a monster.
Yo,
It's
they're
not
gonna
even the
do
fact
it,
that
chat.
he supplies so much for
They're gonna
the
do
team
it.
composition,
No.
but also for
No.
the camera froze.
It's
Sorry.
okay, able to say all
no.
of that while keeping a straight face.
They ruined it.
Is a Trex. We do see that the Nolan ban comes out here for the side of a LEGACi.
Yo, what up, Ruin?
On the other side,
See you later,
we
Ash.
have a Harley
Enjoy the gym,
ban,
bro.
which is very unique. I'm not sure if that's something that you.
Yo, Trex got
for the
frozen.
side
I
of
don't know what
LEGACi,
happened to
if
him.
Riles plays that, or if maybe it's something that they
Yeah,
usually see
Trex,
in the
froze.
mid. But Gaming Gladiators definitely, I want to say more.
The Matrix
personal
finally got
banning
Trex.
for the side of Gaming Gladiators.
The
toward
Matrix
LEGACi
got.
here.
They took Trex.
Well, we're gonna go ahead and continue on here. Still waiting on the next bands to come out here. I mean, we talked about it a little bit.
Sleepy, just a bit. I blame Ritz.
Junglers
She
kind
kept
of
me up
reigning
all night.
supreme here. We did see a little signs of life. Gaming Gladiators went with the Ling last time here.
Who won
Joy
BTK
gonna be
versus
taking off
BloodHounds?
the
BTK.
map for LEGACi. I mean,
Trex is chilling.
We talked about it here right now. When it comes to some of those assassins that are in the meta right now, Nolan, Joy at the forefront. Oh, but this leaves
Trex
open
trolling
the
us. He's just very
Matilda
still.
for LEGACi. I want to say Matilda has been so strong, especially because her second
That boy's
ability,
like-
the Guiding Winds, paired off
Trex took a
with
nap.
the Flask of the Oasis, provides so much regen, so much shield for your team.
He said, what do you mean by that?
By LEGACi,
We played MLBB all last night. I did it like a 14-hour stream.
Have in store for their counter or reply picks to the LEGACi. Yep, and so we're gonna wait for Hoon and Zia to go ahead, get their picks up here. About 8 seconds left. Oh, we're gonna have the Kaja. We've talked about it before. Kaja doesn't have.
Let me intimidate.
Kaja
Let me be
doesn't have
Trex
the
here
win
for a
rate that we
second.
expect. Oh, Kadita.
Trex is mugging us.
That, I haven't
Like,
seen
he's
too
like,
often, but it's so strong, and I want to say kind of forgotten here. A lot of CC and a lot of damage. Fear not, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be disturbed by that stone
ML bang bang
of Trex. He is getting things fixed behind the scenes as we move on to the next picks for LEGACi here. Riles and Whoopi looking to pick up something here. So 22 seconds left on the clock, and I'm wondering if we're gonna maybe go ahead, try to iron out those mage and XP lanes, or are we gonna go ahead, try to pick up a jungler for the side of LEGACi?
All right. Sorry about that, guys. Back in it. What do we got? Kadita from GG. A nice pick from Shark as well. And then Joe Lee gonna lock in this Melissa. Think it's still private?
Yeah, I mean, I want to say possibly. And out comes the Fanny.
Dude, I feel like private would make a really good Santa Claus.
When I see him on the Fanny, I still remember
flashbacks.
The international scene, being taken down by Edith. Melissa, I'm not even sure how that matches up with Melissa's go away. I'm guessing that's still able to kind of keep Fanny at bay. The bubble go away from Melissa there, so should be able to keep them away. But I want to say Kadita is going to be the big problem.
You think Shark on
Jolie
Fanny?
Melissa.
Yes. Sorry, I'm still working out. I still
no
have to work out a
problem.
few
And then-
kinks. I'm sorry.
Right now, we are working into the second half of the banning phase
God
here.
damn.
We do see that Fredrin has been taken off the board by
Correct.
Gaimin Gladiators, and Yuzong taken off for LEGACi.
That's
They're
a fanny
definitely
tank.
wanting to take away some of that backline dive, but with that,
I-
you're
all
kinda
of
still have other
GG's
answers
about
in
to
the
go
favor of
Rome.
Yuzong. You've got a Lapu.
They're going Rome, chat. Rome.
I want to say to Rizla, who can dive into the back lane, which is so that's why Yuzong is kind of an interesting ban for me.
All Romes, bro.
Yeah.
Rome
you're
Fanny,
definitely
Rome
right. I mean, it's
Kadita,
something for,
Rome
like, I feel like
Kaja.
anything is scary in fried chicken's hands. I think the real thing isn't really about the bans here, but how LEGACi is going to deal with.
Is
this
it time to
Fanny.
import
Melissa
international
does have a
players
good
to-
answer it with
Ah.
the go away, right?
Maybe.
So able to kind of stop Fanny from getting in. I think at this point though, LEGACi's already got a roam in, so Franco might not really be an option here. Something to really like lock down the Fanny, that's gonna be the tough call. Maybe they could go for like an EXP lane Grok or something to maybe help out, but still a lot of prime targets for best player right now.
I mean, you've got the Akai.
Dude would
out there.
rock a
You've
Santa
got,
suit.
Yeah.
He was like,
Yes, you
ho
still
ho
have a
ho.
Ruby that can go into the XP
I
lane.
feel
mean,
it, I
both
feel
of
it,
them
Tank, I
together,
feel it.
Actually do pretty decent. Oh,
It looks like
There you
DJ Khalid.
there it is.
Now we're
Especially
cooking.
when you're looking to kind of counter the
LEGACi
Fanny
trying to
out
roll the
there.
BTK
but,
draft
best
against
players Fanny's
GG.
on a pretty decent level. So I mean, especially like I said, like especially. If you're gonna pick a Fanny, I've always said, if you're gonna pick a Fanny, you need to be good enough on the Fanny to pick it early, so that because you don't care about the counters, because you're so good on the Fanny. And I think that's what best players trying to show out here right now. Still waiting on that last pick from Fly Chicken.
So does he still go for something divey? Like you said, the Lapu could be something.
Could
kinda
be
close
Devious
distance, maybe
Activity,
bait
could be
out the,
BTK, could
the go
be
away a
Area
little bit early, or
77,
just
could
go
be
for something a bit
GG. You never
bulkier.
know, man.
The
tournament's in anybody's hands.
Maybe a bit more stable, not as divey.
BTK
There it
light.
is, something that can kind of like hold ground. That's not going to leave the rest of the team behind.
Yeah, they're running
Either
it
way,
back.
The whole team is super divey. I mean, everyone's just like, get in there, kill, kill, kill.
Yeah, and that's the thing too here, especially even if you have a heavy
thought Trex
spin out
froze
to try
again.
to try to back everybody off your squishy back line, you still have to deal with Hoon, who's going to be able to put on these rough waves and just go underneath everybody. That's where I want to say this Matilda is going to come.
You're a
in
true
clutch.
believer in
Are you gonna be
Akai?
able to have that synergy
Ritz
where
played
Matilda's gonna
Akai
be able to
last
take
night,
your
and it was
back
actually
line,
pretty damn good, but she
get
roamed with
away
it.
from everybody quickly. That's going to be something that's going to be.
I think I
hard to tell
jungled, if
here.
I'm not
I wanna
mistaken.
say, as far
I couldn't
if we're
remember.
looking at a pure draft, I kind of
My
like
dog's probably
LEGACi's
fucking
here.
hungry.
I mean,
He's
I know
probably
it
like,
still
"Why
comes
haven't
down
you
to the play
feed
style.
me?"
It still comes down to the synergy of these teams, but as far as drafts go, it's pretty strong from LEGACi here.
Well, in all reality, LEGACi should be able to win this game.
Another
if we just
one.
look at draft alone, LEGACi
You
I
did?
think, clearly has the better
Ritz
draft.
literally
Yes, there are
1v1 in the
possibilities,
Earthal.
but
That was
if
fucking
this was any other two
hilarious.
teams, I think most
I
people
seen
would
that
say
shit happening up
LGS
in the
is slightly
top line.
better
I was
draft.
like, the Ritz
Yeah, but we're
just
gonna find out if
Did Ritz
LEGACi
just
can
kill that
bring
Earthal?
dream
What
to
a-
fruition. This is gonna be game 2, Gaimin
Did you
Gladiators.
hydrate
taking
today? I drank
on
this whole
LEGACi, our
thing of
last
water.
series
Hopefully Ritz
of
did
the
too.
night.
And Ken already being very aggressive, staying in best player's face, keeping him low, and that's exactly what LG needs to do. This time they know the plan. Fly Chicken, though, rotating up so quick, putting pressure back onto LEGACi, and that's where they're going to have to watch out. Chicken able to rotate, and you got to make sure, and Whoopi's going to need to stay on him. He needs to keep vision on Chicken, because if
That's,
Chicken
North
gets
America
a bad angle
for
at
you.
some point onto LEGACi, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, and I actually wonder, you can't lock on the Divine Judgment through the heavy spin, I assume, because he's not going to be able to get close enough. So that's going to be very interesting. I want to see how Shark's going to, how he's going to be able to kind of get in, get these Divine
Can we
Judgments
import
to kind of
Cowsep?
stave off some of these fights. Ooh, yeah,
I don't know if they would.
They're locking on, is not going to be able to
Nice,
find a kill,
nice.
but does find himself an escape. Jolie, life flashed before his eyes.
Canada plays with North America.
He's just letting him know. He's like, I'm here. Remember that. Remember the feeling you just had, the clenching that just happened. That could happen at any time. Anytime.
Yeah, we can see here Azia very comfortable right now.
We
Riles over here trying to get
when
some
we went
jungle.
to, or
Shark
well, when
being
I went
a
to
nuisance here.
M4,
10 seconds left for this
I
first turtle.
I
wanna
got
say this first
Cowcep's
turtle fight
room because he
really
was
gonna kinda
supposed to
set
be the one that
tone
was
for
coming,
both of
but
these
then they
teams.
gave me everything Cowcep had.
I mean, and like you said, the
Because
Akai
Cowcep
works
didn't go.
perfectly in dealing with the objectives. It should be able to kind of keep best player at bay. Best player is going to have to kind of think about when do I want to engage onto this fight. Hoon, Fried Chicken, and Shark are going to be the ones that really have to deal with Riles. Best players are not going to be able to make it. As to whereas Riles, do I use my heavy spin on these three people, or do I wait for best player to come?
Divine Judgment out on Kuya Ken, who gets wiped up by Hoon, and now we have ourselves a fight. Fried
Canada
Chicken
is
finds a kill
probably
onto
like, it
Whoopi
just
on the back line.
depends.
Best player zip lining.
I don't think there's
through
a
the enemy jungle. It's just Riles here alone against
Canada
4
server that I know
members.
of.
Oh, he's gonna have to be pushed out back towards
He's a pro
his
with that
tower.
fanny?
That's gonna be
Yeah.
a free turtle for the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
All right, so there's your first turtle right there. If it's setting the tone, GG has taken the tone and are running with it. Kuya Ken trying to make a play on Zia. Shouldn't be too major, but we're already seeing best player keep the movements. We're seeing Hoon make
I was
big plays
thinking
with
Central
Vegeta. It's been a
server,
while
but I was
since we've
like,
seen them on
what
it.
if they're like on the
But
super far
skill is
east or the
definitely
west
still
of
there,
Canada?
and the threat of pressure, because there's kill
Then they're
pressure
probably
from
like
just
east or
about
west. I
every
think it just
member
goes
in
coherent
mid
with like
of
our
GG,
servers.
Whether it is Hoon, Shark, or best player, if any three of them catch you at the wrong time, it could mean death.
Yeah, and that's kind of the lethality that you have with their composition right now. Kuya Ken on the other, who's going to go in here.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Members decides against continuing on there. Zia already pressing on. Shark finds himself a Divine Judgment and able to take down Kuya Nash so quick. Our Gaimin Gladiators, even best player not even able to come in there fast enough to find the kill, is going to be looking for the Litho Wanderer.
I'm swinging in. Wait, what happened? Taking a look at the items, though. Best player holding a little bit of a lead, already scaling up, locks in the mallet first, takes in his time. When we take a look at the gold laners, it does feel like Joe Lee is keeping up, but in terms of gold, Zia
I should invite Cowsep on Discord next time.
Yeah, an 0-3
I can see if he wants to do a collab.
Still have a 2K gold lead.
I think it's just the time difference.
Here, trying to zone them out. Here comes Fried Chicken, man. That's not the person you want to start. A heavy spin activated early. Only about 20 seconds left on this next turtle. Best player comes in. Still hasn't really gotten any kills yet, but still has the threat of it. Kuya Ken, has that circling eagle there, able to help him escape, but just narrowly.
That was close.
Should have just gone for it. Circled around with him on the tables, waited for him to close.
I think Cowsep lives in like Korea.
Not trying to overextend. You know, one thing about best players, even when
or something like
goes
that,
for some different picks, you know, against certain teams. And I've talked to him before. Like he still always wants to win, even if the rest of the team is kind of having fun, like what we saw last game. Best player is still pretty competitive, and now Fried Chicken bullying Riles.
Oh man, a Fried Chicken actually might be bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Circling Eagle locks onto him, and you're gonna get the pop up there. Vengeance is not gonna be enough to save him, but best player able to get the turtle in the meantime.
So GG, look for a concealed play, have about a 2,000 gold lead. They really want to get this gold lane.
Oh yeah, they do have the Divine Judgment. Jolie able to still able to
God damn.
And that's gonna be a Raphoon finding
best
the kill
player.
1-5 in favor of
Hoon is
Gaimin
nasty
Gladiators.
this time around.
I mean, Ken goes down, Jolie goes down. Another one for GG, and Zia's going to be able to take this tower here. Maybe Nash will be able to defend.
Yeah, for LOL
nice
PC
try.
makes sense. He lives there. Yeah.
Nice try. A for effort, but not enough.
Cowsep helped me with a lot of like information on how to like do YouTube and how to like handle some things. He's just really good at making
Starting to
videos.
see some of the issues rise. Riles doesn't even know they're there right now. We're seeing some of those small, minute things. We're seeing some of the little mistakes from the side of LEGACi, and GG capitalizes on them every single time. Best player now.
Ooh, that was a good. That was good control.
Best player actually a little bit in trouble, diving back and forth through the tower. Decides against continuing the pursuit onto Whoopi.
Best
That was
player,
a
like
that was
you
a good
mentioned
back
earlier,
out.
Hasn't really been able to like fully shine on the Fanny, but one thing is, as long as the Fanny's deathless, at any moment.
What are we? Who we're interviewing and stuff?
Falling behind right now. Just say hasn't been able to get any big kills, and this could be the first one.
Ooh, Divine Judgment. That's going to be the first kill for best player. The Divine Judgment locked onto Matilda, drug him back, and that's
Yeah, he did
where
really
best player
good
was able to
last
swoop
game,
in
and
for
they're
the
really good
cover.
this game too.
And Zia now focusing on the top side. Now Zia being able to move around this map. He's going back for it. He's like, we're going to cut this lane. We're pushing it till the world ends. I'm not swapping around. I want more.
Yeah, ooh, big heavy spin coming out, popping up Riles, but it's going to put him in a bad position between 4 members of Gaimin Gladiators. Best player coming in through the backside. You can see, locking on to Kuya Ken, I believe, and that's going to take down Kuya Nash down for the count. Shark over here with Riles. Ooh, this might be a bad way for the Panda. 4 members locking on. Ooh, the guy wins, able to pull Riles back to the safety of the tower.
Yeah, and I think Ken is feeling a little overloaded right now. It's like, I don't know who to guide wins right now. Like, it's like, go to gold lane. I need to help you, Riles. We have problems. The boat is leaking, and we are sinking right now. They need to find an answer quick. It's 4,000 gold lead. GG is escaping with another win. Match point. LEGACi unable to put a point on the board all season so far, and they might not be able to tonight.
Yeah, he did pull out 2 assassins.
Contested turtle for Gaimin.
I mean, that's pretty.
Unfortunately, LEGACi not in a position to really kind of push that contention. You see Hoon, great positioning on the side. Kuya Nash.
Why is he chasing Shark? You never know.
There for Hoon.
Ooh! Oh shit! He got. Shark is just TPing. Shark is just TPing. Yo! Shark just did him dirty! You watched him die!
The diversion there. Shark with a little bit of hello, watching as Hoon gets destroyed.
That's hella funny.
All I hear is evil laugh. Jolie goes down. Another pick off for GG. 4.5 gold lead.
Yeah, and right now 2-8 Gaimin Gladiators in a very firm and destructive lead over. Guiding Wind's gonna pull Riles back. A bit of damage coming out there.
Man's evil.
From Zia, but he backs off.
Dude,
from
Shark did him dirty right there.
Flight Chicken also keep an eye on him. He's up in the
Shark
top
was
side,
like, bro, you got your 3-0-1. Nah, dude, you about to die today.
You guys can play your games, letting each other die over there. I'm doing my job.
Yeah, best player finds another cutthroat on the Kuya Nash. And I mean, we're talking
last
about
match
he just took a little bit to get
TP'd Shark into the enemy's base.
0-4 right now. Just took a little bit of time before he could really start
fucking
taking off on this Fanny, especially against the team that pretty much, I want to say, counters him.
He had to oil up those
That's
cables
fucking
a little
funny.
bit. You know, it's been a while. He's been playing utility jungles for the past season or so. It's time, you know. And now he's ready. He's feeling comfortable. He's able to move in with blinding speeds and do his job. And here he comes, possibly through the middle onto the tower.
Yo,
Shark's
got that teddy bear.
Yeah, I mean, he's been targeted each
We need voice comms for this match.
He's been this. I mean, and that's kind of what you get when you play the mage. I mean, you're going to be the target immediately. Zia, so quick, able to take down that tower. Whoopi misses the Isle Offended, and unfortunately, that's going to be. You see Shark coming in with the Divine Judgment, big hop up. Hoon
heavy spin
to go ahead and take him down, but the guiding wins from Kuya Ken able to.
That was hella funny though. I ain't gonna cap.
But he might be in trouble here, getting bursted down. Another guiding wins.
Shark did him so dirty.
This is the doesn't even get like the purify or anything from Zia. That hurts, man. That hurts right there. I'm hurting for that one right there. GG now getting first Lord. 8,000 gold lead. They're going to close in. They
doodled a picture of Shark.
Do what they're doing, man.
That's
There's nothing
funny.
really to like say about it all. They're just cleanly. And here's the thing, like the real problem. It's not that GG is.
I like that they're having fun with it.
Doing anything super crazy. It's LEGACi's just making a lot of mistakes. They have it. We said we like their draft. They have a draft that can actually compete against GG right now. But GG's just outplaying them, outclassing them overall.
Yeah, and that's the problem when it comes
GG
to GG
has a special YouTube
that needs to kind of stay up there, especially with a draft where they're kind of completely counter. Ooh, nice little pop up on and a heavy spin out, but still not able to capitalize on it is LG. You can see best player going to go ahead, help out with the mid tower. We are down to only high grounds with the Lord crashing at top and all the rest of the lanes crashing along a side of the map. Down, cleaned up at the bottom and mid.
I think it's like Gaimin is the actual name.
on that high ground, so they're not able to get
Yeah, I'm
much out
tired.
of it, but still minions crashing.
I did a
into the high
14-hour
ground.
stream
You see a little bit of
yesterday.
damage coming through the mid. Shouldn't be too hard for the side of LEGACi. Oh, big divine judgment lands up there. That's going to be Riles down for the count. Pop-up lands on the shark, who is dangerously low. Unfortunately, Whoopi and the rest of LEGACi not able to capitalize on it as Zia comes in with a blazing duet to ward off the rest of LEGACi. And just like that, Gaimin Gladiators disappear into the jungle like thieves in the night.
Really, this is straight guerrilla warfare right now. I mean, literally, Zia's just standing still under their in between two towers, blazing duetting, not moving at all. BMI's back. Best players swinging around on vines right now, just everywhere.
GG.
Nowhere is safe for LEGACi. They're gonna stay under the base.
NG Khan, what up?
Nash taken down again, but Whoopi actually able to find a kill on Hoon. Best player down. Oh, we're actually gonna go ahead and see if we have a little bit of a contention, but Gaimin Gladiators safely gonna retreat back into the jungle.
Now, the real question is, you know, do they finish this in 14 minutes or do they finish this in 15 minutes? You know, like Next Lord going to be coming up in 43 seconds. Do they go for it or do they try to look, you know, try to capitalize on a big play? They're hanging out pretty close to their base. They're not even trying to play it safe. They're not even trying to stall lanes or anything. They are just staying in their face right now.
Yeah, they're just keeping the pressure on. I think this is a more relaxed game for Gaimin Gladiators. Probably kind of taking a break, especially after that loss yesterday.
That's
so,
crazy.
I mean, they're pretty dominant here right now. I'm not even sure what you do as far as LEGACi is concerned. 10K down right now at the 13-minute mark.
A whole lot of 10K gold leads tonight, Private. Many of them, time after time, and so far the 10K gold leads have a 1. And for many reasons, even at this point, if LEGACi has the competition to fight,
the game's kind of going on for a long while.
At this point, if somehow they just came online,
Fucking 13
it would
minutes.
still be tough to overcome that.
Yeah, another Lord going over to Gaimin Gladiators. Best player picking it up there. And now we're probably looking at the last push. Unless LEGACi can pull out something miraculous here, it's going to be very hard for them to be able to kind of withstand and defend this.
So I'm thinking GG should be able to close out this time. We've seen the damage from Hoon. We've seen the damage from Zia. Zia's still 105, and now he's got even more gold locked in compared to the last big push. LEGACi gonna just have to hope and pray right now. Conceal play coming from Shark.
Oh, he does a flicker in, trying to get on to Riles, who uses the heavy spin, is going to be able to get away. Oh, he is so low, too. But this is not enough. Just, you see best player on the side. Oh, actually takes a heap of damage.
Oh, Jesus.
Goes down. Fighting right now is a LEGACi, trying to preserve their damage, trying to preserve their core here. Shark in the midst of it, and the rest of Fly Chicken, half health on the side here, deciding whether he wants to engage or not. Whoopi, very low, going to have to go back to the base and heal up. Riles still in the midst of it, trying to tank the damage here. Fly Chicken. Whoopi comes in. Big I'm offended. Kill on to Hoon, but taken down. They both trade.
They're still going at it.
Blazing duet from Zia deep into the back line, trying to
the Matilda saved them.
He's going to be able to get out there.
They're just going for kills, chat.
And Fly Chicken
They're going for kills.
Takes down Whoopi. And
Chicken's like, I want the base. He gets taken out by the base.
Fly Chicken's going to be able to do it here. Be able to take it down.
In the game. They just want the kills.
Kill on their best player coming in with the cables, finds a kill.
Oh my god.
Enough. They're still looking for the kill.
Oh my.
This is over, ladies
The
and gentlemen.
minions killed the base.
Gladiators.
Yo.
I think it's like, it's time to sleep, guys. Just focus base. Standing there just like tapping it, tapping it, tapping it. Finally it goes down. GG takes the sweep to end the night and hold down their #1 position on the standings.
Yeah, #1 position reclaimed by Gaimin Gladiators. Definitely not missing a beat after yesterday's game. Coming back very strong.
Everybody can go to sleep
LEGACi.
now. I want to see the interview though.
Well played by them. I mean, LEGACi gave gave it their all, I guess. You know, they tried to do well. GG though, today was not the day. GG takes the loss last night, and they come in today ready to play.
What was the other
And
hashtag
comfortable with that. I
squad?
think this is something that they probably
I think it was
needed,
like
right?
above
Be able to
and
have a
beyond
little
or
fun on
something
the
like
map,
that.
come in and prepare themselves for the weeks to come. Taking a look at it, 16-6 was the final score. Game ended at 15-21. LG
Beyond
to
something?
take a
Something like
single
that?
tower away from GG there. Just completely
Above the something?
swept by GG.
Yeah, I want to say, especially when it comes to a lot of the rotations, just too much for the side of LG to handle there. I mean, look at the stats here too. I mean, Shark here 1, 0, and 12 on the Kaja, and then eventually
Kaja, Riles,
factor for the early
Riles
game.
can't
Once
panda.
the mid lane, the mid game hit, best players started coming online 4, 0, and 6.
It was like the lowest
Some
gold.
possibilities from Jolie there, like the damage was starting to come out.
Above
And
the
this goes to
rest, there you
show if
go.
LG would have been able to kind of
Noisy Panda got it right.
Phase, kind of get
Above
through
the
laning
rest.
phase. There was possibilities for their composition, but GG did not let that happen, and LG made enough mistakes to where they just couldn't.
I was like, I
compete.
forgot the name.
Yeah, and this is
I was like
kind of the gap we talk
above,
about,
something,
when it
something,
comes to the top
something.
8 in North America. There's just, I mean, GG just at the top of their game here.
Something,
I mean, there's
something.
very few teams that can really kind of come at them neck and neck. We did see last night one team able to kind of get a victory, but I mean, most people, you have to admit, that was a big surprise. No surprise here though. LG, I mean, struggling against a GG here. You can take a look at the stats. I mean, not much of a story here when it comes. I mean, the damage by Zia, huge, 74,000 there. But I mean, when it comes to like it was mostly pickoffs this game, and that's kind of what this
Riles
team
is a
fight
solo
participation
player.
kind of, shows
He's
you.
like me, right?
Yeah, I mean, and they played it exactly how they needed to. Pickoffs, aggression. Just we said in the very beginning, almost everybody.
The
had
jungle
kill
just
pressure
isn't
on
like the
team
meta
at any
anymore
point,
right now.
And LG was unable to withstand.
The meta is definitely in other roles.
Taking a look at damage taken. Everybody on LG took a lot of damage, especially Riles. Whoopi as well. I'm still, Whoopi ends up being the sub in, but still, in the end, GG takes the win. Welcome back, Zeke.
What the fuck?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, bro?
Private's like, where'd my glasses
Never
go?
that. Honestly, dude, I feel really good, man. I was watching these games, and honestly, I
Zeke
guess
just woke up.
anything that we didn't expect. They came in super strong. They continued to maintain their ability to play all the way through, and even with a strong end, I think both of those games we were right around a 10,000 gold lead. So, yeah. Drex.
Yeah, it was great games overall. We're losing Zeke, man. We're losing him. We're losing him, man. He's in slowly. It's all right. We got you, bro. Yeah, it was a great. I mean, it was an okay series. GG definitely didn't do anything crazy out of the ordinary. I was hoping, don't get me wrong, it would have been
Feel
great
frustrated
to see
about
LG
what?
pull something off. The season is getting
How does he
closer
stream week
and
after
closer
week
to
with
an
so
end of
many
the regular
losses,
season.
though?
And if LG has
Yeah.
anything up their sleeve, if they
Dude,
have
I would
anything planned,
rage.
it is time to pull it out now.
I would rage.
Yeah, it's that's kind of the story for.
I was raging because
right
of
now,
fucking
especially LG,
Xborgs last
who,
night. I was so
unfortunately,
tired of seeing fucking
unfortunately, there has to be
Xborgs.
some teams at
I
the
was so
bottom
tired of
the
seeing
right
carries.
Now, BloodHounds and
God
LEGACi
damn,
kind of sitting
dude.
there. A lot of, I want to say, a lot of statements being made here tonight for them about improvements that need to be made, hurdles that need to be kind of jumped over, and maybe a little bit of a cleanup that needs to be done for their rotations and stuff like that to kind of, if they want to be able
How
to
many
kinda,
weeks till
like you
playoffs?
said,
We got
break through that top four here in North
1.5.
With that being said, you know, I know it
Because
was said earlier,
we just
but
finished up
these are
day
still,
4.
regardless of how they're ranking within this top 8 regular season, these are still
Right.
some of the best teams in all of the North
Here,
American
I'll double
teams. These are-
check,
None of
so
these teams, whether it's BloodHounds,
we just finished
LEGACi,
up day
or Gaimin
4.
Gladiators, are they're not bad
So we got
teams.
1, 2.
It's just, there's
Yeah, we got
still
3
a
more
skill gap
days.
between some of these top teams, and that's what we got to see tonight.
5,
So,
6, 7, man.
Next topic. MVP.
When I
Who's
was
gonna get
Rubens it,
Trex?
dude,
Let's find
fucking
out.
exports, bro.
Best
Fuck
player,
'em.
Shark, Chicken.
They're
best
fucking
player. I
dude.
was
They
thinking
just
that. He got to
you
play
can't
the
do
assassin
nothing to them. They
today.
just
I
get
was
their
really
shield
gonna say
back
all
every
five, I swear.
fucking damn
I was
time. It's
gonna-
pissing me
You
off.
list all the players.
I was like, just die, you little
But
fucker.
best player was the first one, you know, and the reason why is because he got to pick the assassins today, man. People have been wanting to see it. He got to play him. He had a great game on the Ling. I think ended up almost deathless. Had a good game on the Fanny. Got to have some fun, swing from cables, jump on walls, all that good stuff.
Yeah, it was. It's not often that we get to see best player on those assassin heroes where he gets to kind of really shine through with his mechanical ability. We got to see it here tonight. Usually, I want to say he kind of sticks more towards the meta, which is those tankier and heavier heroes. But I mean, nice.
When is Dave gonna make his screen appearance? He only does behind the scenes stuff now.
So I think this phone is ringing. I think there's somebody waiting for me on the other line. Let's get into this interview. Well, well, well. Who do we have here?
He said, "Oh."
How are you feeling after that game?
Hello. Feeling good.
Feeling good. So far we've seen GG leading the pack, but not without a couple of hiccups. Going from last night's loss
Hoon
into
was
today's
like,
game.
"Oh,
Were there any
this is the
fears?
interview time."
No, not really. We just had a good rest. Cause it's been a while since we had a loss. Like
Damn.
that. So we needed some time to take it in, and then just went to sleep.
Yeah.
Woke up fresh.
So
The nervous
so goated
laughs.
is a term that we've seen used to describe GG's lineup. What does that really mean to you?
Don't I just? I look like an American Hoon, right? Like if Hoon was white,
Yeah,
I'd be Hoon,
yeah,
right?
We've seen GG's
Or Hoon would be
lineup.
me.
You know, you, Fried Chicken,
No, I'm joking.
Shark, all of you guys referred to as some of the GOATs, you know, greatest of all times in North America. What does that mean to you?
I guess it just puts, because more supports, more expectation. So we want to deliver not a disappointing match.
Chicken claimed that they were trolling.
That's what means to us. Just try harder, not just for ourselves, but
He's trying.
That cheer for us.
For sure. We saw you pick up the low. We saw you pick up Kadita. What were the ideas behind some of these picks?
Kadita just wanted to combo with Kaja. That's pretty much it. And then Louis, I've been trying it out in the rank, and I think it's a pretty good hero, pretty fun. You can make good plays with it. Yeah, I like it.
What can we expect from the Gaimin Gladiators moving forward?
All right, buddy. I wake you up.
Forward, I think we need to
I'll wake
really
you up.
focus on preparing the trap.
Oh god.
I think learning from yesterday.
Dude, there's a giant Hoon face on his shelf.
Yeah, stay focused, and then.
I don't think he will ask about the Shark TP.
So, last question I got for you. Any advice you got to all these people watching?
Advice to them?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, drink water.
Drink water? He always has that fucking box bag of water.
I'm in a position to give advice, I think. I only know how to play them now.
What about advice to ML players?
Oh.
Stay hydrated.
Ben Matilda.
All right. Well, then I'm gonna let you go, Hoon. Thank you so much for your time.
Does he have Minecraft blocks up there? Do
You
not
too, buddy.
vape.
Good advice. Good advice.
But drinking water,
Drink
right?
water, and I need a T-shirt that says "Drink water, ban Matilda." Drink water, ban Matilda.
He's quoted.
Don't do
And I
drugs.
quote. He's so funny. That was fun. Oh man.
Well, it does look like they have they did learn a little bit. We talked about it yesterday. They kind of lingered
Stay
around
hydrated, ban
that voice
Matilda.
chat for a while yesterday after that
Don't
loss.
do drugs.
Identified the things that were the issues. Ban Matilda going to be number one up there alongside some of their usual bans when it comes to BTK, but not out of the woods yet. They still have a couple more fights here before we move on to the playoffs and a few more weeks of exciting NACT matches.
Yeah, for sure. And I do think we have actually got some results.
All three
that we can take a
casters
look at.
went silent for a moment.
I love results. Here we
An
go.
awkward
It does look like
moment.
Nigh Horde gets the
All right,
2-1
chat.
over Fiends. If you
I
missed
can
it,
show
go
you
back
guys
and
the
rewatch it 'cause it was
updated
one hell of a match. After that, Devious
the
also takes a
updated
dub 2-1,
standings.
and those first two games in general just pushed
Oh, shit, they
NACT
had-
to the
what?
limits. BTK
Oh, they
comes
get
in with a
3
resounding
points
sweep
for
over
winning.
BloodHounds, and then GG
Ah.
cleans
That's-
up the
I
night,
thought they only got
getting the
2
sweep
points
over
for winning the
LEGACi.
sweep.
Yeah, very exciting matches here, but
Well,
we can take a look at the standings.
I was a
here
little
in
wrong.
First place with 10 points.
Here's the
Gaimin
standings.
Gladiators
Oh,
regained
I guess,
the top of that mountain. And
there's
in
the points
second
right there.
place, a three-way tie between Fiends, BloodThirstyKings, and Devious Activity. In a tie for third place is Area 77 and the Nigh Horde. I want to say Area 77 took a little bit of a loss here, sitting there at 7 points as well. And at the
Zeke
bottom,
is high on
LEGACi
weeds.
and
Yeah, the host is
yet
tired.
to earn
Yeah,
a
I'm kind
victory
of tired
here
too.
in NACT.
Crazy to see such a tie going on.
I mean, I think things will start to balance out a little bit, but yeah, it's like because it's just been what has it been? It's been this team beats this team, but this team beats this team, but this team beats this team, and it goes back and beats that team. It's in this big circle of NACT life.
Yeah, it's almost like it's weird counters for each other. Like this team can't beat this team, but is definitely a counter for this team. And it says more, especially when it comes to the ties. It says
these
more about
casters.
kind of like the top of the mountain in NACT or in North America right now. That there's so many teams that are so evenly stacked against each other. And I want to say this has been and looked like the most competitive season yet in North America, where it's just not. You're not sure. As when you came into this, I want to say when I first came into this through the qualifiers, I had a pretty clear picture of who was going to be at the grand finals. I want to say that picture has been pretty muddied through a lot of these games here. There's a lot of teams stepping up, a lot of teams giving it 110% and showing that nothing is for sure.
Well said, well said. With that being said, I do think that we're about ready to pull this end of the night in. So, any last thoughts?
It's been a great night, Zeke. You've been doing a wonderful job. You know, keep drinking Red Bull, drink water. Water, ban Matilda.
Specifically.
And yeah, I had a lot of fun. We had some great games that started off the match. You know what's going to be a great game next week? BloodHounds versus LEGACi. We finally get to see who's not going to be in 8th, who's going to be in 8th, and who's going to be in 7th. I'm hyped up for that one. And I'll see you guys next week.
Yeah, it's been a very exciting, very chill and a fun cast here. It always is with Trex, but now we get to add Zeke to the pile there to kind of loosen things up here. It's been exciting. Wild card. It's been exciting here. Very great matches, and hopefully everybody else enjoyed it as well.
You said I would be a good host?
Well, with that said,
I had to like do a lot of the openings for the
meet us here next
GOF.
Saturday, and until then.
Woo! All right, chat. You see the next week's matchups right here. This is what's gonna be happening. Liz, the best host. Liz actually been hosting for a really long time. Drink water, chat. Drink water. All right, so we got the 30th and the 31st going down. Area 77 versus Fiends, which is going to be a really big determination match, and then BTK versus Devious Activity. So literally next week, the very first day, is going to be a huge one. And then even the next time, it's going to be pretty huge, because then we're going to have BTK versus Fiends, and then GG versus Devious Activity. The biggest thing is that the regular season is essentially just how you get placed on the playoffs. So like no one really gets knocked out of the regular season. It's just more of a build up anticipation until playoffs, you know, like filling out each other's teams, trying to figure out how we go. Hawaii does that, I guess. What's going on in the chat? Sheesh. But alright, I'm exhausted. I'm gonna go to this NACT meeting. I'll see you guys next time. I love you guys. Thanks for watching the NACT with me. Thanks for keeping me awake. And I'll see you guys next time. Good night, good night.